It's never a boring transfer window with Chelsea FC. Let me tell you that, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Casually FC. Welcome to the Casually Chelsea show. I am your host, Marshalldbdx. Starting on time, starting early, because we have so much to talk about. Not a lot of it, not good news. And I figured I just get the ball rolling. The rest of the panel will join me later on in the show. Guys, you already know what to do. Smash up the likes. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel. Be sure to leave a comment in the future or whenever you're watching this. Let us know your thoughts on everything we're going to be discussing. And also be sure to check out memberships because we have 4 different tiers starting at 99p. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolutely jam-packed show for you. And we're going to ease into it like we always do on Casually FC. Big up Ahmed, who is here as well. But yeah, there's just so much that I needed to start on time. Or not even on time, but I needed to start early, Ahmed, because there's just too much to cover and too much to talk about. And I'm not happy with Chelsea, and I'm not happy with the board, and stop negotiating. There's a reason for that, which we will get into later on in the show. So
I'm interested to hear you on a
yeah, I'm really annoyed.
I'm liking this new Marshall. I'm liking this new Marshall, man.
Yeah, I'm not happy with things that have happened in recent days and what's been going on. So big up to everyone in the chat. Big up everyone. And yeah, let's just get the show on the road. Let's just get right into it and started. Let's start up with a light stuff. Sponsorship update. I've been leaving this out for quite some time, but I feel like we need to catch up on what's been going on with the sponsorship deal. Not much news has come out, but there has been some things that we didn't discuss in the last show that I wanted to bring up again. So as you guys already know, talks between Chelsea and the Jordan brand have definitely collapsed due to the fact that we're no longer in Europe, and we already know that. We're not in Europe as in like we're not in Champions League.
Top 2 European competition.
Yeah. So we continue on here. Chelsea is also in negotiations with other companies, including Sherry Automobile or whatever, that could replace Bing X on the sleeves of match shirts, regardless of who becomes the new sleeve sponsor. The club expects the value of the deal to increase significantly more from its current £6 million deal. Then we continue on here. Next tab. Negotiations with Riyadh Air for the shirt sponsorship have failed due to the club's financial requirements. The club's project is seen as developing, but currently it is not able to guarantee success on the pitch. Talks may resume in 2025 when the Saudi carrier begins commercial operations. The Saudis will certainly seek entry with the Premier League and all the big 6 clubs. Except Chelsea have multi-year agreements with sponsors on front of their shirts. We continue on. That's another one there. Infinite Athlete is most likely candidate to continue the £43 million a year shirt sponsorship with Chelsea. Chelsea have high expectations of £50 million a year from their shirt sponsorship and £15 million for sleeve sponsorship, which is the barrier to entry. And then we have here Chelsea. Why is this zoomed out? I don't know. Chelsea could be stopped from renewing their £40 million Infinite Athlete deal by new toughened associated party transaction rules, which, correct me if I'm wrong, this may or may not have something to do with why also Man City have decided to sue the Premier League in reaction to the Premier League's pursuit on those 115 charges, or a total different transaction, but
that's a bit different.
Probably a bit different, but it could play a part, I'm sure, considering there is sponsorship stuff that is in the line there. But yeah, listen, we'll talk about all the other stuff that people in the chat are saying and people on Twitter are saying, and we need to correct some notions out there and really establish other ones as well, and really bring back other past things that we discussed, which I have a clip for you guys later. But yeah, as far as the sponsorship deal goes, we're kind of fucked. It sucks, or it seems like we're kind of fucked in the sense that we're financially burdened by the fact that we're not in Champions League. It seems like that's an aspect of it. And it doesn't help when most of these clubs want the most maximum amount of exposure, and that is probably going to be in the form of playing Champions League, and it's hurting us more now than ever, which now puts even more pressure on the manager to get us into the top 4, to get us back into Champions League. Not even top 4, it's top 5 now, I think. And yeah, it's just a lot of unnecessary pressure for the next season that I don't know. It's just it's frustrating to see this happen.
Get your feelings off the chest, bro. Get your feelings off the chest, bro.
Oh, I will. I will later on.
Because you know me. Because you know me. Yeah, I have my show every single day at 10:30. So I've been letting off steam. So you only have it 1 a week. Make sure to get your
well, there's a reason now why I do 2 a week when I was doing it normally. We're gonna go back to that because now that all the other side content is done, we need to do 2 a week because there's just too much going on at Chelsea. It's actually insane. But, we're sticking it back to the sponsorship deal. Obviously, this isn't a good look for Chelsea.
God, stuff is happening.
It's not.
They're telling me pie.
Well, you could tell me in the backstage, but it's not looking good for sponsorship deal. It looks like we're going to stick with Infinite Athlete again, which, again, is not a good look in terms of the fact that our business is completely out there. Everyone knows what's happening with Chelsea. Also, ladies and gents, don't mind the background noise as I do have a lot of things trying to keep me cool in this room. And
I thought it was mine because it's my foot off mine actually. So
no. My fan is going and my humidifier is going. But Ahmed, tell me about what you think about the sponsorship shit going down. That's not really going down too well.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like it's expected. You can't be demanding fees when we haven't won the last 2 seasons on the pitch, and we haven't looked good on the pitch for the last 2 seasons as well, finishing 12th and 16th. So we can't be demanding this sort of thing as well. So I feel like it's quite simple, to be honest. At the end of the day,
yeah,
this is really straightforward. Yeah,
it's really like you said. We don't get results. We're not gonna get the good sponsorship deals. We don't get the good sponsorship deals. We're not gonna make money and. There's this is part of the frustration that I have is that for 1 second, like 1 week, a week ago from today, I swore that I started to understand the structure a little better and it looked like things were going in the right direction. And a week later, it's like everything starts to collapse in front of my eyes. And it's like, okay, what is actually going on? So in terms of the finances, it's not looking good for Chelsea. We have gotten away with loopholes and all that stuff, but Ahmed, you said it yourself, and many people have said it as well. It's not sustainable. It's not something we're going to be able to do for the long run, and it's going to eventually fucking hurt us if we don't start getting results, which, listen, as far as getting results go, I do think that it's very plausible that with this team, we do get results. If the manager is as good as the recruitment team claims that he is, then maybe we do get results. But that's a maybe. I can't say it with confidence because there's been so many things that have been said with confidence by big reporters, big journalists that have not come to fruition. So, I don't know. A lot of the things that have been happening lately have put me a little nervous about Chelsea's future, but we will see. And big up Lewis. Thank you so much for the raid. Big up to him and big up to everyone that came from the Carefree Lewis raid. If you haven't done so already, if you're new to the channel, subscribe. And on your way in, hey man, smash that like button because we have a lot to talk about. And Lewis, if you want to come on the channel, let me know. Shoot me a DM or give me a message or something. But yeah, there's just so much to talk about, and I don't even want to keep focusing on the sponsorship thing because that's such a small part of the show. Let's go on to the next topic. We have some For Gilchrist things that I wanted to discuss and bring up in terms of updates with what's going on with For Gilchrist. Some of you remember from previous shows, we discussed that he is on the chopping block in terms of, getting a loan and being sent out for development, which we all agree, we never know what's going to happen with For Gilchrist. He could turn good, but we have our doubts. But let's talk about the latest on For Gilchrist that we have here and discuss. So yeah, Chelsea are prepared to listen to loan offers for defender For Gilchrist this summer. The Leeds and other Championship League clubs are looking at him. That was other Champions League clubs is kind of crazy. So yeah, let's rephrase this better, Chelsea Dodgers. Anyways, Leeds, Preston, and Blackburn Rovers have all registered formative interest in talking to For Gilchrist on loan. Which, Ahmed, do you think these are good potential clubs for him to go on loan? I know we've had a lot of criticism about the recent loan structure.
Again, Leeds and Preston probably be good. Leeds and Blackburn. Leeds and Blackburn are probably, I would argue, some of the most better options to actually have. I would say at the end of the day, in terms of the stuff they've been able to do and the stuff they're able to do in general. So Leeds, I would say yes. Blackburn, I would say for sure. And Preston's pretty much, if I'm not mistaken, a mid-table championship club. So again, they're not all bad options. So he'll definitely be able to at least compete with them if he's good enough.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I think these teams are not terrible. They're not like gonna get relegated to what is the league under championship? It's League One.
League One, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so they're not clubs that I don't reckon are gonna get relegated to League One. But at the same time, it's competitive enough that it does give him an opportunity to play, which is likely to happen. And I mean, we want him to develop, so we need him to play. So yeah, big up everyone. Again, big up everyone that just came in from Carefree Lewis's raid. Smash up the likes if you're new here, subscribe, all the fun stuff. Thank you guys, and thank you Jason for the subscribe. But yeah, listen, I think these are good clubs for him. Hopefully this gets done soon. I think what's happening, and listen, I keep going to the screen by accident. Take my opinions with a grain of salt, because I have been completely debunked this week as to what I think the strategy is. But if I had to guess, I think the idea is that we're going to wait until the smoke has settled and we're going to start seeing loans being put out around August time, when we have decided who's going where and what we have room for where and what's so. Because right now, we don't know if Lukaku's going. We don't know what's going on with Kepa. Like, there's a lot of things that are unknown that we need to know what the transfer strategy is before we can decide who's going on loan where and who has to be sold, because we only have a limited number of loans. So I think that's still being decided on, which is why we haven't heard that Gilchrist is out on loan yet or has been loaned out to a certain club. But it's good to hear that there's interest from decent clubs that I think are good for his development. So we'll go from there and continue on to the next topic that I had, which is...
Last time, Marshall, just quickly. Sorry, bro, for interrupting.
You sound good. I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said, but yeah, you sound good. You sound fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, you're good, man. So yeah, Armando Broja. We haven't spoken about this guy in a bit, and there's been a bit of news that has popped up from Armando Broja, and a little bit of a development as well, in terms of opinions and such. So let's get a little bit of a Armando Broja wrap up, and then we're gonna start actually ramping it up very, very soon. So Armando Broja, here we go. Let's discuss. So Armando Broja and Trevor Chalobah are among players Chelsea may consider using at make weight in the Olise deal, which we'll talk about Olise deal. We will talk. Anyways, Armando Broja being surprised at Mauricio Pochettino's comments about his body language. A little bit, because I have been through so much with the injury, and he was saying something about me needing to be more happy. I did feel like I could have had more trust and belief from him. I did feel like I could have had more trust and belief from him. Armando Broja was just saying, I did think when Nicholas Jackson went away with Senegal to the Africa Cup of Nations at the start of 2024 that I would be given an opportunity to play at a load of games. I started three times in January, but I thought there were times I could have been utilized more. Okay, that's from The Athletic, by the way. So reliable sources there on his comments on the season that just passed. So on his future, he had to say, nothing has been decided yet, but if I need to go somewhere else to get back in my groove, then of course I would want to do that. As a player, there is no better feeling than being on the pitch and knowing you have a club and a team who defends you. A club who allows you to make mistakes because they know that you will become something. And listen, a little side note here on Armando Broja. we have been looking at, you know, the games. You guys have been watching the Euros, and Armando Broja has not been very impactful. I'll be honest with you. Not the same Armando Broja that he used to be, which is very unfortunate to see. So his future doesn't look very bright, unfortunately. Time will tell, but it is looking bleak at the moment. So we continue on. Nick Purewall with some links here. Wolves, Monaco, and Bologna are all pushing hard to complete a quick deal to land Armando Broja on a permanent transfer. The striker is thought to want to wait until after the Euros to decide which. Fair enough, he's still in the competition. Not likely for much longer because I think Albania are going to get knocked out in the next... I think they're still mathematically in it, but they're likely to get knocked out in tomorrow. I think tomorrow.
They're facing Spain, isn't it? They're facing Spain tomorrow.
Yeah, Spain has been looking like a very
yeah.
formidable side. I'm not gonna lie. So, best of luck, and I don't think you're gonna make it, but hey, you never know. You could prove the world wrong tomorrow. Then we have here as well another link from DeMarzio is that AC Milan remains a target for Armando Broja. And this came out earlier from Ben Jacobs. A little bit of mud on his face for this one. This was from 2 weeks ago or so. Everton are trying to sign Armando Broja for a £30 million package. It came out of nowhere. And then it says here both Chelsea and Everton are in daily contact, and Everton is hoping for a quick breakthrough. And then that was pretty quickly debunked by a lot of people. And it says here, Everton are not closing in on deal for Armando Broja. Any talk of deals of such magnitude are wide off the mark until Everton's ownership issues are resolved, which they're having financial issues with ownership and so on and so forth. So for that one, Ben Jacobs. And listen, that's not going to be the only fail we're going to have when it comes to journals this show. There's been a lot. So we continue on here. AC Milan wants to sign Armando Broja regardless of the outcome of negotiations with Xerxes. They want to bring in two strikers. They will scout him tomorrow when he plays for Albania, which I hope that went well for him because I don't think he's been that great for the country. Then lastly here, Armando Broja is on Stuttgart's shortlist. Move unlikely at this stage, although the player is attracted by the interest coming from Pletigo, which this could potentially happen if we have Guirassy that leaves, but we'll see what happens with that, whether he goes to Chelsea or not. Time will tell. Still think Everton could come from Broja.
The last point you just made, whether he goes to Chelsea? Sorry, mate.
If Guirassy goes to Chelsea.
He doesn't fit the wage bill right now, mate. He doesn't, he's going to ask too much. Sorry. He's
we'll talk about the wage bill too. But yeah. So don't do this to me right now, Staffy. Do not do this to me. But listen, Armando Broja, we all know no room for you at Chelsea, my friend. No future for you at Chelsea. And on top of it, you're pure profit, my friend. You know, it's not like you made a very good impression in your season this season with Pochettino. Whether it was because of Pochettino or not, doesn't really matter. You've just been invisible in a lot of games, and we're seeing with Albania too, just invisible. Whether that speaks to the Albanian quality or not, I feel like in previous Albanian teams, we've seen that Broja has made more of an impact. So I'm not even going to use that as an excuse. But yeah, it's just we hope we could sell him for a decent amount of money. 30 million is a stretch. I have my doubts that we'll sell him for 30 million.
Every fight, we're losing 5 million on that brother, by the way. Every time he misses, he goes in the offside Belgium. I don't know if you've been seeing the Euros. Oh my God, man.
A little bit. But with Broja, I mean, 30 million is a stretch. I doubt we're going to get it. But I mean, when it comes to selling players, I feel like our recruitment team doesn't do bad of a job of making money. But when it comes to buying players, it's a whole different story, which we'll get to. But Ahmed, I mean, are we liking the possibility of him actually leaving Chelsea? Does it look likely to you?
I wanted to slightly relay back to some of the comments you made because I think, you know me, I'm a professional hater. You know, if I don't like someone, I will crash it on them, right? You know that. I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat knows that. But I think a lot of the comments you made, if we're being honest, right? It's fair. It's actually, unironically, it's kind of fair because, you know, when someone has an ACL injury, bro, they don't recover straight away. right? It does take them a year, obviously, of actually recovering and then having a dead carcass's ACL put inside your leg, right? And then testing it out. Then it's really another year of recovery afterwards. And like, if you're being honest, has Poch really looked after him in the right way? I don't really think so, if you're being honest, right? If you listen to the way he's been speaking and everything like that, I feel like that's a bit unfair. Whether or not we rate his ability or not, of course, another thing entirely. And we're gonna discuss it later, maybe when we talk more about the Gallagher contract stuff. But like, even this stuff, this stuff about the contract stuff and like the wage structure stuff, I actually think we're gonna discuss it later. But I've actually had a change of school of thought and view in regards to a lot of the stuff that's been happening with Ian Maatsen and him. So so we're definitely gonna discuss that in a bit later. But I think with Broja, right now we are losing millions on him. If you look at the Euros, the first game was really very much a ghost, right? And then in the second game, didn't even start, bro. They benched him, and it's probably not gonna start again for the third game. So it's not easy right now for him. That's all I have to say, really.
No, it's tough, and we saw what happened to Reece James when he had injuries. Like, it does affect their mental health and all that stuff. Which, look, I feel for Broja. I like the player, but I also love Chelsea more. And so it's just one of those things that I'm sorry, dude. We have to move on without you. Like, we just can't. Chelsea right now isn't. I don't think Chelsea really ever was. Chelsea is not the club where we need to necessarily wait for players to come good and develop. And like, for the most part, like, let me land because
I'm listening.
For the most part, Chelsea has always been the club of like, you need to show signs that you have some potential and we'll be patient, or you need to just come in and just hit the ground running. And so, like, best examples, Nani. Like, Nani Madueke, say what you want about his first season. There was potential there. We saw glimpses of brilliance in Nani Madueke. You can kind of see glimpses of brilliance for Mudryk as well. Now, in the long run, in hindsight, Nani has developed a far more better player than Mudryk, and he looks better and he looks more promising. And Mudryk, honestly, are we going to give him another season with a structure? Is it worth it? That's what I mean. Chelsea isn't necessarily that club, especially now that we need to pursue that top 4 spot. And we just don't have time for these players to come in and come good. Either come in, show some potential, and we'll give you some time, or if you're not good enough, don't come to the club. It's just, you shouldn't be at the club, I should say. That's the way I see it.
Fair enough. I would agree with you, usually speaking, but are we not really that club anymore, bro?
I mean, have we ever been, really?
No. But are we not that? What you are saying, we are not. Are we not that right now, though? If we're being honest.
So
kind of are now.
Kinda in the sense that we are recruiting these youngsters, right? And
yeah, exactly.
I get that, but these youngsters that are coming in, the Payets and the Estevao Willians, I don't know if anyone saw Ecuador yesterday. Unfortunately, lost because Valencia's stupid foul play. That was not a red card for Valencia.
That was not a red card of Valencia, by the way. Because the problem was when you look at the way that foul happened, right? He actually was going for the ball. You could clearly see it. The ball was where he was. The player then decided to almost go into him because he knew the moment that happened, that was going to be a foul. But like, the point I'm trying to make, Marshall, is that, and this is the point I've made before, it's not just Estevao and Payets. We're buying now someone called Marc from Barcelona. We're buying a bunch of these other guys. We brought Mudryk, we brought in Gusto, we brought in a lot of these guys. Excuse me, I'm burping a lot right now. Like a lot of these guys, right, from South America and all these other places, right? And if you actually look at it, they're not always going to be straight away hitting. They're going to be potential. They're going to need time to develop. You can make the same argument for Broja. He showed us those moments at brilliance at Southampton. Then sadly, he had the ACL injury, right? The next season after. This season, if we're being honest about Broja, well and truly, he was not going to come up to be 100%.
It's a risk. It's a huge risk.
It's a huge risk, of course. At the end of the day, listen, I personally can understand why they're trying to move him on. I agree with that personally as well, right? We and you agree on that. But the reality is, yeah, the club has now become this, by the way. It has become a place where we are developing the young G's.
So to finish my point, right? Like the side tangent with the whole Valencia thing. I personally think it was a red card. I think it's 50-50.
Big up to Peru, by the way.
Because, yeah, big up with the draw.
Somalia's losing. So
better than not losing. Yeah, better than losing.
Somalia's losing.
But you know, coming back to the topic, right? Like with Valencia and all that shit. Like if he was swinging towards goal, he was trying to shoot the ball towards goal. But from another angle, you could probably argue that he was aiming for the player. He moved his foot and hit him in the fucking neck. So it was a dangerous play. I get the red card, ruined it. But my point in even saying that was, if you witness Kendry Paez, right, who is 17 years old, this guy and his vision was phenomenal. Like, very seldomly. Like, usually when you see like a 10 or something, they're looking forward in front of them for the options. This guy actually had the time to turn around and see an option that was clearly open. He was like, all right, here you go. Like, there was just, the vision on this kid is amazing. And this is what I mean. He's going to come in and he's going to make an immediate impact on the team in the sense of, like, you know he has the skill, you know he has the ability, you know what he can do. Now it's a matter of, like, developing and adapting to the league. And we've seen this with Malo Gusto. Malo Gusto's young. You knew about Malo Gusto. I didn't know about Malo Gusto. I'm sure a good chunk of the fan base did not know about Malo Gusto. I didn't know about Enzo prior to the World Cup. You know, a lot of people I'm sure didn't know about Enzo Fernandez. You know, so on and so forth. Body Sheila. There are players that come into this club and they show something, or they're just brilliant as soon as they come in. You know, Cole Palmer, another example of that. So I think that's the direction where Chelsea is right now, where, okay, show us some potential. We'll give you time to develop. Because if you're not good enough, then you're not going to stay at the club. That's my prediction, and I could be completely wrong because I've been proven wrong a lot this week already with this goddamn club. But in terms of Broja, coming back to this topic, right? I think his time is done. It's too risky to see what's going to happen next season. He's kind of I hate to say it this way, damaged goods from the ACL. He could pull a Van Dijk where Van Dijk had a bad season, then the next season comes back to the levels. Maybe. Or maybe he just stays this bad. You know, like it really is too risky. So at this point, considering the profit margins that we're going to make off of him, if we can make 30 million pounds off of him, so be it. Wish you the best, Armando Broja, but you know, time will tell. And we'll see. It stinks because
that would be very nice for Broja.
I agree.
Without even thinking, there's no thinking behind that. I'm signing straight away.
Yeah.
I was going to say with Van Dijk and Broja, there's still a big difference. Is Van Dijk had it. He was literally the best centre back in the world, or like top 3 at least anyway, in debate. Broja, it was never really like making it as a player, like even before the ACL. And of course, like having an ACL injury is just. Like,
I disagree with you on that, but okay.
I know you would. But yeah, like before the ACL, yeah, like he could have potential and stuff like that. But like, yeah, it's not worth the risk now. And if he can't start for Fulham, what hope is there for Broja at this point? I don't think there's much hope for him at the start, not starting, but competing at a top level club. He can't just do that. He just can't. So we have to move him on. Sadly, it's a bit ruthless, but
look, this is the club now. Like, you know, we might even see Chalobah leave. There's been nothing developing on that yet, but time will tell. And I think Chalobah deserves to stay. Really, I think he had a good season, a good end of the season. The beginning of the season, time will tell because you know he was injured, but I think he deserves at least another season to really prove that he should be a mainstay in the team. Jesus Christ, this is crazy right now. What you're sending me on, man. I'll put it into the show in a minute.
I know. I'm just giving it.
But yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, so let's go ahead and continue on then, guys, to another striker we got to talk about before we get into the meat and potatoes of all the actual new news. I can't believe we're just gonna name this segment now. From now on, guys, the Lukaku Minute, because hopefully we only spend a minute on this. and we move on. But let's discuss some little bit of updates on the Lukaku saga and what's going to happen with this guy, who, by the way, he had a good game yesterday, not gonna lie. Should have gotten a goal. Well, actually just barely missed the goal. Right? He did get an assist, but he actually played well. Big up to, well, actually no, I'm not gonna say big up to Lukaku. Good for him. Good for him. Fuck Lukaku, but good for him.
Price, please.
Anyways, we have here from DiMarzio reporting AC Milan have asked for information from Chelsea on Romelu Lukaku. It would be a loan, which, are you fucking kidding me? Like, dude. Bruh. What is it with these Italian clubs and wanting loans and like, dude, if you want the fucking player, just buy the player, okay? It's ridiculous. And then you have these same clubs charging fucking an arm and a leg for their players. They want to buy our players for the cheap and they want to charge an arm and a leg for their players. Like, politely, go fuck yourself, okay?
I mean,
that's how
I understand it for like a strategy point, by the way, Marc.
No, do not try to reason with these people. Okay?
No, it's not bad reasoning. It's smart because they know Chelsea don't want Lukaku, and they say, "All right, we'll take him off your hands. We'll pay the wages and all that. You don't need to pay his wages."
But we know they want Lukaku.
Yeah, but they know they can just keep loaning it because we just don't want him at our club. We don't want to see him.
This is his last year of his contract. Like, just buy the fucking player.
2 years.
There's 2 more years to his contract. Are you fucking kidding me?
During this season.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck off.
That's why.
Romelu Lukaku.
That's why they keep on saying loan, by the way. That's
so stupid. Just buy the fucking player. Anyways, Romelu Lukaku, Saudi Arabia wouldn't stop me. The level will only rise there. They're to a much higher level than many people think. More and more footballers would tend to play there. All the major European top clubs know that. Saudi Arabia is coming. He said that.
Wait, no.
After this guy talks so much shit about Saudi.
Yeah, before, like last season to now, I'm too good for Saudi. And now this season, yeah, Saudi's coming. Okay. He chats so much shit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's full of it. So we continue on. Chelsea insists they have no plans to loan out Romelu Lukaku as things stand. CFC are aware Napoli interest with Antonio Conte as new head coach, as initial approaches already took place. £38 million exit clause available for any club interested in Lukaku this summer. Romelu Lukaku has opened the door to a Saudi Pro League move, but also has interest from AC Milan, Napoli, and from Jose Mourinho for a reunion with his former manager at Fenerbahce, which, by the way, has already been debunked. He does not want Romelu Lukaku at Fenerbahce, so stop with that nonsense, okay? Let's continue on. Romelu Lukaku is priority target for Napoli, according to Fabrizio Romano. Breaking Napoli director of sport Giovanni Manna has made the first offer to Chelsea for Romelu Lukaku, and it's the initial fee of 12.7 million plus 2.5 million pounds in add-ons.
Bruh.
Some big money by there.
Fuck off. Politely, fuck off.
But do we have a right to say
he has a price? He has a price. He has a contract.
Like
his release clause is 38 million, I believe I just read,
too
right?
much. That's too much.
Let me reread it here. 38 million pounds.
Yeah, it's just that's too much.
You're trying to offer half off? Bro, we're Chelsea Football Clubs, not fucking clear out plus, okay? Not clearance plus, like liquidation plus. We're not what do you mean? Half off for Lukaku? Fuck off.
He's tainted. They know it.
This guy's the worst, man. And he didn't even have a bad season at Roma. Like, he had a decent season. So why are we lowballing Lukaku? If you don't have the money, don't come in with this fucking kind of a bid. This is insulting. So we continue.
We're not selling.
Romelu Lukaku is the first name Napoli have for their attack. There's already been contact between Antonio Conte and the Belgian striker, according to DiMarzio. Listen, if these fuckers sell Kvaratskhelia, who has been linked to PSG, so on and so forth, he wants out of the club. If they get that transfer through, they will have the money. Pay the money. That's all I have to say. Pay the goddamn money.
I would say what's fair probably around.
Well, Napoli's saying they don't want him to leave, but he wants to leave. His camp wants to leave.
If there's one thing about Italians, they are very stubborn people. They will make sure that he can't leave if they don't want to. And we know who the Napoli owner is as well. So horrible. Let's be honest about that too. Yeah. It's
we'll see what happens with Romelu Lukaku. These links are strong. And it's been very, very made very noticeable that Conte really wants him at the club. So, I mean, that being said, what do we think, guys? Is this likely to happen? Should we even continue negotiations with Napoli after that fucking insulting?
We should try and meet him in the middle, like around 25-ish, 30 million at best, because 38 million is asking quite a lot for a guy who doesn't want to be here. We don't want him. Like they could wait 2 years and like wait for him to run down his contract and get him for free. So yeah, like they know we're gonna loan him out as well. We're gonna loan him out probably to another Italian club as well. So yeah, we may as well try and meet down the middle. I think
this is my counterpoint.
Chris,
go ahead, Oliver.
Chris, I'll be honest. I'd rather them wait and run his contract down than waste our time with 12 million bids. That's me personally.
I hear it. I definitely hear it.
Can I just be honest, guys?
Rotten,
Can you just be Chris? Can you just be honest, bro? Yeah,
I am honest.
38 million release scores.
I know.
38 million release scores for a striker. Anyone is gonna take him. And at the end of the day, bro, we don't need these Italian clubs to come after him. No Saudi club. Listen, they doesn't need to go to Italian club. The Saudi club will just buy him from us. And listen, more than likely, that's where he wants to go to. So listen, 38 million release clause is not too much money. Yeah,
if a Saudi club comes from, yes.
And I'm pretty sure more than anything, yeah, even if the Italian clubs are like, oh, 38 million too much, he can start. Listen, we can listen, give us 38 million, but we accept it even in a package deal. Give it, that's a good package deal, bro. You know what I'm saying to you? You don't need to pay the full 38 million. We're not, Chelsea are more than happy for you to do that. Let's say just go above 2 million, 40 million, and then you can just do it in a package deal for you over time.
10 million per year, easy. But
here's the thing, though. Here's the other thing too, and I think Ahmed kind of hit the nail on the head, and I'm gonna build off of that. 38 million in this economy right now for a striker who's actually proven. Okay, screw whatever you think about Lukaku. You can call him a bum, whatever you want. At the end of the day, he's still a pretty good striker. 38 million pounds for a striker in this market is actually, and especially one that's experienced like him, is actually not a bad deal. And you know that. Look, Chris, Borussia Dortmund didn't want to pay, and we'll talk about this, obviously, right? Borussia Dortmund didn't want to pay for Ian Maatsen. Aston Villa come and actually pay more than what was on that release clause. So there will be someone that will want Lukaku. It might not be an Italian club, but it might be a Saudi one. So that's all I have to say.
The Saudis can definitely pay for him, and I wouldn't have no problem with that. I'm just talking about if it's just Italian clubs and they're being a bit stingy. Like Ahmed said, actually, if we can work out a package deal, 10 million per year, or try I don't know, lower it down to 30 something million or something, low 30 million, and just get him off our hands. Because I just want Lukaku. I actually want Lukaku gone this season. I don't want to loan him out again. I don't want to go through that situation where we have to loan him out again and then wait one more year to loan him out again. I want him gone. I want Lukaku gone. However, I don't know.
Well, yeah. How we go about it, I do not know. But time will tell. If he has a good Euros, right? I feel like that could potentially help a lot. And I think that's a big thing with all these transfers that we're going to be talking about, guys. I think a lot of what's holding up a lot of negotiations and a lot of talks and things being triggered has to do with the Euros and Copa America happening right now. These players and their camps aren't going to want to negotiate while in the middle of a tournament. We know this. We've been through this before. We've seen how it happens. So, yeah, we'll come back to this, and hopefully it will be that he was sold and we can move on with our lives and not have to look back at that painful transaction we did 3 years ago where we freaking signed him on an almost £100 million contract. It was like 90 million or something pound contract. Ugh,
you think you guys got it bad? I had to watch him in the flesh last night,
You want Jimmy Stolen chances offside? Oh, Oliver!
What do you mean hold that? I was laughing. I was laughing.
Oh my god!
Well, I heard he played good.
Ahmed, I was laughing and I was sitting with the Romanians, so I was having the time of my life.
Oh my!
Wait, they did.
He played well. He did play well, but
in all seriousness, actually was decent. Yeah, he was decent. It's just the offside thing really was a bit.
Oh, I heard offside.
He's cursed. He's cursed with offside.
But listen to see Kevin De Bruyne as well. That is a moment I'll never forget. That was fantastic.
Yeah, and he scored too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, but yeah, big up, Oliver. Glad to hear that you got to go to the
good time out
Euros
there.
match.
Yeah, it's peak.
It was a good time out there. I wish I
It's
could have
awesome.
done more games, but I only was there for the weekend, so I'm back in England now.
Yeah, no, that's really cool.
Lovely, man. Enjoy the weather.
Yeah, unlike
Oh
me,
yeah,
I'm
the
fucking
weather was very
dying.
good over there. Yeah.
The weather's actually
Dying
good
here.
here. Unironically, the weather is actually
Yeah,
good.
20, what, 24?
Sweet.
24
Yeah.
degrees today, actually. It was very
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Well,
And even getting tan.
Wait.
Oliver
Wait,
or who? I've been getting tan.
Only Chris got a joke. Hold on. Let's leave it, man.
All right, let's move on. Okay, meats and potatoes. This is where things start to get spicy, and discussions start to be being made, and research needs to be done because I don't fucking know. But ladies and gents, before we go on, if you haven't done so already, over 80 of you guys on YouTube, please smash up those like buttons because it does help us out in growing tremendously. Let's see if we can get to 100 likes like we did in the last stream, guys. Let's aim for those 100 likes. It helps us out tremendously with the algorithm, especially now with the transfer news, man. You guys know where to come to get it all jam-packed in one long-form video, one long-form podcast where we get to discuss and have our opinions on this. So, all right, let's go on and discuss Boca Juniors Anselmino. So, who is this guy? Apparently, it's our next center back target, 19-year-old Anselmino. So let's go ahead and start things off with this first tweet from Yuri Luiget. I don't know how to say that. It doesn't matter. All you need to know is that this guy ended up being right. Chelsea made a formal offer for 19-year-old Argentinian center back Aaron Anselmino. The offer is close to £13.3 million. They have offered the player a 4-year contract. ESPN Argentina also backs this up, saying Boca is aware Chelsea's bid is coming soon, and if so, it could be accepted. We continue on. Chelsea have a genuine interest in Argentinian center back Aaron Anselmino, born in 2005. As per reports in Argentina, Chelsea are in the race and also aware of the conditions of the deal. No formal proposal yet, but monitoring him among many talents for the future, according to Fabrizio Romano. Then we have here more information. Chelsea are also informed about the new release clause from Aaron Anselmino at Boca Juniors is $25 million. So that's just give or take about 25 million euros, give or take. It might be
About 20
less than
million
euros. Yeah, it might be less than euros. So we continue on.
It's more.
A
because the
bid. Yeah. So I mean, less than euros. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So,
yeah.
A bid has gone in for Aaron Anselmino, and the idea is that he would join Strasbourg on a season-long loan. We continue on. Man United could battle Chelsea for Aaron Anselmino, and then we have here lastly from Ryan Taylor Sport. Chelsea have made an opening bid of around £14 million for Aaron Anselmino. Sources close to the player have indicated that Boca are reluctant to accept the offer, and they will continue to point suitors towards Anselmino's £20 million release clause. And that's all we have. Listen, I'm not going to lie and say I know much about this player. However, actually, I don't know anything about this player. However, correction. However, he does play for Boca Juniors. And Boca Juniors is no Mickey Mouse club, let me tell you. So this could potentially, I am slightly excited for this. Like something about this player just tells me this might be a good signing for the future. Of course, that's so Chelsea moves now. But yeah, does anyone have any additional details or anything they know about Mr. Anselmino here? This was obviously reported the last 2 days, so there may have been some time for people to do some research. Go ahead.
He's Argentina.
Good observation, Chris. Very good observation, Chris.
How
so
am I
proud
supposed
of
to
you.
know? How
What would we do without you here, man?
How am I supposed to know this random 19-year-old centre back?
Because he plays for Boca.
He's an FM legend. That's
Well,
what
why
we
are you
know.
not watching him then?
Because I don't watch Boca. But there are people in our chat that
Listen, I
maybe
know
watch
about him.
Boca and Copa
You know about
Libertadores.
Yeah, I know, but let me just
Is
put it like this.
he going to play some Thiago
So
Silva.
basically, he's an FM legend, and listen, we're gonna be making a lot of money out of him in 3 years' time.
FM.
Interesting.
You know, basically, we're gonna flip him for profit in 3 years. So why do you even care about him? You know what I mean?
That could be
That's
true.
serious.
That actually could be true. 35
I
mean,
million. Here
I
we
mean,
go.
the fact that they. The fact they wanted to loan him to Strasbourg for a year straight away, that kind of tells you everything you need to know.
He's
Yeah.
a future flip, bro. He's just a future flip. Let's move on, man.
If he wasn't, then
he
maybe
could be a good centre back though, Ahmed. He could be a good. He's 19 years old. He has
Yes.
the future ahead of his
Yes, my
life.
brother.
You know.
My brother.
We don't
my
know how
brother,
he's gonna turn in a few years' time. He could be.
my
he could
brother
be
in
the Chelsea's future.
whichever. Listen, my brother in
The
some
Argentina
sort of,
Ramos.
listen. My brother in some form of any religion. He's a future flip. Let's just leave him.
No. He could be the future Argentina Ramos or
Chris,
something.
Yeah, no, he could be the-
Chris, that doesn't mean
Could
he
be
won't
good.
be good. That doesn't mean
Yes,
he won't be good.
that-
We can sell
That's
him
what
and
I'm
he'll still
saying,
be a
man.
good player.
Wait, why would we sell him if he's really good?
Because he has high value.
Or we use him?
And you'd hope we have better players in the first team.
Oh, right now, yeah, he's not ready now. He'll be ready in 4 years' time.
No, but even then, you'd hope like Colwill has reached his potential, and like the others, you know, you'd hope they're at a better level. So you can have a
Yeah,
good player
and you
still-
know, and you know what they say, bro. And you know what they say, man. I also think that he's how shall I say? He's definitely a future. He fits into the wage structure right now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He fits into our wage structure. You know what I mean? Cheap.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Less than 150k a week too. Definitely for sure. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I think we're good, man. I think yeah. 2 years time, after 2 years at Strasbourg, you know, not enough progress for 30 million, 40 million. Yeah, great deal.
Sounds great, man. It sounds great.
You guys don't sound very convinced.
It's not about
I
don't know who he
I
is.
just know what he
He's
is.
a future
The reality
Ballon
is I
d'Or
just-
winner, man. What are you talking about?
I know.
He's a
No,
future Ballon
do you know
d'Or
what it
winner.
is, bro? Do you know what it is, bro? I just know he's a future flip. So you know, I don't know
No,
what I'm
future
getting.
Ballon d'Or winner. Get it? Come on.
Listen, there's nothing. It's nothing to get excited about. Chris is trying to pull jokes, but like, I'm not trying to pull jokes. I'm just being honest.
Oh, it could be a joke, man. He might actually start in the team in the future. Who knows?
Yeah, Chris.
It could. I mean, just because
Yeah,
he's
but-
going to Strasbourg
You
doesn't
can't
necessarily
just-
you
mean
can't
he's
decide
going
the
to be a
future.
future flip.
Chris, I'm willing, yeah, to bet my all my toes that he's gonna be.
Oh my God,
All
chop
your
toes off.
toes. Hey, yo, what?
Hey,
yo!
You
What
need
do
to
you
bet all
mean?
of my toes. So that means all my 10 toes, literally.
And man, put it out there for the foot fetish people, man.
Oh, I got
Hey,
a
man,
big
don't
toes
man,
at least
feet
as well.
finer. You can
Whoa.
find me on their tee, baby.
What is going
Oh
on?
my god.
Oh man, he's talking about his YouTube channel, which, by the way, you guys should check
man.
out and subscribe to. That's
Listen,
clearly what
man.
he's talking about.
Hey, listen, man. I told you where to find me, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I guess we know where Ahmed goes a lot.
Guess that's how my money stream comes from.
All right,
Source of
well.
income.
Yeah, so Anselmino.
Look, Seniac knows the drill, bro. We know the drill around here, bro. 3 years flip. Come on, man. Believe in it, bro.
Maybe it's
flip, man.
possible.
I
It's
believe in a
possible.
future star.
3 year flip.
I
man.
watched a book of
Can't
you.
wait.
Never seen him play. He has barely played.
Flip, man. Come on. Come on, bro. Get it right, man. He's a
And we
future
know
man.
this is a fact right here.
Okay, well there goes. That's our
This
answer.
guy has
There
like
goes
5
anyhow.
TVs of 5 different leagues going at the same time, man. We know this is a fact. He would have been perfect for Poch then.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know.
why?
I'm starting to get so demoralized now.
Well, why would he
We'll
be
see.
Why would he be perfect in Poch?
His
Because
sarcasm.
he can play left. He can. Wow, yeah, he can play.
He's the
left
experienced
back as well.
player that
And he can
Poch
play left
needed.
back and centre back. That's perfect for Poch.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say because he's Argentine. I was gonna say yeah, that worked well for Enzo.
No.
True.
Actually, I
but
don't
yeah,
even know if he's Argentine. That's an assumption I've made on Pocker. I'll take that back. Actually.
yeah. Listen, time will tell with this player. Hopefully, he's actually a good recruitment and scout. Because I have my doubts about other players we're scouting for because of certain events that have occurred that have made our recruitment team react in this way. This guy seems to have been like a target. So that at least convinces me like, okay, this could potentially work out. So time will tell with that guy. But okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next topic, which is the plan for Andre Santos, another Chelsea target that we got very young, and he's actually been working out from what it looks like. So let's talk about Andre Santos and see what's the plan for my man here. So, breaking. Chelsea are not interested in selling or loaning Andre Santos next season. Santos has been earmarked to stay at Chelsea and is seen as a great fit for how Maresca wants to play as a number 6 or 8, according to The Athletic. We continue on here. Simon Johnson actually saying the contrary. Chelsea are open to the possibility of Andre Santos going back to Strasbourg on loan, where he spent the second half of last season. He may take some convincing, though. I feel like this is waffle. Guys, I've gone through a metamorphosis of questioning every source now. And every source except for Ornstein. You're muted, by the way. And The Athletic. So, time will tell. You are muted still. We continue on.
Muted permanently.
Chelsea duo Andre Santos and Angelo Gabriel have been told to prepare for the club's preseason tour of the United States, according to Nazar Cancella. I think Gabriel goes back out on loan, but Santos, I believe, is probably part of the first team. Who knows? It's up to Maresca at the end of the day if he feels like he's going to fit the squad. Or if the ownership want to force it on Maresca to actually play the guy. So,
Can you hear me now?
Yep,
Yes.
there you go. Time will tell with this one. But what do we think about Santos' future? Go ahead.
Before you go, Marshall. So the sources that I truly believe now, is just anything from the Athletic. Simon Johnson's from the Athletic, so he's reliable. Liam Toomey is from the Athletic, he's reliable. And what's the other? Matt Law is very reliable now.
Matt Law has turned it around. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
Yeah, Matt Law has turned
He's
it
always
around.
reliable to me.
And Mateo Moretto, if it's anything Spain Chelsea related, he's reliable too. And David Ornstein. All of those guys are all reliable, by the way.
Yeah. So, and notice how Fabrizio Romano was not on that list. We'll get on that.
Say, man, I'm loving
you gotta get on that.
Man. I'm loving it.
I mean, I'm still
reliable. Said he's a professional.
We'll get on that. That's crazy. That's not what I meant to play that. So. Yeah, we'll talk on Fabrizio.
The guy should stick to interaction farming, man.
Can I be honest here? Listen, I can't lie to you, man. I'm beginning to think Andre Santos future flip.
No. I don't think so. I think he's a future player.
The thing is, though, he wanted to go out on loan. He said that. He said that himself.
But again, this year's
gameplay.
I can't lie to you, man. It's looking sticky icky with him. But again, we're gonna have to see if he stays or not this season.
I think a big part of last season was because of Poch. I don't think it's because of the ownership.
The thing is, all we've heard from the club, and this is both like during preseason last season and also now after the Poch has been sacked, the club rate him. But it was when Poch came in and didn't like him, and then we had to sign Leslie because he wanted to.
Because this is what I'm gonna give you, right? I do think now that there are, especially after everything that's been going on, I do think there are players that the ownership is pushing Maresca and pushing whatever manager comes into this door to play. And I think Andre Santos, Willian, and Paez are going to be 3 of those players that they're going to be like, hey, you need to have this kid in your first team. You need to develop him because we could potentially flip him, or they will be starters for the team. We spent a lot of money on these players. They need to play. And I really think Santos falls in that category. I don't know if you guys agree, but
listen, I get CNX's point of him being the future captain. I just think as of right now, bro, I'm just not sure anymore, bro. I'm gonna be so honest when I say that. By the way, I just don't know, bro, anymore. I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, I really don't know. Take everything I say with a pinch of salt, ladies and gents.
If he's okay being a squad player, then he has a place in the squad. If he wants to be more, more game time and everything, then this ain't the right squad for him. He needs to probably be sold then, because we have Enzo, we have Caicedo, we have Lavia if he's fit, hopefully. And yeah, Santos, I think he'd be a good squad player, to rotate between Enzo and Caicedo, but that'd be time to be told anyway. And the Angelo guy, I actually want to see him come in Chelsea this season as well. I actually want to see him because everybody's been hyping him up.
problem we got with that though is that with the Olise thing falling through, Palmer could be back out on the right rather than in the middle.
Yeah, but why
Hey,
can't
listen.
Angelo be back up?
Because Madueke.
It's Madueke.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you just don't like Madueke. I'm gonna listen. There's a lot of allegations that I've got. I've got a lot of allegations on Chris. That I've got a lot of big dossier on
What
Chris.
about evidence? Allegations, evidence.
Allegations and evidence on certain.
Oh, you got evidence too.
certain players and your viewpoints of them. So we're gonna have to just keep it private, you know what I mean? Because you're my boy.
You're crazy. You guys are crazy. But yeah, I think Angelo may have a chance, but he also did get injured towards the
Can I just
final
be
third of
honest,
the
Marshall?
season. So I
Can
think
you
he
be
could be
honest,
a
Marshall?
flip.
Can you
talk
be
to me.
honest, Marshall? Yeah, Angelo Nation. It's not a nation. It's Angelo Village. I should say, just to correct myself. He's a flip, bro. You know, people can say, "Oh man,
I think
you're
he's a
doing
flip.
too much." Wallahi, he's just a flip, bro. So, listen, I'm a big fan of Angelo from what I see from season, but Flip Nation, right, get ready.
Flip Nation. Can you change your name to Flip Nation, please?
Let's do it. I'll do it. I'll put it in the
Flip
parentheses
Nation is
section.
crazy.
Flip Nation, man.
Oh my God. Listen, I think because of the time that we spent on the Andre Santos deal and the amount of news around it and, you know, the hype, I think he is a future starter with the caveat that if he ends up not fitting or a good price or a good bid comes for him, he could be sold. That's how I see it. Because he could be sold. Any player technically could be sold. Like, I wouldn't be surprised now at this point that if Real Madrid, which this will never happen, by the way, if Real Madrid came in with a bid for 150 million or 100 million, 120 million, let's say 120 or 150 million for Reece James, that they would bite.
I hope not.
Can I just be honest, bro? You know, if the club got an 80 million bid for Palmer right now, they'll sell him.
For Palmer?
Wait, if Man United, did you say Man United?
Any
I don't know,
regular
100
club,
million. Maybe
if Manchester-
80. I did not, not 80.
if
but-
Palmer's
Palmer's
get
worth
a
more than
90
80 million.
Listen,
by the way.
if the club get an
More.
80 to 90 million bid
Nope.
for Cole Palmer right now,
I'm
Manchester City, for
gonna
example,
find
yeah,
Agbali
Maybe.
then if he does
yes.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
that. No, because we bought him for 45 million, and how good this guy can be, you don't sign for just double the price he is.
It would be,
Over
I think,
100. I'm
upwards
not-
of
I
100.
I wouldn't talk to any club if they didn't actually put up start like 100 million. I wouldn't talk. That's how I'd go with Cole Palmer. You know how I viewed Cole Palmer straight away. I'm not getting rid of this guy. I want us to build around him.
Well, speaking of building teams around players, let's talk about our next potential
Yeah, there's no 100 million possibility.
Messi. Messinho.
Oh,
You guys remember? Estevao Willian is a here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, well, this is some good news. I mean, we all know why this came out now. We already knew this was done, but it's official now. This happened to conveniently come out after certain deals collapsed. But let's actually discuss a little bit of this Estevao Willian deal, and then we go on to, you know, the downfall of Chelsea. So let's talk. Estevao Willian underwent his medical for his move to Chelsea in Sao Paulo this Friday afternoon, accompanied by officials from Chelsea. And his evaluations and medicals went well. We continue on. Final payment structure for Estevao Willian: 33.8 million guaranteed, 16.9 million in easy add-ons, so probably appearances and goals or something like that. 4.2 million in difficult add-ons, Ballon d'Or clauses, and all that fun stuff. Total 54.9 million pounds for this player who's only played X amount of professional games, less than 10 professional games or something like that. He will be Chelsea player and sign until 2033 or 32 rather. The plan is first team, according to Fabrizio Romano. And this is what I mean. Like, when they're coming at these prices, I don't think it's a flip. I think it's to start and maybe down the line when they're like, 26 or 25.
Can I ask you a question, Marshall? Yeah,
maybe
let's be
they're to
honest.
sell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's how much is that? 33.8 million plus 16.9. It basically means saying in and around about 50, 60 point, 60 point. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, 50. Yeah, no, yeah, 59, 50, 60 million. Yeah, Yes. No.
Why are you saying 60 million? This is the total
Yeah, that's the total.
with all the
Okay.
add-ons.
Okay, so in total, sorry,
You're going
removing
on too much.
removing the add-ons, it'll be 50.2 million, 50.7 million. It'll be
Confusing me,
50.
Ahmed.
Sorry, 50.7 million, right? It will be 50.7 million essentially, right? And actually, if he hoops and starts doing well, times by 200 million, lovely jubbly.
No.
Yeah, but that won't be for a while, I don't think.
No, it'd be like
Well,
5 years.
listen, might not be for a while, mate, but you know what I mean.
But why?
Yeah.
Just why didn't?
Let me
okay,
continue
I know we're
real
gonna talk
quick,
about
Chris. Hold on
Olise,
to your
yeah,
thought.
sorry.
Hold on to your thought, Chris, and try to stick to Estevao Willian, please, because we do have to talk about a lot of other stuff.
Okay.
I'm also told Chelsea will do more deals in 2025, 2026. So a bit like Estevao, a bit like Kendry. Oh man, I do think we'll see more deals aimed at 25, 26 as well. So whether they get a young center back aimed at 25, 26, I don't know. That's what I have been told to watch out for, which this kind of fits the whole Aaron and Anselmino link right there, getting a young one for 25, 26. So let's continue on. Chelsea have signed all documents for Estevao Willian, and the deal is done. This came out yesterday. Again, timing because Fabrizio dropped the ball on a certain link. We'll continue with that shortly. Then we have here official. Chelsea Football Club has agreed a deal to sign teenage forward Estevao Willian from Palmeiras with Brazilian to officially join Chelsea next summer. We have here Chelsea have signed all documents for Estevao Willian deal. Final conditions: 34 million euro fixed fee, 6 million add-ons on appearances with Palmeiras, and 17 million add-ons based on being multi-season starter at Chelsea. 4 million in difficult add-ons, contract until 2033. And then Justin, a club tried to hijack Estevao Willian to Chelsea, but the deal was already too advanced. Listen, I think this player is going to be a good player. I don't have my doubt on this one. I think multiple sources have claimed he's very good. A lot of people touting him really highly. I think he's another Endrick, which Endrick has proven a lot of people that he is the guy. But we'll see. Time will tell. Obviously, we need to see more appearances for club level. We need to see more appearances for national level. And we need to see more stats, more results on paper. So I'm glad to see this is done.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, because like none of us obviously watched him, but like he's definitely got to be a serious level of a player if he's worth 55 million. I can't believe seeing 55 million. That's a crazy number, but some of these young players do cost a lot. So like you said, like he's not gonna be a pure profit player like that. Like we're actually gonna like use it as a like future player. Hopefully like next year or something, or a couple of years, we'll get to see him play. But I don't know when he will be actually playing for Chelsea. Is it like next season or the season after?
The season after, I believe.
Yeah, like. And this is why I don't get, like, why we... Okay, we're going to talk about Olise, obviously, but this is why I don't get why we went for Olise as well, because he's a right-sided winger who's left-footed, like this guy, right? He's right-wing, left-footed.
I believe
Yes?
so.
Yeah. So, this is why I don't get, like, yeah. So, yeah, I'm actually, you know, a little bit curious how good this player is, because I haven't watched him, but at least when making moves for, like, unknown players sometimes, I do like to see. And if an actual good player, then yeah, that'd be great for the future because he could be worth like 150 million player in the future as well, like a very good player. So
yeah, I
time
guess
will tell.
To put context to it, I think what's been making me very hesitant about the unknown players is when they are clearly not our first choice target, when it's clearly a reactionary to something not working out. That's what makes me nervous about the unknown player market when we go for that. When we're confidently going for Estevao Willian from the jump, or we're confidently going for Paez, it gives me confidence. When we're reacting and all of a sudden you start seeing links for, Samu, or we'll talk about this Guiu, I think that's his name. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
That's where I start getting nervous, and I'm like, okay. Now we look desperate and frantically looking for targets. So, Ahmed, I think you got stuck there.
That's an interesting.
Not a
pose.
very flattering pose, but it is what it is. And Nayak, you might be right. Palmer was a second choice technically, so maybe the second choice isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't necessarily fill me with much confidence. I'll say that. Yo,
big screen man.
no, let me not. That's yo, not a good pose. But anyways, Spider Ahmed, man.
I'm thinking something else.
Yeah. God damn, bro. Okay, there you go. But yeah, Oliver, you have any thoughts on the whole not Paez, Estevao Willian thing?
I haven't watched him, so as an individual player and his qualities and whatnot, I have no idea. I just think the squad dynamics are going to be very interesting. We're going to, if him and Estevao are going to be here in the first team, Palmer's still going to be here. It's not looking good for your Angelos, your Maduekes, whoever else we have that can play there.
Yeah, that's the stuff that makes me think that those guys are going to get flipped.
Madueke, I hear.
Sorry?
Pure profit from Madueke, I hear. 30 million.
How are we going to do pure profit from Madueke when we spend money on him?
Well, you guys say about these players for 15 million. I can say for this guy.
Yeah, but it's not pure profit.
Okay, it's not pure profit.
Not
flip
pure
it.
profit,
Flip
but
it. We'll go flip him for 30 million.
If you sell him for more than his current book value, so what, he signed like an 8-year contract, paid 35 million for it. So
We paid. I thought we paid 22 million for Madueke.
30 something, I think.
I thought it was around the 30 mark. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
So that's around, like, if it's an 8-year deal, that's around 4 million a year. So, and what, he's now 2 years into that contract. So, his book value is now about 24 million. So sell him more than that, you got a profit.
Yeah.
There he is.
But yeah, like time will tell with Willian.
Can I be honest?
I do want to see him play more with Palmeiras, and we'll go from there. And also, ladies and gents, just a little bit of a side note: USA versus Bolivia is on, and I am gonna.
They are winning 1-0 right now. They're
winning 1-0, and I'm going to be a little sidetracked, but I'm going to still host like a G that I am. What were we going to say?
Look at that! Couldn't have been supporting his own home country of Peru. This
dude, I was born in the United States. What are you talking about?
Look at this fraud. Look at this fraud. I'm born in England.
What is this guy talking
and I'm
about?
supporting the Somali nation, man. I'm supporting the Somali.
Yeah, I still support Peru as well, but I was working during Peru. Not working today. Well, I am working technically, but all right, continue. What were we going to say about Estevao Willian?
Listen, man. Again, I'm very worried that the case for him is going to be that we're going to kind of like rush him, if that makes sense, into the first team squad.
I could see that.
That's the worry I'm having right now. Yeah, and honestly, for me personally, big worry. It's a massive worry for me personally, because I look at that and I'm thinking, what's going to happen now? Like, I would have honestly wanted, that I would have wanted, ideally for me personally, that the Foden treatment of him, where you bet him in over time, but it's not looking like that's the case. So
yeah, that would be ideal. We will see. Obviously, like they're saying, first team doesn't necessarily mean a starter, but time will tell what actually happens with Estevao Willian, if he actually does turn out to be a starter, or if he gets integrated, like you're saying, into the first team, like a Foden treatment, which I think would be ideal as well. And listen, by the time he plays, I will have considered, Caicedo, Palmer, Enzo, all these players, more experienced players now. Experience does come with seasons played under your belt, minutes played, games played, big matches, all that stuff. You can't call these players inexperienced forever. They are gonna be considered experienced players at some point, but we'll see. Okay, so now that we're done talking about Estevao, let's get into the part where Clown Lake, I'll say it now, is showing its colors now. Yeah, this is embarrassing now. This is where we start getting to the embarrassing stuff. And we will slowly but surely start talking about our sporting directors. But let's start off with the first topic I have here, which is the Pedro Lima deal was hijacked, people. Yes. Absolutely howler of reporting on this one. Absolutely howler for Chelsea to not get this, deal through. And listen, whether you rate him or not, whether you were interested or not, I know plenty of people that were upset it didn't happen, even though they didn't rate the player. I think it's just not a good look for Chelsea. And this is now the third season ongoing where we have pie on our face at some point in the transfer window, and it's not good. So let's start off with this. 17-year-old Sport Recife right back Pedro Lima has just become a Chelsea player in a deal worth £8.4 million, £5.9 million upfront, and $2.5 million in add-ons, according to Jorge Nicola. Then we have here Fabrizio pretty much saying here, Chelsea have prepared Pedro Lima deal with Strasbourg. Brazilian right back expected to join the French club from Sport Recife. Agreement on personal terms, working on final details between clubs to be sealed in the next day. Strasbourg move with view to CFC future. More from Fabrizio Romano here. More on Pedro Lima deal with Chelsea Strasbourg. Final fee will be 7.5 million euros guaranteed to Sport Recife, plus 3 million future add-ons for 2006 born Brazilian right back. Documents to be reviewed this week with his agent in London, and then deal sealed. We have here Pedro Lima on his move to Chelsea/Strasbourg. Yes, it's almost done deal, according to Fabrizio Romano. And then we have here Fabrizio. Oh, man. This is getting worse and worse for you, Fabrizio. Let me tell you, man. Chelsea verbally agreed to sign Brazilian 2006-born right back Pedro Lima from... Oh, man. He even said, here we go. Jesus Christ, Fabrizio. This is just getting worse and worse, bro. Chelsea verbally agreed to sign Brazilian 2006-born right back Pedro Lima from Sport Recife. Here we go. Key details. The deal will be done via Blueco side Strasbourg. €7 million €7 million fixed fee with €3.5 million add-ons and players' agents set to travel for final details. Welcome to the club. Best club in London, Pedro. Listen. Guess what, guys?
We will see who lied.
We will see who lied. Pedro Lima not expected to play for Sport Recife today, as Chelsea are closing in on deal via Strasbourg. All documents are being reviewed for 2006-born right back to join Blueco Group on €7 million deal plus 3.5 million in add-ons, and then the Athletic with a bit of a bumba right here. Oh boy. Pedro Lima is choosing between Wolves and Strasbourg rather than Wolves and Chelsea this summer because Josh Akingpong is viewed internally in being in front of him, And then that is probably what broke the deal down, because then we have here Fabrizio Romano, official. Wolves hijack deal with signed Pedro Lima from Sport Recife despite deal verbally agreed with Blueco Group last week. Sport Recife announced deal agreed with Wolves for 2006-born Brazilian right back. Club statement from Sport Recife confirms deal in place. Change your moniker to Here We Don't, because this was... This was a howler from Fabrizio Romano, caught in 4K. Surprised he didn't delete the tweets, because he has been deleting tweets lately, ladies and gents. We continue on. Chelsea had been pursuing deal for right back. Chelsea had stepped up their efforts to sign Lima last week after scheduling further talks with a view to him initially joining fellow Blueco-owned Strasbourg, according to David Ornstein. Wolves reached an agreement with Sport Recife to sign Pedro Lima. David Ornstein there confirms. Then we have here Monday's development between Wolves and Pedro Lima took Chelsea by surprise. Chelsea have not given up hope on the 17-year-old, but it appears as though it will be plying this trade at Molineux, according to Simon Johnson. And yeah, ladies and gents, it's embarrassing. Chelsea now have pie in their face. They could not get the deal done for Pedro Lima. I mean, my analysis on this is it's likely because Wolves are a Premier League team. It's more enticing. And Strasbourg is not a Premier League team, not as enticing. And maybe Lima now sees himself as you're going to put me to Strasbourg. That must mean you're potentially just going to sell me. Or his agents are telling him this, and there's no way I'm going to get into Chelsea. So listen, I think the fact that we are putting it all out there so constantly, so obviously for everyone to see. I think now some of these links, some of these players are now seeing that it's just it's just another cog in the wheel. Some of these players are now seeing like, oh, you don't have any interest in keeping me at Chelsea. You have interest in potentially selling me. And this happens because we put our business so out there. But yeah, guys, your thoughts on this deal collapsing? It's embarrassing, really. It's embarrassing.
Just
We're not
give me
blaming
one
Fabrizio.
moment.
Fabrizio just got it wrong.
I'm gonna give you some prop. I'm gonna give a prop right now, yeah. Bear with me for one whole moment, please. My second prop is just coming out as you speak right now.
Okay.
He's
Well,
getting his
Chris,
thoughts out.
Okay,
Oliver.
so I currently have Kinder
Oh.
Bueno. Let's imagine this
Okay.
Kinder Bueno is Strasbourg. This is Chelsea coming to me, but Chelsea is telling me, "I want you to come, but I want you to come to Chelsea. But first of all, we're gonna send you to Strasbourg." And the example I'm gonna use for Strasbourg is a KA fruit punch, sensational drink, by the way. But right, so in order for you to get to the start, you have to go through the KA pineapple, aka League 1, and then you have to go to the EPL. Then the Wolves come here with a nice piece of a milk chocolate loaf, sensational, right? And they've come to you right here, and they've said, to you, listen, you don't need to go by the K to Kinder Bueno route. We're gonna send you straight to the Kinder Bueno route. So we're gonna send you straight to the EPL, where you will be getting starting minutes and the experience. Don't need to go to League 1. When you come to us, you can be playing straight away. So who are you gonna choose, Marshall?
I got a question.
And they're gonna offer you the same wages.
What else you got in there?
Yo, you got hella snacks, bro. Like, it's actually insane.
I'm
Yeah, I
curious.
was thinking
This is,
about that. I was like, you got a lot of snacks, bro.
That is elite.
This
That
is
is
from,
elite chocolate bar.
That's from my meal deal I had today, and this one is for tomorrow. I'm gonna have that tomorrow.
Yeah. No, but like that's the thing. Like I agree.
I hear you.
Obviously, the
You're
more
perfect
enticing
snack.
deal is going to be just like go to Wolves. Like they're going to pay me the same amount, and I get to play in the EPL. I don't got to go through Strasbourg.
And fundamentally, for me, Marshall, this is where the multi-club model, where you need to be getting other stuff in, by the way, right? Where it can't Strasbourg, you need to start making that or on some level. You need to make that more enticing, bro. You need to make them not just like a team that's trying to lower mid-table side. You need them to be the upper mid-table side. You know what I mean? Someone where they're at least competing, for Conference League at the very least, right? Something like that, bro. You need to make them into some form of a Rennes. That's the example I always like to give. You need to be the Rennes of the league.
But by the way,
Okay, hold on. I just need to address some comments here because this is not the first one. It's not the last one. Ladies and gents,
I'm gonna defend Fabrizio.
why are we rewriting history? Why are we coping? When Fabrizio says "here we go," we have always known and have always associated that with, okay, we got the player. Not with, okay, they agreed a deal. Oh, okay, we're close to finishing the player. Oh, okay, this is done. Like, he's going to get his medical and we should be good. No.
Fabrizio,
9 times out of 10.
When
Go
he
ahead,
says
Oliver.
"here we go," it means it's finished, by the way.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Yes.
Like,
It's not.
the thing with like personal terms. He'll report that separately.
Yes.
He always says that first, by the way. Whenever he reports the deal, his personal terms agreed, and then he will say the price is the price, and then here we go. That's how it usually happens, boys. And if we're being real, by the way, yeah, I'm gonna repost for Fabrizio point because Vic and me, we've agreed on this for quite a while. Strasbourg, as of right now, is not attractive. So
Yeah,
you
I
need
agree.
to find something else, right? Sporting Lisbon, what's happened with that one? Until this day, we're hearing, what's it called? Yeah, nothing else has happened, right? So the Sporting Lisbon stuff, right? We've not heard about a club being brought in South America. We've not heard about any other of these clubs being brought. So what does that mean, by the way? You know what I mean?
No, guys, stop it. Like, you not you guys in the panel.
Yeah.
You guys are coping so hard. You're trying to make Fabrizio. You're trying to like really give Fabrizio the benefit of the doubt here. When
Bod.
he says "here we go," it means the deal is done. Now you're looking into the tweet and say verbal deal. He actually said verbal deal. He probably said some things to get himself out of accountability. But at the end of the day, he was fed wrong news or he got the news wrong. So that damages his reputation and his accountability. Because let's not accountability, his reliability, right? His reputation. He's deleted tweets now as well. When he says here we go, he has a fucking shirt for that purpose. It's not because here we go means like, oh, the deal could swap any minute. How often does that happen? It barely ever happens. But this season, this transfer window, he's gotten a lot wrong. And we'll get into detail as to why that probably happens. But it's very likely. And yeah, this also was said as well.
Listen, at the end of the day,
before you go, like it's also, we're going to talk into details. It's probably likely also that Fabrizio Romano has become way too mainstream, and there are people trying to sabotage his reputation. The links that he has now have become more, I guess, for lack of a better term, corrupt. But when he says, here we go, 9 times out of 10, it's a done deal. It's done. People already confirm, okay, he's going to Chelsea. Okay, he's going to Strasbourg. You never, ever, and stop lying to yourself. Say, okay, Fabrizio said, here we go. This could potentially change. This could potentially still go sideways. You never say that. When Fabrizio says, here we go, you guys all agree, like, oh, cool, we got him. It's done. None of you say, oh, verbal agreement, it could still turn around. I need to see it officially being done. When Fabrizio says, here we go, you guys already associate it with officially done.
You know where it is, guys? Yeah, I understand what Marshall was coming from in the sense that to the general audience, to the general football fan, when they hear "here we go," it means finite incantatum. You know what I mean? The book is closed. This guy's going to the club. Well, I know he may correct that impression in the sense that he may be saying. Oh,
now he's correcting it, I'm sure.
Yeah, right. He's corrected it. That's fine. Like, listen, you guys know me. I can understand. We understand that, by the way. I just think Marsh was more so saying, you know, to the average general football audience, right? When you hear "here we go," we expect "here we go," right? We're not trying to do it. We're not hearing that, you know, as Chelsea eye test kind of explains, you know, sorry, VAR test has shown Chelsea, you know, have put the red card in. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So listen.
For Fabrizio's VAR when the deal went through.
I think though. He changes. I think the agent and him change his mind literally last second. And Fabrizio they all had the contract done, written,
could have happened,
and almost done. Like, you know, probably finalizing the final deal, and then last second it changed, and he said, "Here we go." I think it's just, yeah, you could say like Fabrizio made a mistake on it, but like I think stuff like that can happen. Remember Willian's deal where they thought he's going to Tottenham, and he did the medical and everything, and then we hijacked it last second. It's beautiful stuff, but it can happen, stuff like that, where it looks like that player is definitely going there. He may even said, "Here we go" for Willian to Spurs back then. I
don't think he was back then. Like,
I don't think he was that. I think DiMarzio was the guy.
I reckon he would have said, "Here we go" by then, because that is like almost done.
But here's the thing: like, it's probably likely.
I hear what you're saying, though, Marshall.
It's probably likely. Yeah, exactly. It's probably likely that now he's going out saying on his Twitter, or not his Twitter, probably his Twitter, but on his Twitch and his YouTube channels, trying to correct the notion that, oh, here we go only means no. Prior to this transfer window, all of us had a certain impression about what here we go meant. And here we go meant that the player is that team's player now. And nothing is going to happen to change it. Obviously, things do happen, last minute things. And I'm not even, like, here's the thing. The whole point of this segment about talking about Fab and all this stuff isn't really to bash Fabrizio. It's more so to bash the club. Because the negotiations, which we'll get to this, the negotiations, not just this transfer window, not just the last transfer window, not even just the transfer window before that, are shambolic. And I'm so sick and tired of it. So fucking fed up with the way we negotiate. We'll get into details and I'll start to pitch my ideas on it, but it's embarrassing that we are putting our transfer business out there so publicly for this to happen constantly now. It's not the first time. It's not the last time. It's not even the freaking third or fourth time. This is consistently happening where we are not getting negotiations done and we are embarrassing ourselves in the transfer window. Other teams look at how we do business and take a mick at us. Like that's the part that's annoying me. And that's the part that like now for me, I have to question every single source now. I like we named it before. Anything from The Athletic, as far as I'm aware, they've gotten things right. But now even Fabrizio Romano, I can't see as a reliable source because you know what? Guys, let's get into the next thing that really, really drove this home for me. That really, really annoyed me. Let's get to the meats and potatoes of this stream. The main topic. Olise to Bayern. So you guys seen it. You guys saw it. This happened. And you guys, if you've come to the show prior, you guys know I really like Olise. I've wanted this player since we were linked to him last season. When it didn't happen last season, I gave up on it. I moved on. I was thinking, Madueke's the future, all this and all that. And here we are again, this summer transfer window. The links are back. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this is great. Olise is still on the table. And all this for it to fall and collapse again. And I'm livid. I am livid because I really wanted this player. Yes, we don't necessarily need him. We don't need another right-winged attacker and all that and this and that. I get that. But if let's just say, for example, if Kylian Mbappe is in the market and we have brilliant left wingers, am I going to say no to the opportunity to sign in Kylian Mbappe? No. But, you know, I'm not saying Olise is comparable, but I do rate Olise really highly. So when Olise is available, bruh, get Olise. I think we should get Olise. You know, if a Harry Kane's available, but, you know, we got Nicholas Jackson doing decently and whatever striker doing decently, bro, give me Harry Kane. Let's get elite. You know, if it fits the model, then sure. If it's elite and it fits the model, perfect. Olise was that guy. Elite and he fits the model. People are going to say injury prone. Bro, look at the transfer market for his injury. He's not injury prone, okay? He had one bad injury-ridden season last season, and you could say it's the same exact injury that happened the season before that. Other than that, he has a pretty clean record in injuries. So he's not injury prone. We didn't need him on the right wing, sure, but he was better than the options that we have, barring Cole Palmer. But Cole Palmer, the idea was to move him to number 10 and fit him in the right wing because he was going to be better than Nani Madueke. Which I could still see Nani Madueke reaching those levels. Don't get me wrong, I still rate Nani Madueke, but I wanted Olise. But enough of me ranting about Olise. Let me actually get to the news about Olise and actually tell you what happened. And then you guys, the floor is yours. All right, so this would happen earlier in the week since last time we spoke on Olise. Everything was building up to look like Olise was going to happen to Chelsea. We have The Athletic here reporting that Chelsea have been given the go-ahead to speak to Crystal Palace's Michael Olise. So none of these accusations of tapping up the player and all this jazz and all that. Then we have here Fabrizio. Exclusive. Crystal Palace have offered a new deal to Michael Olise, higher salary and new release clause for 2025. Understand despite this, Chelsea still confident as they push to agree on personal terms. It's up to the player. Bayern and Newcastle also allowed to talk to Olise. Mind you, we're not hearing much about Bayern and Newcastle at this point in the week because they got their business done on the DL. But that's besides the point. So new, Olise gets a percentage from the release clause, so that makes personal terms a bit more time consuming if Chelsea plan to present a different offer to Palace rather than trigger the clause outright. We continue on. Chelsea are really pushing to reach an agreement on personal terms with Michael Olise. This is the mission for Chelsea. They are in negotiations and had contacts with Palace a few days ago. So Chelsea are pushing on this one. And Olise is the top, in caps, top target. Fabrizio Romano telling us over and over again. Operation Olise. Chelsea are obsessed with Olise. All this, Olise that. Olise this. Chelsea are favorites for Olise. Chelsea are the number one target for Olise. All this. We continue on. Should Michael Olise make the switch to Chelsea? Chelsea will regard it as him and Nani Madueke fulfilling the 2 players for every position mantra most leading clubs aim for. Simon Johnson is reporting here. And mind you, you guys got to remember, we are in the Club World Cup next season, which the Blue Co rate highly. They want to compete in that, and we're also in a conference league if we decide to actually compete for it and not throw it away in the qualifier. So that's still to be determined. But these are highly ranked and highly rated in the owner's eyes, and we are going to need players and staff to compete and rotate out, right? So we continue on. While Chelsea is finding a striker, again, Fabrizio Romano saying this, the Olise operation is still ongoing. I will update you in the next few hours and days on this. Chelsea are activating all their best possibilities for Olise and are trying for an agreement. We continue on. Matt Law reporting here. I think at the moment I'd have Chelsea as favorites. Chelsea, Newcastle, and Bayern have all been given permission to speak to him. All went to Palace first, and they are being grown up about it and allowing clubs to start talks with him. Interesting word choice there.
Marshall, got a little cheeky update for you on Olise. If you like, that just came up from Nizar. I'm gonna put it into the chat, and I'll give you the tweet link too, bro. 1 second.
Okay, cool. The main few things that I'm hearing is that Michael Olise's relationship with Joe Shields is really strong. They have maintained a close relationship, and I'm told Joe is the one pushing this deal, according to Alex Goldberg when he was quoted in the in his playback. So Alex Goldberg also had some opinions as to why this went wrong, which I'm going to state after the tweets. But we'll continue on. Chelsea. Now, this is the bomb right here. The Ornstein dagger, but more like an Ornstein sword at this point. Chelsea withdraw from process to buy
Sword?
Yeah. Well, that's a katana. The Ornstein
A katana is a type of
sword.
Sword.
Type of metal blade.
Wow, we doing that.
So Chelsea withdraw from process to buy Michael Olise. Oh, Jesus Christ. Finances involved, Chelsea felt were beyond reach. Bullshit. I call absolute bullshit. Maybe that's part of it, but that's not the whole thing. We continue on. Michael Olise has chosen to join Bayern Munich. And we have here, Olise has chosen Bayern Munich over Chelsea. He wants to play Champions League, according to Fabrice Hawkins. I think that's part of it as well. Chelsea started to feel strange 2 days ago when Palace offered Olise a new deal, which I will say I did. It was kind of a red flag for me. Why are Palace offering him another deal after they just offered him a deal for this season? They understood he still wasn't sold on Chelsea project, but they still kept their confidence because there had been negotiations and speaking more than 1 year, which again, salary being an issue when we were speaking to him since last season, it just doesn't make sense to me. So we have here, Chelsea tried and tried again to present their project and ideas, so they had a feeling to convince Olise and make it happen as their top target. After days of negotiation, Olise told Palace he wanted to join Bayern. Chelsea left early because they felt the design was too expensive. So in terms of, I guess, the financial breakdown, how they were going to pay it off. Chelsea were not happy with the financials of the Olise deal, but it is honest and correct to say that his decision was to go to Bayern. He made it clear that this was the project he wanted, to play Champions League football. Bayern will pay in the region of £50 million for Michael Olise. And then we have here the confirmation, the verbal agreement. Bayern have informed Crystal Palace already yesterday about formal process to trigger the release clause for Michael Olise. 45 million fixed fee for Crystal Palace, 5 million in add-ons, also part of the deal. Personal terms agreed yesterday over a 5-year deal. Here we go. And then Ahmed, you had a final thing you wanted to show me. Let me see something here. Let me pull this up for you guys. Oops. Give me 1 second. Bear with me. Okay. Chelsea still want to sign winger after seeing primary target Michael Olise opt to join Bayern Munich and amid disagreement over wages and demands and his squad role. Squad role? I would assume he's a starter if he comes to the team.
BS.
Yeah, it might be BS, but here's the thing. There's 3 reasons I think this doesn't work out. That didn't work out. 1, sure, there might have been finances involved. Probably the salary, right?
Yeah.
So there's that. Alex Goldberg, second reason here, Alex Goldberg had mentioned that Rumor has it that apparently the Olise camp wasn't very happy with the fact that we weren't pursuing him as a main priority, a main target. We were doing Estevao Willian deals and Adarabayo deals and all this. Meanwhile, we're just, keeping Olise on hold and not prioritizing, even though we have Fabrizio Romano coming out and saying we're obsessed with the player and Operation Olise and he's our number one target and all this and that. Apparently, that frustrated the camp, which obviously doesn't make negotiating any easier. And considering this has been going on for 2 summers now, I'm sure it doesn't look good. And honestly, guys, this isn't the first time this has happened with Chelsea. The same thing was happening with Enzo. The same thing happened with Caicedo. There is now a reoccurring theme here that I am not liking, where we cannot seem to prioritize our number one targets. And our number one targets, we seem to struggle very, very highly with. We'll get into more details about that. But this is the thing that is frustrating me. Why are we struggling with our number one target so much? Why are we dilly-dallying so much with our number one target? And the third thing is, I think Champions League did actually play a part on this one. I think this did actually burn us. I don't think it's the end-all be-all when it comes to player transfers, which when it comes to the Champions League thing. But there are some players that, like Olise, do actually care about Champions League. And so we lost him as a result of not being in Champions League. Also, that does play into the funds as well. Maybe we don't, disagree as much on the finances when it comes to signing an Olise because we have funds from Champions League. And that's another thing too I want to add with the finances. I need to correct the notion here. There's a lot of people saying that there is a 150 salary cap on players. That's bullshit. Okay? There's not. There's context to it. There is, if there is, which by the way, I don't think there is because I think Caicedo or Enzo are making 180.
Enzo's on
I think
150.
Enzo is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Caicedo's on 150, yeah.
And I don't disagree with it either. Here's the thing. They make a base of 150. If this is exactly how it's been reported, the idea is at Chelsea, you make a base salary, right? You could potentially make 300K a week, but that is highly dependent on your performances because guess what, guys? That is what an incentivized contract is. You get paid the more you hit your incentives. So I remember prior to the ownership taking over, so many people were for the incentivized contracts. Now it seems like everyone has forgotten we are on incentivized contracts. So the money is still good at Chelsea, but you have to perform because the last thing we need is another Romelu Lukaku who is eating up 300 plus K a week doing absolutely fuck all. So to a certain extent, this incentivizes players to play at their best of their ability and hit their targets, which for some players, they're not up to scuff for it. They don't want to do that, which is fine. You don't have to. If you don't like the structure, that's fine. But stop listening to people telling you that we don't pay more than 150. We're not brokies. There is money at Chelsea, but it is incentivized, which is why Cole Palmer is now getting, according to rumor, a better deal at Chelsea, a new contract offer because of how well he did for us this season. And here's the thing. I'm not opposed to paying players more of a base salary, but it depends on the player. For me, I'm not opposed to giving Olise, say, a base salary of 200K a week. Maybe even arguably 250K a week. That's arguable, right? Depending on that fee. I'm not opposed to it. But if you want to earn upwards of 250 or upwards of 300K a week, you need to earn it with incentives. And that's how it works at Chelsea. And people seem to freaking forget that. So I needed to put that out there as well. So it's not this whole, we don't pay salary caps. Or we don't pay more than 150. That's bullshit. We do. It's incentivized. So remember that when people tell you that on Twitter or wherever, just correct the notion. But go ahead, Ahmed.
I'll put the finger up for a big reason. I want to talk about these wages, this wage structure, incentivized staff, and etc. Now, I think for me at Chelsea, I think the vast majority of those guys that we have put on crazy wages were the wrong people. When Lukaku happened, I said before back then that was not great. There's been a bunch of other players that have done that. For Cho, we put on 100k a week. You know what I mean? Another gentleman that's actually at the club right now. No, not Raheem Sterling, right?
Yeah, that was a mistake.
The defender right now that we have, whose name I forgot, that just keeps on getting 100k a week, but he's
Fofana?
No,
Malang Sarr.
Right?
I mean, that's understandable in a way.
Right, even Fofana to an extent, right? Wesley Fofana, the wages that you put him on, right?
Chilwell.
So those are failures of the football club, right? Where they haven't paid the right people those type of wages, basically, in my personal opinion. But, and I'm going to repeat this again, Chelsea are not brokies, but Chelsea have a salary cap right now, right? The max they're willing to pay for any player right now is 150k a week. Let's not get that twisted, by the way. You know, we can dilly-dally around it. You know, we can go hipster around it. But the reality is, 150k, boys, that's it. We're not paying you anything else. And the moment that happens, you are cutting yourself off from a certain tier of players. And you, as fans, have to accept that. And if I hear any fan demand Niko Williams again, shut up. Yeah, if I hear anyone demand Florian Wirtz to Chelsea, shut up. If I hear any of my fans ask for Musiala, shut up. If I ask anyone else to demand those type of wages, you're not going to get these players. Those players are going to be asking for 250, 300k, and 350k, 325 to 350k a week. That's what they're going to be asking for. And if your own wage budget cannot allow you to bring in one or two players with it above that within that class range of wage structure, then you have issues. Particularly in my personal opinion, when you are now saying this season has to be top 4, right? That we are now working in bargain basement. I'm hearing about Jonathan David. Jesus, I can't say Jesus Christ, but you know what I mean. Lord have mercy. I'm hearing that's what we're going for. I'm hearing about Fabian Rui to be competing for the backup striker, alongside Jackson. What the hell's going on? This also makes more sense now as to why Osimhen's not been gone for, by the way, because they're like he's not going to fit the wage bracket.
Yeah, he'd want 300, wouldn't he? Near 300 miles.
And literally, Corey Parrott's comment right here. Chelsea have no intention to do something crazy for players. It has to be the right for the summer. This summer, they believe, for example, Niko Williams' wage would cause internal problems.
It probably would.
So again, you're losing out on the almost top players. By the way, in that position, boys, we're losing out on the top players in that position. Niko Williams is one of the best in the left wingers, right? So, you're not going to be getting him anytime soon. Lamine Yamal, right now, can you get Lamine Yamal with on our current wage structure? No. Master the panel here, the question. No, you can't. So listen, I want us to know, by the way, that we are actively, we are actively, by the way, making sure there's an echelon of players, right? By the way, that we're moving ourselves on. To my guy Kieran Richards, I am not comparing Olise to those players, but I am telling you though, you look at the guys that we're targeting and look at the wages that they are on currently. Jonathan David, by the way, is only on £30,000 a week. By the way, was it called Leo?
Is it the Canadian?
The Canadian gentleman. So if you look at how much it's going to be, you can pretty much double that 60k and 65 contract. This also for me begins to be a bigger worry for me personally, on the guys like Cole Palmer, a Malo Gusto, even a Nicholas Jackson. Let's say even hypothetically a Madueke continues to rise up the levels and continues to get better and better and better. What happens when these guys are consistently giving you 30 GNA? What's it called?
I wouldn't be too worried.
No. You have to be worried, because what happens if they then start demanding, I want 200k a week, 250k a week, please? And what are you then going to say? Sorry, wage structure here. It's time for me to.
No, they get it because they've earned it.
No, but hang on. You talk about the wage structure, and I get it. Like, it's not unlimited funds, but Lukaku could be gone by then. Sterling could not be gone. I know, but those wages get dropped.
Again, you're not understanding.
Let Chris land.
No, but like those wages get dropped and they can be used for more players. I get it. Like it's not unlimited right now because we are having like Chilwell. Hopefully Chilwell's gone to him because he's on 250. Lukaku, he's on 325 or something a week or something. Hopefully those wages are dropped. And then what's his name? Sterling's on 300 something k a week as well. Hopefully those are dropped. That is like literally like $1 million. A week right there. could be dropped in itself.
Okay, so okay,
and that could
all
be
this-
used for other
all that
players.
money, all that money you're saying, yeah, that may well and truly be true, but they are not doing that. They have set
Not yet.
they have set themselves a hard salary cap, bro, and
No.
they are not going to. It doesn't look like to me they are willing to break that salary cap, in my personal opinion.
It will drop it. They want to sell Lukaku. They want to sell that fucker. Like they were trying.
No, I'm not talking about Lukaku again. I'm not talking about Lukaku.
No,
Lukaku
but
again,
like those
my
wages
main-
can be used.
my point, they can be used, but what are those wages going towards currently, boy? Let's be realistic. By
Oh,
the way,
right
guys.
now, yeah. It's
Let's be
Lukaku.
no. Let's not do this here. I'm gonna be the honest here. What is this wages going for? Pedro
Sorry?
really, well, potentially Estevao, potentially a other gentleman we're getting, a Kindred Piers, right? The gentleman Anselmino we're about to buy,
They're probably not
Marco
that
Rui,
much.
right? No. But look at if you split up Lukaku's wage, right? It's 325k. Look how many players they could probably get for 325k a week here with what they're trying to do right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know what the wages are right now. But
Exactly. So then look how much you can do. If Lukaku's wages, you can get a bunch of up-and-coming players that the club is clearly trying to do as well, right? And I'm sorry to tell you, yeah, Ray Allen, I fundamentally listen. Our stadium is 42k. I do not care about that nonsense here because the club themselves here have not actually brought forward a credible plan here on what to do. What do they want to leave the stadium or not? Do they wish to leave the stadium or not? Right? Have they brought a credible plan for that, guys? Yes or no? No, they have not. Right? Listen, no, we haven't. Right? So let's be honest about that. They have not brought a credible plan for that first and foremost. And until they do, I am not having that rubbish. By the way, like bring me a credible plan. Then yeah, if they're doing some other nonsense like that, then we will see, bro.
So, I disagree with a few points that you stated. Right? Like I said, if you want to earn your 250, your 200, your 300k a week, we are on an incentivized pay structure. That means hit your incentives. Cole Palmer, I won't be surprised if we hear that he earns more than 150k a week in a year's time. If he keeps up this form, perfect. Same thing with Malagusto. Same thing with Enzo and so on and so forth. I think the ability to earn that wage is there at Chelsea. However, your base wage isn't going to reflect it. And that could be a turnoff for some people. Some people don't want to work. Like, let's be honest. There are jobs where, yeah, maybe your base rate isn't that great, but you can earn a lot if you do this, that, and that. Sales is one of those. Like, I work in sales. Yes, my base salary, not that great. But because I accomplished so many incentives in sales, dude, I'm earning really good money. Well, better money than my base wage. You get what I'm saying? So that goes for the players as well. I think, and listen, this is all kind of speculation at the moment because it's still early in the ownership. Time will tell if this is actually what happens, where these players that are more veterans and establish themselves in the future actually do end up earning more. Time will tell. The proof is in the pudding, right? So we will see if this actually comes to fruition. But as of right now, the understanding that I have is that players will be able to earn more money than their 150k a week or 180k a week cap if they hit their incentives and their team incentives, so on and so forth. So if the team does well, everyone gets paid well. And that's how we actually used to run the football club back when Roman first started, I believe. So it's nothing really different than how we used to run things. And we were doing well under then. So I do think these players, there's just some players that don't want to work that way, which is fine. And Ahmed's right. We do leave ourselves out of the running for some of these players. But at the same time, I still stick to this idea because this is one thing I don't think has been debunked from what I said. Champions League, yeah, and by the way, I think when we get to Champions League, our players will get a massive pay rise. Yeah, exactly. That time will tell. Maybe then Olise's high wage demands wouldn't have been a problem, but unfortunately, we're not in Champions League right now, which, again, that's a big part of it. But here's the other point I wanted to land as well. I do believe... Shit. It's escaping me right now. No. So I was talking about potentially earning. Okay, here we go. I still believe that the route that we're going in terms of transfers is we do not want to pay overs for players. We do not want to pay for the proven player because of how often in the past it has hurt the club. Look at those big wages and those big transfer fees that we've paid and how it still hurts us to this day. Romelu Lukaku and Kepa are two of those big one standouts. I think Blueco have seen that strategy and see how it's still hurting the club and how it's hurt the club in the long run. And their strategy is, we're not going to do that. We're not going to give players automatically high wages. We're going to go for the low ball, the low hanging fruit. We're going to pay for potential, which honestly, Estevao Willian is a very risky transfer fee. For 50, that's a really high price to pay for a kid who has not proven himself. But time will tell if they get pie in their face for that one, because I think that goes against this notion I'm saying, right? But I think they are trying to avoid getting burned by these known entities that are going to want high wages and a high transfer fee. And so they're going to go towards, I will answer your question momentarily, Vic. Okay, patience. I'm in my monologue right now, okay? Calma. I think they're going to go for the lesser costing or more cost efficient players, which are the unproven ones, and not get burned as much, because let's be honest, it's better to lose out on 40 to 50 million than 80 to 100 million and have it flop. That's my 2 cents. I don't know if anyone wants to add to that. And what's your question here, Vic? Real quick, let me just answer this question. I'm sorry. So, Marshall, if another job offer comes for you with a higher guaranteed base salary, would you take it? Because I don't understand this waffle. Yeah, I would take it. That's fine. That's fine. That's why I said in the beginning, I have always said, maybe the base salary for Chelsea isn't for everyone. Not everyone wants to work an incentivized thing. That's fine. Niko Williams doesn't want to do that. Olise doesn't want to do that. Maybe Olise also wants Champions League. And we've had other players turn us down before. What was the do you remember his name, Ahmed? The one player that was a striker that turned us down?
Sesko?
No, not Sesko. Last summer. He was linked to Fulham as well. He was a striker from France. Montpellier?
Iwahi.
Iwahi.
Yeah, but you know why
turned us down as well.
You know why he turned us down, though? Because you were trying to send him to Strasbourg when he was already at Montpellier.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah, that's very true. I think another reason could have been too, because like, bro, why do I want to be on an incentivized wage? I think that's a factor you got to think into consideration.
No. The reason why he literally didn't want to come to us was because of Strasbourg, bro. It wasn't the wages.
Okay, fair enough. But like, I'm just saying, players are going to consider how they're going to get paid when they go to these clubs, and some people.
I want to reply to. I really want to reply to your comment about the idea that about the players that will be brought.
Players potentially getting paid.
Right,
yeah.
And everything like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to answer this question. Marshall, we are doing this thing of bringing players before they become players and bringing them on incentivized contracts, correct? Right? So doing all of that stuff as we're speaking about it and doing, right? That conversely can be very similar to what we were doing previously at the top, where yes, there's gonna be some players that we're gonna bring in that are gonna be able to be hidden gems and gonna bang, but some of them are not gonna be able to do so, bro. You know what I'm saying to you? Right? So fundamentally, for me personally, it's not gonna always work out with both the younger players, just as it hasn't with the older players. Again, I just want us, to be able to, again, when we have a wage structure, with this wage structure, it should have the ability for at least 1 or 2 players, right? I'm not saying we need to get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get the point I'm trying to make, right? There should be at least the 1 or 2 players you might want to add to the team for it to be, get to that next stage. We're asking for UCL football this season. Yes, people may say that the squad right now is pretty much already close to it, right? I would assume that many of us on this panel will say that, but at the same time, you might want a guy that's a bit more consistent. Doesn't need to be Olise. I can understand people who say Olise 200k is too much. I 100% understand that, right? 220k. Yeah. But at the same time, there's got to be.
I disagree, but yeah.
Listen, you know me. I'm a big Olise fan.
I'm fine with that price for him, but go ahead.
Yeah. I agree with that too, by the way. You know me, right? But there's going to be people that are going to be like, 220k is way too much for him, right? But the moment, though, you do that sort of thing, by the way, you are again, right? What's it called? Yeah, cutting yourself. You know what I mean? There's a level of where you are cutting yourself, right? So even if people, I know, for example, there's someone doesn't like, what's it called? What's his name? Osimhen, for example, right? So like, for example, myself, but from what we've heard, wages have been a part of that too. So Again, that's something apparently that would be unsettling the squad. Niko Williams, you've seen before. So there's going to be a bunch of those type of guys that you're just going to be completely losing out on. As long as I'm happy, as long as we as fans understand that, yeah, I'm happy about that. I just don't want us to be seeing people like complaining about that sort of thing. That's all I have to say on that one.
I mean, and here's the thing. I just want to point out something, right? I don't necessarily mind the recruitment approach. Like
exactly, I agree with you. Yeah,
it doesn't bother me that we're not going for proven players. That's not it for me. What's bothering me now is the franticness of how we're moving, because we're not like we're missing out on our first targets, like our first pick targets. Like Olise was first choice target. Now we're scrambling for other targets that we haven't heard of, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, you're plan B, plan C." Like, I don't like that. If you're gonna recruit youngsters, we're gonna recruit these unknown players. Recruit your first choice ones. Yes, sometimes it works out. I understand that Cole Palmer was second choice to Olise. Everyone's been saying that. Olise was a first choice. Then we ended up for Cole Palmer when it didn't work out. And it worked out perfectly for us in that sense. That's fine. That's not always going to happen. If we go for our first choice target, then I'm more inclined to think that we'll get more Olise types, more Cole Palmer types. That's I get confidence in that because I think our recruitment team has a good eye for talent. I think if we go for a first choice, we get good players, good youngsters that you guys may have not heard of. I'm hearing some of these links, which we'll get to, and I'm like, who the fuck was that? You guys weren't talking about him 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It seems like you're now desperate to find someone, and now that doesn't give me confidence.
And Marshall, I want to add something else to this point that you're making here, which is that, you know, I was just reading a comment, yeah, which is that we also as fans, I think we need to, you know, the expectations we have of the team, I feel like we need to reduce the expectations we have of the team. That's all I'm gonna have the hot take. This is a hot take, but I need to be honest when I say that, by the way. We need to reduce the belief we have in that team. Because if this is the way we are going, right, and this is the way we're going to be producing stuff, that means these guys are gonna need time to develop, and then if they do move on, because they may want bigger wages and we cannot offer that for them, for example, or we're like, listen, that's the level we can go towards. And then they move on. Then we're probably gonna have to bring a guy in again with potential. Yeah. So that means we're almost, you know, at a model which, you know, a lot of people don't like to hear. There's a certain type of model that is called, you know what I mean? And that's not something we don't want to hear on this channel. I'm pretty sure Chris in particular does not want to hear that sort of model. Am I not right, Chris? Right? That's what happens. That's what's gonna happen. Right. So as such, right, some level of temperance of expectation is gonna need to be had.
I agree. I mean, Curry, you just joined in on us. I'm sure you have something.
Uncomfortable conversation, though.
Yeah, it is. I'm not liking where this is going, but go ahead, Curry.
There's quite a few things I'm disagreeing with you guys on, to be honest.
Okay.
Go ahead.
First of all, the wages. I think we have Pedro Nkunku. There's rumors on 191, Enzo's on 180, and Caicedo's on 150, and that's just base salary without incentives, right? So it's not like we're being cheap about that. Second point with regards to, yes, Nkunku's on 191. Well, that's what Joey from Casually FC with his link. That was 2 days ago from what I saw.
It's 120, bro. No, I thought it was 120 without incentives.
I don't know. I'm just referring to what Joey sent on the group for Carefree Lewis. It was like 191 for Nkunku apparently, and 180 for Enzo. So I don't know. Different sites are giving me different things. So I'm just referring to that for now. And then with regards to some of these players, these are like, what do you have in specific with regards to the young players, Marshall? Like, you're seeing some of these signings we haven't heard of. Like, I want to go point by point if you don't mind. So I want to be kind of consistent with that. So what do you have? Because like, we haven't heard of some of these guys. So I just, go ahead.
So I don't mind the links to Jhon Duran, for example. We'll get into details about this. I don't like the links to Jhon Duran, but hey, if it's your first choice, then you see something in him, right?
Sure, okay.
And then when Jhon Duran doesn't work out, all of a sudden, Omorodion comes out of nowhere. That doesn't fill me with confidence that, okay, this guy was our first target from the beginning. I think that's a whole bunch of bullshit.
Who's Omorodion?
Yeah, Samu Omorodion from Atletico.
It means Samuel Omorodion. Omorodion.
Oh, sorry.
Ludwig's on 100k, by the way, Ahmed.
No, he's actually on 50k. That's about this. So anything I'm showing you here is no incentivized. So Mudrik's on 50k without incentives right now. Same with Madueke. Without incentives, that's what he's on right now.
So that's a big one for me, Curry. And now these other strikers that we're being linked with, like Guiu, however you say his name, like it just for me, it's like
Guiu's on literally 5 million, and he's going to Strasbourg. He's literally 5 million. He's 5 million pounds, 6 million euros.
We'll get to that story, but like I haven't read about it yet. But yeah, go ahead.
No. But then there's reports saying he's literally going to be loaned to Strasbourg. So he's not like a backup signing. He's just a signing we're going to develop and can flip. Or if he's really that good, as Barcelona fans have been saying, because they're crying that, because of Victor Roque, because we spend big money on Victor Roque, we have to get rid of this guy, who they think is better than Victor Roque. I'm just saying I'm Barca fans in the TL right now, right? Not like I know about Barca's youth that's close to Chelsea's. And it's only 5 million, so I don't mean taking
But the biggest
risk.
example of this, right, is Samu. That one's a big one that I'm like, okay,
yeah,
now we're fucking around.
Like we put a
Atletico won 80 million for him.
Yeah, and that's why we put like 42, and then after that we backed away. Now we got this guy, and we're linked with Jonathan David. And here's the thing, like I don't get this thing about complaining about Jonathan David. I'm sorry.
Reserve your talks on Jonathan David, because we will discuss that. Because I agree with you so far what you're saying, but I mean,
it's just I'm not gonna go too deep into it. But with regards to Jonathan David, I'm like, we wanted someone who's won a proven winner. He's won the league in Lille in his first season. We want someone who's kind of in their prime. He's 24, turning 25. We want someone who's a proven goal scorer, and he's produced almost 20 goals for the past 3 seasons in the league. Now we're going to complain about how he scores these goals. You're saying 9 penalties. Last season that just passed, he only scored 2 penalties. The season before, when he was second in the league behind Mbappe for scoring, he scored 9 pens. So now we're going to discount pens because we have Cole Palmer, who had 22 in the league. And we're going to discount pens now.
But again, let's not focus on David just yet.
I'll definitely speak on my opinion on David, because I kind of disagree with CP, because I've watched him before for a while.
I do. I'm Canadian. I watch.
Bro, I get it, bro. No one's disagreeing with you, CP. But I'm just gonna come from my viewpoint. That's the only.
We'll get to David, guys. We'll get to David. But what was the other points that you were in contention with? Yeah.
So like the wage thing, I think everyone's having different numbers, but I don't think we have a strict one. And for example, with Liverpool, only 2 players currently are over 200k earning, which is Virgil van Dijk and Salah, and that was only after they literally won the Champions League and won the league, when they got these mega contracts of 300k. Alisson's still on 180k right now for Liverpool. Arguably the best goalkeeper or top 3 goalkeepers in the world. It's still on 180k. Mane was on 180k too until he went to Bayern and then Saudi.
Yeah.
Right?
That's why I don't disagree with the wages, Curry.
That's what I'm saying. That's the base salary, not the incentives. The time they got the big money for Salah and Van Dijk is after they literally won the Champions League and the league. And that's what I'm pretty sure we would be willing to do, because we literally got 100 million for winning the Champions League. I'm pretty sure we wouldn't mind spending that money and lots of money for winning the league, all those TV rights. So I don't think we're going to be that strict on that, because if you're talking about it, we're moving like the Brighton model. No, we're very similar to the Liverpool model, the model that everyone like Michael Edwards is loving. The one that we kind of wanted Michael Edwards to be in our club for, where we get these players who are quote unquote unknown or cheap or bargains. We flip them or get them for lower wages, and they do way better for us. Right? That's what we did with the Gusto, with the Cole Palmer. Actually, I don't even think Jackson was our first choice striker. I think it was El Awahi, and then he rejected us, and then we got Jackson.
Jackson was done the first, actually. Jackson was done fast before even El Awahi. So then you're telling me we were going for Jackson and we were going to buy El Awahi at the same time as a backup. Remember, El Awahi was for Strasbourg, bro. They were trying to do a development thing with him.
Yeah,
that was the whole point.
I get that. So when we were going for this Barcelona guy for 5 million, then why are we complaining? He's literally going for Strasbourg, right? He's 5 million, like easy flip. So it's like, what do we want to do? We're very similar to Liverpool, like same trajectory, because they were 8th their first season, then went to 6th or something, then went to 4th. And some of the teams around us are not the strongest right now. Like Liverpool, we don't know what's going to happen with Slot. We don't know with the Villa. Literally, they lost Douglas Luiz and got 28 million. They strengthened their left back position with Maatsen, but they got 2 youngsters coming in with that Juventus deal. And they're also in PSL trouble. We're never going to trust Spurs with spending money and consolidating anything in their lives, especially when they just re-signed Werner on loan. So we have a genuine shot. Heck, Newcastle's has PSR trouble.
Yeah, that is all that stuff you're saying is true. It's just for me, it's when we don't get our first choice where I get frustrated, and I'm getting frustrated in the sense that this isn't the first time it's happening now, Curry. It's been happening multiple times with multiple targets. Which
so can you give me an example of who, if you don't mind? Sorry, because we've got Caicedo, who was our first target in a sense.
Hold off on that, because I do want to get to that topic. No, you're fine, dude. We'll get into more depth into that topic, because I mean, unless you guys want to mention another thing on Olise, I'm ready to move on to the next topic. That's going to be a big topic of ours too.
I want to go back to some of the wages stuff, right? Which is that I just think fundamentally, I understand Thingy's point about the two players that are on 180k weight and stuff like that, Liverpool. But I think a big part of that is also who's the manager there, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that definitely also plays a part. But the problem is, right, when you've got a guy like Enzo Maresca as your manager, when you got and you're asking for top four, there's going to be some players where you're going to have to pay a bit more over the odds. That's what it's going to be, bro. People may not like to hear that, but that is the reality, bro. It's just the reality, bro. You know what I mean? It's not always going to be. You're not always going to be lucky enough to get Van Dijk on that sort of wage, bro. You know what I mean? If we create our own version of Van Dijk, for example, it's not always going to be like that, bro. That's all it is. And I think for me, right, we go to when you look at the options of targets. I've said this before. Samu Omorodion, bro. I watched Las Palmas, I think, a few times last season. Yeah, when they were playing against Madrid and Barcelona, and I didn't even remember him. You know what I mean? That's how. And when I heard that you played for Las Palmas, I was like, I'm actually stupid, because how can I not know it? A player that we're going after. By the way, I actually felt stupid for that, right? And then when you're hearing Jonathan David, for example, he's not as bad as Samu Omorodion, but he doesn't. For me, the floor raiser between him and Jackson, honestly, it's not that much. It's not that much for me personally.
Like I said,
we'll get to him,
we'll talk on
David.
Yeah.
This the thing fundamentally, though, the wage
hold
stuff.
Your thoughts on David.
I want us just to understand, and I hope everyone in this panel can understand. When we are going for some people, I'm hearing saying when they get UCL football, we're going to be doing stuff. I personally am of the belief that might not be. That's not going to be the case either. I think because of the fact they follow this new model religiously, I do not currently envision that being the case. Maybe it might be, and I'm proven wrong personally. But as of right now, I don't see that being the case. So,
but do you think it's resource allocation with regards to, for example, with Olise, right? It's like we have already a couple of right wingers. Do we want to play this right winger 200 something K, right? Whereas we might be more desperate in the future, for a left winger or another.
Curry Pirate. I would have agreed with you, Curry Pirate. But the thing is, they're saying that now for a left winger, which they know that a left winger now for Niko Williams, which they're saying they desperately need. They probably don't believe in Sterling. They're probably in the last chance saloon scenario of Madrid, which I'm pretty sure everyone here knows, right? So how can you then say to a top tier talent like Niko Williams, no, thank you?
But I have a slight different opinion on Niko Williams. I don't think he's that top tier, in my opinion. And
that's fair enough, bro.
But I'm saying if he's worth that much money, I'd rather actually spend it on a Somerville, straight up, who has played in the league, who is worth 30K, who has scored 19 goals in the league below, which we say is physical. So he's used to the Prem physicality that we all complain about. And then he was also going to be on cheaper wages, right? And he was only a year or 2 years older at most, right? That's what I'm saying. Because I think Niko Williams is 21 and Somerville's 23, if I'm correct. Last time I checked. So it's like, I'd rather take that risk because, in my opinion, the left winger market is dog shit. Everyone is ass. Lafayette hasn't produced well since 2 seasons ago, and he's has 150 release clause. Kvaratskhelia is being marked at 100 million pounds for buyout. Niko Williams has ridiculous wages. I'd rather actually just take the hit on a Somerville who's going to cost me 30 million. To be honest,
there's a better player than Somerville. I'll tell you guys later though.
Okay, sure, but I'm just saying, I just think everyone in the left wing market is there's not a large margin of discrepancy. I just think everyone's between that we know of right now is between a B- and a B+ at most right now, in my opinion, for the left winger market. That's not Vinny or Rodrigo.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, listen, just to answer your question here, it's not that I'm frustrated from the gap. it's just I'm frustrated because this is a reoccurring theme where we just can't get over the line with some deals the way we want to get it over the line or at all. And it's also frustrating in the sense that it doesn't fill me with confidence that we are planning very well. Like we're focusing all this energy on our first targets, and then we flop on it. And that's all wasted time that we could have had on other targets that if we were, scouted, spreading out our resources, then sure. Like, oh my God, am I about to see a really amazing goal?
Can I hit back at you, not you, Marshall, but to Ray Allen? There are no S tier players, but I don't think the club is going after S tier players.
That is an actually good goal. Wow.
Sorry, who?
By the
United States.
Balogun scored again. But what was it called?
This is a good play.
Yeah. But again, I actually don't think the club are even going after S tier players. I feel like the club themselves, are going after maybe S tier potential. That's what they're going for. A to S tier potential. That's the type of people we're going for, right? Like, so we're not even going. If we were going after S tier players, I would have understood.
Oh, he's offside.
Leao, by the way, was 2 seasons ago. By the way, again, Leao was 2 seasons ago before they brought in the directors. By the way, and they have never touched that brother since. So.
But I'm fine with that. He's at 150 million release clause.
No. TKL.
Oh, sorry.
TKL comment, bro. Okay, yeah, TKL comment, bro. That's why. So again, I just think fundamentally, I just want us to be in the mindset until maybe I'm gonna wait for UCL when we get there.
Exactly.
Or next year, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that.
When we're in that mindset, we're not going for anything after 150k for any other player within that region. Cut them off in your mind. Unless they love the club.
Because I think once UCL happens, then we're gonna see like, okay, what are you gonna do with that UCL money? That's what I want to see. So before
and
we
the UCL pool, that's the last thing I would say.
Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. What are we gonna do with the pool as well?
Then we can ask for slightly quote unquote lesser wages because it's like, oh, we got UCL, we'll get it again with incentives. Here you go.
Yeah. Okay. So Oliver and Chris, do you want to add anything to this before I move on to the next topic, or are you okay with me just moving on?
I'm okay with moving on this point.
I'll just say, not really on the player particularly, but like Crystal Palace asking us to pay 60 to 70 million pounds, pay the full RC, yet Bayern can rock up with 45 million up front. That's not cool, man.
Was the EPL release clause? Sadly, that's why it's the EPL release clause.
Oh, really?
I feel like the EPL gets ripped off so much.
I think EPL
release
Champions League release clause or something. It's
it was the EPL release clause because Bayern have Champions League and they only got him for 50 million. So it's an EPL release clause.
Remember Rafinha as well? We had to pay an extra 10 million and Barcelona.
That's exactly so because X-Style and me were X-Style was agreed. Yeah, X-Style basically, I think on the above comment said what I was. Let me just find it quickly because me and him were agreeing on the comment you made. Which is what Ahmed's saying makes sense if the gatekeeping salaries kept happening for 3 to 4 years straight. Right now, we have been doing the gatekeeping salaries for 3 seasons, I would say. Right now, this is season number 2. Next season is going to be 3. If it's 3 seasons and we're on a hat trick, be worried then.
We'll see. So talking on a player that we were actually just discussing, right, and the salaries, I don't know why Chelsea fans started to make their own news links and links about Niko Williams. Just like let me show you guys a clip. From like last month. Let me show. Yeah, it's a lot of copium. Like these guys just invented their own links all of a sudden, and all this like they were hyping themselves up about Niko Williams, even though there was absolutely nothing on Niko Williams. Which let me show you a clip that from Casually FC about a month ago. Okay, let me pull it up right now. Here it is, guys. Information that this is no longer going to happen for us. No more Niko Williams. So we were heavily linked with Niko Williams, as mentioned a few times in previous shows, and I think this today now puts the nail in the coffin that it's not going to happen. So according to Ben Jacobs, Chelsea have been put off by the potential deal for Niko Williams. Not only are they well stocked in that position, but Williams wants more than £172 a week he currently earns. So probably upwards of £200 a week, which for a player that I don't know Why are we pretending these Niko Williams links are new? Like, we already knew. Everyone should have already known it wasn't happening.
It's you know, it's confirmation that, you know what I mean? Like, DiMarzio today was like, Chelsea are trying to push now for thingy. And because DiMarzio's gotten his, because DiMarzio got his, his judge back, people were getting hyped again, basically.
Like, ridiculous. This is so dumb. Okay, let me actually go through the tweets. So, Chelsea are ready to activate the 55 million euro release clause clause in Niko Williams' contract. Okay, well, bum on your face because everyone else is saying no. Chelsea interest in Niko Williams remains strong, but like Michael Olise, concerned financial outlay of package is not viable. Chelsea has, in recent months, stated to have conversations about Niko Williams. There is no concrete proposal. Chelsea believes he's really expensive and they will not spend the money. And then last year we have Chelsea believe Niko Williams' deal is way too expensive. Salary requests and mechanisms of release clause. Olise did not happen also due to salary requests. Oh, one more. Sorry. Chelsea position on Niko Williams has not changed. Appreciating him as was on shortlist already last summer, but current package too expensive. Release clause over 58 million euros plus taxes, with main payment upfront and salary requests considered too high. Guys, we already knew this. I just showed you the clip. Why are there Chelsea fans getting all hyped up like, oh, Niko Williams, oh, Chelsea, you need to get Niko Williams? No. A month ago, we already told you it's not going to happen. The salaries are too high. This guy's going to want over 200 million. And listen, I know he's having a great Euro, but so is Cauliflower up until he had the own goal. And
Don't
so is
do that.
so on and so forth.
No.
Listen.
Ahmed. Call him
Cauliflower.
Cauliflower. How dare you call my
California,
guy?
cauliflower,
Listen,
whatever you want to call him, bro.
Fiori. Get it right, mate. You know,
Cauliflower pizza. I
The
don't
funny thing
care.
is, you spam him like cauliflower too. That's when I saw your tweet. That made
Get
me
me
laugh.
out of the stream, bro. How dare you cuss up my feature left back, man?
I mean, if you want out of the stream, then
I didn't think this would be the thing that triggered him.
No. Listen, that's my feet. That's the guy that's gonna take over Cucurella and leave our Cole's position, bro.
No.
You mean
the Cucurella that's had a better tournament than Cauliflower?
The Cucurella that put him in the spliff that game. But okay,
the Cucurella
Marshall, if you haven't seen Cucurella, has been so good this year.
He has been amazing.
My agenda will win. Inshallah, my
Your agenda is.
But no.
By the way, I praise
back to
Cucurella.
seriousness.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
But that's back to seriousness. Like, this is the only reason I brought it up was people need to stop. Like, I don't know why in the World Cup it was one way, but now for Euros it's a different way. In the World Cup, people were saying, "Oh, international team football is different than this. Oh, it's just international football." They were seeing club level, all this. But when it comes to Euros, that agenda drops. All of a sudden, if you're impressive in Euros, you're gonna kick off at club level, like Dumfries, right? Like Denzel Dumfries. Remember Dumfries, guys? Remember he was the talk of the town. Everyone was like, "Oh, Dumfries, yeah, Dumfries, woohoo, Dumfries, the next best thing. Yes, bring in Dumfries. Fuck Reece James, get Dumfries." Yeah, now what's Dumfries doing?
I think it's Eurocentrism, to be honest with you, because remember, Kylian Mbappe
Absolutely.
said
That's
before
what
the
it
World
is.
Cup. Because Kylian Mbappe said before the World Cup, "Oh, us in Europe, our European teams, we play sophisticated football compared to South Americans." And then Argentina dunked on his head freaking fast.
Can't lie, man. That
anyway.
might still be true. I can't lie. That still might be true, I can't even lie to you. I was watching Copa America the last 2 days. I can't lie to you.
I'm sorry, Ahmed. I guess you've never watched Copa America. I've been watching it since I was literally a kid.
Yeah.
And it's always been like this. It's always been like this.
For sure, bro.
It's
Yeah.
always been
My point, Ahmed. I'm not trying to talk shit on Cauliflower, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that
no, because I want to
could
see what
be
these
good.
guys do.
He could be good. I want to see what they do at club level, right?
Yeah.
But prior to this Euro, no one was talking about Califiori.
Yes, they were. He was in the team that got Bologna. He was on the centre backs that got into Bologna into the Champions League, bro.
Then maybe.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything.
I haven't seen that.
I wanted him so bad.
I haven't seen much of him.
Even like,
I
you know,
wanted
the
so
Swiss
bad
guy
for
that
a team.
scored today, by the way, the Swiss guy that scored today, for example,
Who's his
was
name?
part of the Bologna squad too.
And Ahmed, the guy who assisted him, was also
was
from
part of the Bologna squad too.
Because they're both Swiss.
Yeah, but he used to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
also, but he used to be also part of the Atalanta squad too, funnily enough. And ironically, he was he had a season at Nottingham Forest, but he didn't even play. hey, man. Funny seasons, man.
Yeah.
But listen,
But,
at the end of the day, you know
at
what
the end
it
of the
is,
day, I just
Marshall?
want to see what they do at club level, right?
You know what the issue
But the
is?
same
Marshall?
thing with Niko Williams as well, by the way.
He's been.
No,
I think
Nico.
he's had
I actually rate Nico Williams. He's actually a good player. Even club level, Marshall. He's done.
He's
pretty
been
good as
doing
well.
really good at club level. He actually
Yeah, I
won.
know.
Like he's got like 20 assists this
We
season.
were linked to
Marshall.
him. I remember.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
were linked to him.
He's been doing really well.
I
in the
would
Liga.
actually take Nico Williams over Olise because he's a left-sided winger, and we don't really need a right winger.
Right,
For that
Chris, you
purpose,
get it,
he's not better than Olise before you go crazy.
Okay, you saved yourself with the.
Yes.
I was hovering over the.
Chris has been
remove.
doing this.
No.
saved yourself with the left wing
Olise
comment.
is an elite player, by the way. He's an elite footballer.
You know what? I hope the next time Olise comes here and he plays against Chelsea, yeah, he dunks on us just so I can look at Chris.
No. We don't need Bayern
What now,
dunking.
Chris?
Wait, that's gonna be a while away anyway. We're gonna be like that in 2 years' time.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. But no,
You're
I'm
gonna
being
say
serious
I'm
here. I'm gonna be. What I'm trying to say is Nico Williams is a good player and everything like that. But again, in the current wage structure, he doesn't fit us. So that's just got to accept reality on that one too,
Yeah,
bro.
that's exactly. Like
That's
I
why.
think he's a
Listen,
good
that's
player.
why I've told Chelsea fans, yeah, on Twitter and everything, guys, bring me guys which work in the wage budget, please. He's not working the wage budget right now.
Yeah, no, and I get it. And listen, like, I at the time of the news that when it came out, I was hesitant on Nico Williams. Now after seeing him, yeah, I've noticed him now, and I'm interested in seeing what he could do at club level. Now I'm definitely paying closer attention. I do see a player in there. Is he the answer? I do not know.
The only thing about
That's
Nico
my
Williams is
hesitation.
quite bad is his shooting. His shooting ain't the greatest, but everything else, he's very talented. Over it.
Yeah,
We're not getting Eve anyway, so it don't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a shame, but you know, time will tell. If this changes when we get CL football. But yeah, speaking of changes, I think there are some things that I wanted to discuss in terms of our board, our sporting directors that I think needs to be changed. And this is where I might go on a little bit of a rant. Where I already kind of
Have you
did.
heard the story about our directors, by the way? The story about our directors.
Well, let's go through the
On
tweets
regards to
and
Olise.
you let me know. Let's go.
Alex Goldberg told us the story on playback, so I'll tell you guys once he finishes.
Yeah. Let me go through this and let's see. So Winstanley and Stewart have failed us again. That's what I'm naming this segment. And let's see. So after Olise deal collapsed, Chelsea are still keen on bringing in 2 more attackers in the summer transfer window. Enzo Maresca expected to have at least 1 more striker and 1 more winger. In addition to this, Chelsea will soon sign Estevao Willian for summer 2025. Then we continue here. Chelsea will attempt to sign a winger this summer and are now likely to look at right-footed options to help balance their squad for new head coach Enzo Maresca. Why wasn't this the initial plan to begin with? But okay, we move. Breaking. Chelsea are considering signing a left winger now rather than a right winger. Again, this should have been plan A to begin with. We're fine in the right wing. We have Cole Palmer. We have Nani Madueke. Yes, I get Olise, but you should have been signing a left winger anyways. It should have been one or the other. So we continue. Chelsea believe they are well stocked at right wing. Estevao, Palmer, Madueke, Kendry Paez. Matisse says it perfectly. But Operation Olise, though. We were well stocked, but Operation Olise. It contradicts itself.
Well, I think
So,
it's an opportune signing, right? Like they could have just.
Yeah,
won.
I get it.
That's what it is.
It's just, I'm frustrated. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated.
You gotta open Marshall.
Fair enough.
You don't make an opportunity signing your number 1 target.
It depends on how it is, right? If he's prem proven, he's all this and that, and I can have a rotation option with him.
But with all the hype around it,
No,
though,
but
with all the hype around it.
Olise is a great player, but like with the current standings in our squad, unless we're going to tell players, he is very much a cherry on top player. We have bigger priorities.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Then we have here, Chelsea have begun the interview process to find a new U21 head coach following Marc Robinson's departure. Chelsea want to fill the position as soon as possible, and the process is being led by co-sporting directors Winstanley and Stewart. That's right. They are now co-sporting directors. Sam Jewell is now the sporting director. So we need to have a conversation about our co-sporting directors. All right. We continue. Chelsea would rather try to sign potential superstars of tomorrow at lower cost, developing them in the right way than retain them. Like I said before, this looks like the plan. We don't want known entities. It might be too risky. Let's go for potential stars and then develop them. Then we have Ornstein saying, explains why clubs, not just Chelsea. Ornstein explains why clubs are going for more youngsters. They're trying to find the next big thing in every position. They're trying to extract maximum value, longevity. There's no value in signing an older player with a big transfer fee, a big salary, and probably a big agent commission as well. It's very true. At the other end of the scale, you've got years ahead of them. You've got a lower transfer fee and a lower salary. I'm not so sure about the agent commission, but it should be a bit lower. If the fee and the salary are, and so, it's the pure economics as well as a digging for the next gem. So that's overall. It's not just Chelsea doing this. There are other clubs doing it. You know, you're looking at, everyone wants to say Real Madrid this, Real Madrid that. Real Madrid waited for Kylian Mbappe to be on a free to get him. I just want you to understand that. They avoided paying a big fee. They waited for Mbappe. They have that pull, by the way. They've earned that pull. They have that pull that players will wait for Real Madrid to come knocking on the door. Same thing with Endrick as well. Endrick, potential player. So we go into the next tweet here. Chelsea expect to go into next season with as many as 10 homegrown players in their first team squad, headlined by club captain Reece James and Levi Colwill. The best Cobham graduates will be challenged to compete with elite young signings for minutes, and those not regarded as being that level will be sold. It's cold, but it's just the way it is. Pure profit, and as it should be, to be honest. Like, if you're not good enough for the first team, then you should be moved on. And I think that might be the... Oh, I have one more tweet on this. Clear Lake and Todd Bowley do not believe it is realistic or sustainable to target the world's best established players at the peak value. Which, again, I'm okay with that. This is where I go into a bit of my rant. I am getting sick and tired of negotiations either collapsing or not going our way. And back to what Curry was saying earlier. When Curry, you asked me examples of this. Remember, let's go to the beginning, right? Enzo Fernandez. The beginning of the window, January, Enzo Fernandez didn't work out, right? Actually, let's go even earlier, right? Mudryk. We were negotiating. Things weren't working out. It looked like we were going to lose Mudryk to Arsenal. Egbali had to come in and save the negotiation, and we ended up getting Mudryk. Not saying it's a good signing or not. I'm just putting an example out there. Next signing, Enzo Fernandez, another big signing. We were in the beginning of that transfer window. We were in for Enzo, all this and that, with Rui Costa, battling it out. We couldn't agree the wages. We couldn't agree the fee, all this and that. The negotiation weren't going our way. We dropped the ball. We hear that Enzo is staying at Benfica. The negotiations fell through, collapse, boo-hoo. All of a sudden, a week later, or a week and a half later, negotiations pick up again. And all of a sudden, now Egbali's involved. And he's pulling in the boardroom like a gangster, just trying to fucking get this deal through. And it goes through. Maybe we paid a little more than needed, but it goes through. We finally get the player. But it took a lot of resources to get it done. And it took away from a lot of the attention that we needed or potentially needed to place on other deals. Sure, whatever. I'm just putting it out there. Fast forward to last summer. Caicedo. We were going for Caicedo in that January window, but unfortunately, due to the fees, what Brighton wanted to do and all this and that, Caicedo signed another deal, gentleman's agreement, all that bullshit, right? We go fast forward to this last summer. We're dilly-dallying on Caicedo again. We knew the price that they wanted. We tried to negotiate 80 mil. Then all of a sudden, the price goes up after Declan Rice gets sold for 100 mil. Brighton sees that. All of a sudden, the price for Caicedo goes up to 100 mil. And we're trying to negotiate. Finally, we get close to a deal. We don't pull the trigger quick enough. What happens? Liverpool come in. The price goes up again. And now we're paying 20 to 22, 40? I don't remember how much you paid for Caicedo. The price is we're paying. The point is that we're paying over 20 million more than what we initially were trying to pay. Now we're paying overs. And again, Egbali has to come in and swoop and save the day. We're seeing it again with Olise. We were working on him last summer. Didn't work out. Crystal Palace were annoyed that we tapped up the player, which I think is bullshit. There's a release clause. The idea is that you pay the release clause. That's it. There's no negotiating. He's our player. But they were upset about it. Whatever. That's not on Winstanley or Laurence Stewart, right? Or whoever's negotiating. I'm pretty sure it's them. Fast forward to this. Over and over again, we're hearing the PR. This guy is our favorite. This guy we're obsessed with. Operation Olise. All this. All for it to once again collapse. We do not get the player. We do not agree on salary, even though we have been negotiating a salary since last summer. This is the thing that frustrates me. This is the thing that annoys me. So at this point, I'm like, okay, stop it. We need to stop this. Blueco, hire a professional negotiator, because that's the one thing I'll give Marina. Marina was really good at negotiating. Although the deals weren't great in the long run, they ended up flopping, with, Lukaku being the primary example. But Kepa as well. But there was someone that recognized the talent, which I give Winstanley and Stewart. They can recognize the talent. That's perfect. I think they have a great idea or a great eye for talent. But when it comes to negotiating and getting the deal done, Marina was killer at that. And Marina would get us deals. Get us another Marina that can get that done and have Paul Winstanley and Laurence Stewart to do the scouting. Because these guys can't get the deal done. And we, once again, have pie on our face, and it's embarrassing. It is annoying.
I think
we can't have this keep collapsing and happening on us. So I
Let
think
me just
you need to get
have some counter arguments.
I want to actually tell a story quickly, by the way. The story from Alex Goldberg.
Real quick, Oliver wanted to say something, and then you guys go.
I'll just say quickly, on the Marina thing, I hear it to a level. You need a balance, though, because, like, Marina, her speciality was particularly moving on players like Morata and Hazard for those crazy outgoing fees. We're talking about buying players, though. When Marina would get a player, she'd just throw a big wage at them, and then that's where we get to 2022 when we've got a bloated squad that are all overpaid. So you need a balance between reasonable wages and actual, Marina also threw like ridiculous transfer fees, but you need a balance between being reasonable and getting it over the line, because I think Marina is too far on the side of just throw money at it and get it done.
But you guys know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, so Marshall, I'm going to tell the story and then TP you can go. Alex Goldberg said that when Olise spoke to the owners, his reaction was WTF, right? And when he spoke to the directors, he was like underwhelmed apparently. And even with the owners, WTF for the owners is not the good WTF version, rather it's the bad WTF version. And the thing that he keeps on telling us, and the stuff that if you hear a lot about the Chelsea insiders have said, is that the way they are, advocating for a project and doing stuff for a project is not good. And like a lot of people who are formerly inside the club and everything like that are saying that these guys are very amateurish, very amateur nature with the stuff that they are trying to do to be able to like bring guys into the club.
Again, because this is not the first time we've heard that, Ahmed, because we've heard how unprofessional they've moved in the past from previous reports. I think PSG reported that
it's not just Goldberg
being unprofessional, all this and that.
By the way, Adam, it's not just him though. That's the thing. It's not just him. He's reported it. Even
it's been reported before.
Yeah,
and Secret Scout.
There's a trend here.
You don't need Alex Goldberg. You don't need Alex Goldberg to tell you this is very amateurish.
Yeah,
see it with your own eyes.
No. So it's not even just him, by the way. So it's like an actual thing in general, right? So it's a generalized thing. So
he's not the only one that said this, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, so, and the thing for me personally is that if that is the case, why are they still here? Why are they still... that's the real question you got to ask yourself, bro.
Because the owners are amateurs too.
Yeah, because for me, fundamentally, then that means you as the owners, if you're seeing this is the issue, that you're hearing this consistently, you're seeing this in the news and everything, surely you need to be then being like, okay, these guys are...
Bali has had to step in so many times for these guys.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not a good look.
So for me, it's like, if that is the case, then why are we not bringing in guys now, to actually do the proper job of actually being, who have some level of experience, right, and everything like that. Now, JC says because of scouting. If that's the case,
I agree with this.
Well, then okay, fair enough. Demote them then. Let them continue to be like, if not, you either demote them or you still make them sporting directors where you get a head director. You get the guy that's on top an actual guy above them who's the actual head of football or head of sports, and he's the one that's doing negotiating and actually speaking to the club. And then you can get Barley and Stewart to be negotiating stuff.
Because like here's an example
That's
too,
what I'm
and I
saying
do
to
want to
you.
hear
That's what
from.
I'm saying to A. Suleiman, brother. That's what I'm saying, bro. You don't need to demote them. You just get a guy that's even higher than them. Yeah, who does the negotiating specifically with the club.
So, sorry, can I
Just
okay,
because
actually go.
that's the part real quick before you go, Curry, because I do
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
hear your
please.
point, because that's the thing too. Like right now, like for example, the Estevao Willian deal. I think all of us can agree that's a really high price to pay for a player who has no experience. Like it's very risky. Like that's expensive for a player who has only played what a few games for Palmeiras in his first professional season so far. Like it's scary. If we had a negotiator, maybe that
Madrid
price
paid the
is
same for
half
Hendrick.
of that.
Madrid paid the same. No, Madrid paid the same for Hendrick.
Okay, well,
And
go ahead,
West
Curry.
Ham,
Go ahead.
West Ham has paid 30 million for their third best prospect. So this is the price that you get from Brazil now, because they literally paid 40 for Vini and Rodrigo, and then Hendrick came in at 60. So it's not just that. And Victor Roque went for 40 to 52 from Barcelona for these young players. So with regards to Esteban Willian, I completely disagree with you with regards to those prices for these high quality Brazilian youngsters in specific.
If you want to talk about prices, you need to go back to what you mentioned, Marshall, about like the Caicedo, where we could have got him for 80 million, but we stalled on.
I'm just throwing an idea out there that maybe if we had a proper negotiator, maybe those prices aren't as expensive. But I mean, Curry also has a good point, and this is like the average price you're going to pay for really highly potential targets.
I think it's a bit of column A, bit of column B.
Mm-hmm. And Adam, like I get it, like we're speculating, but at the end of the day, like it seems to us that the people doing the negotiations are Winstanley and Stewart, and the negotiations have not been going as smoothly for these big targets.
Adam, the reason why this is not just Twitter is because the source is not just from Annex but Pies and everyone. They're getting this from journalists. These are the guys that they are actually legit. Secret Scout, bro, is not a Chelsea guy, by the way. Yeah, he's just a guy that sort of like this. So it's and if you look at our deals here, anything I've said this before, and everyone here agrees with me. Once the deal goes above £40 million, we have almost bottled every single deal, or have bottled it with Olise's case, right? But the other deals we have almost bottled. Enzo, Caicedo, and even Mudryk to an extent, because Barley had to come in to do the deal for Mudryk. People seem to have forgotten that too.
The only one really was in Kunku, but
literally, and then Kuku was again a Burnley deal. That's not even a direct deal.
Yeah, exactly.
But here, okay, Adam, who bought the Olise deal? You don't know. You assume it's Winstanley Stewart. Okay,
that's
fine.
been confirmed, by the way, too.
Okay, listen. Even if it's not, the point still stands. We need to get in someone who actually can fulfill business deals in a competent manner, because whoever is doing it right now isn't doing a brilliant job at it. Curry, I'm sure you wanted to say more than just what you said before.
So,
but yeah, go ahead.
Like I do get Ahmed's point with regards to anything over 40, but for example, the Mudryk one, I disagree with that one, because that's more of an ownership signing. I'm sorry, we were not linked with Mudryk for that long, and then all of a sudden we are linked, and then we buy him like 3 seconds later after Arsenal bid, right? That's based on what we know so far, right? So I don't think necessarily that's the whole like sporting director signing and anything like that, and that's how they negotiated the deal for me for that with regards to that. Enzo, I completely agree with. But with Caicedo, it's like, what do we want, right? Because we started debating at 75 million, and then we went like 5 million increments because we were the only club there, right? The only club there. So it's not like we're going to bid 100 million right away. Because if we were, then we're going to be like, oh, look at us joking around and spending big cash. How are we changed from Marina Granovskaya, who put 100 million for Lukaku and 70 million for Kepa, right? They went in increments. Increments because they were the only ones. And we got challenged.
What? You cut off.
Sorry, the only ones in town, like the only ones going for him, right? But then when we got challenged, that's when we had to pay over the odds, because the rumor was we were close to agreeing with, it was I think 80 million with 10 million add-ons to 90 million, right? And then Liverpool came in and put in 110 million, and then we had to pay 115.
I hope I'm remembering this correctly, by the way. I don't think we started last summer with 75 million for Caicedo. I thought we were, if I'm remembering correctly, we were lowballing them pretty badly.
We were.
Brighton.
No, I think it was 75 million, but like that's the complete package. Like I think it was like 60 with 50 million add-ons or something like that.
Maybe, but the problem is like we were lowballing them when that Brighton had clearly told, because Arsenal wanted Caicedo in the January, and they clearly told Brighton told them it's 75 or go home, and then they put him on a new contract, so his value's even higher. Like I just don't. The logic doesn't make any sense in the negotiating, like just from an outsider's point of view, personally.
But then, so how much would you have liked them to start at? What price would you have been satisfied with? Where it's like, okay, if they started at 75 or 80 million, I would have been more satisfied because 60, it makes more sense.
65, 70 minimum.
You know what it is though, CP? We are in a seller's market. Brighton, I'm pretty sure, have made clear what their price is, and they're not gonna go below that at all. They've made that clear.
But then but don't we? Have
we allowed them. We allowed them to raise it though, Arm.
Yes, we allowed the 20 in January, but remember, we didn't want to. After what we did with Enzo, we could not go and do back-to-back 100 million deals because we would look essentially crazy. By the way, we'd actually look crazy for doing that. So there's no way we could have done that. By the way, that's actually me giving what's it called, the ownership some level of like levity. So, but at the end of the day, though, you knew what the price range was. They had made it clear we're not going to reduce it any further. So you had to come and have it. I think for me, the issue becomes, and I've said this before, the issue comes into the directors where they're just not good when it comes to big deals to be able to handle the negotiations for them. That's all it is, bro. I'm not even saying the lower ones are bad. Lower ones, they've done them effectively. I'm pretty sure everyone here agrees with that. So then why is it once...
Marina? No, I'm saying not you, but I'm saying when the general public say, "Oh, I wish we had Marina back." You mean the Marina that always used to overspend, which always used to go above and beyond for wages?
I think
when I had, you need a balance.
I've asked
I'm
my.
not saying you in specific, but when Chelsea fans are saying, "I miss Marina," I'm like, you mean the Marina
I miss
that
the
we made 70. Yeah, but we do that right now for selling.
You
We
miss
do.
I mean, yeah, we are selling.
as well.
You know, Chris is still blazing. Chris is still blazing the Manchester League.
God damn, what did I walk back to, man?
We just got money.
You're still talking about Mourinho.
We just got money for Broja for not playing any games. We got add-ons.
We got money for Broja, really?
Yes, 4 million.
Yeah, but we're gonna.
4 million.
I mean,
That's true.
No, I'm saying the loan fee,
Hey,
right?
we
Like,
sold-
and other fees like that. We're still good at.
We sold
selling
Oscar for
these
60
guys
million.
so far. Like we're still.
But that's
good
what
at selling.
JC, right? By the way, JC though, that's the point. I'm saying, okay, if you can't do it and you don't understand that stuff, but then the DFs don't understand it. That's why you bring in a guy that knows that stuff, right? You bring in a guy. Yeah, that's why that guy has to come in.
Okay, but who in world football? Who in world football? Because all the really great ones are gonna be kept because they're on all the big major clubs. Madrid's not gonna sell theirs.
But that's on the club.
Liverpool's not gonna sell theirs.
I'll say this though, Curry. I'll tell you this though. Like Winstanley, before he came here, wasn't he a scout?
He was a head scout, yeah.
He didn't. So he didn't even have any experience in negotiating.
Exactly. So that's why. That's why.
That's the problem.
The only guy that has really experience. Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying the only guy that has really experience is Laurence because he was a deputy scout, deputy DOF, right, at Monaco. But the point I want to make on Marina, if you hear a lot of people when they speak about Marina, obviously the wages wise and everything was crap. I think they more so think about the fact that the agents would not mess around with her. Like they would be very straight with her, if that makes sense. Like she actually had these agents on lock in the terms of like whenever she used to deal with them, they would be very straight up and honest with her, if that makes sense, right? Rather than
No, but didn't we overpay some of these agents?
This wasn't the director.
Yeah, that's what we got in trouble for. We literally got in trouble for going around things and with Christensen and Willian and everything. That's what Marina was doing, right? She got them on lock by.
That wasn't her, by the way. She didn't do Christensen's deal. She didn't do Christensen's
deal. No, but Willian
did.
She didn't Willian.
No, Willian.
No, they would have both been Emanalo, I think.
They were Emanalo, bro. She wasn't doing those deals. Because remember, she was still a personal assistant at the time. She only became involved in Chelsea later on.
But ladies and gents in the chat, I don't want you to miss the forest through the trees. The point is, whoever is negotiating these deals, whether it be Laurence Stewart or Winstanley or John Doe, doesn't matter. they're not doing a great job. Yes, we got Caicedo, but we paid way more than we originally intended to pay for him, which is not good because then it gives us less flexibility in FFP and PSR when we need to get other players. Same thing with Enzo. The Enzo deal almost collapsed. Enzo almost didn't come to Chelsea. I need to remind you people about that. Enzo almost didn't come to Chelsea. Enzo happened in the very last hour of the transfer window. Enzo almost collapsed, which is not good. Enzo should have been done and dusted and finished that first week. Obviously, it's a little bit of complex. He's a big signing, but regardless, like, this is what I'm aiming for. Like, we look at how some of these other clubs move in terms of negotiations, and for the most part, they're pretty straightforward. They get the player. They don't miss out on their targets. Yes, some clubs do. It happens. But with us, this is 3 windows in a row where it's happened now, where we just get into all this drama. We get fleeced on a deal, or we don't get the deal at all. And it's just frustrating for me. And I want to see a change in that.
Do you know what it is, guys? Yeah, just quickly before we end this topic, I would assume, and then go into like the other player topics, right? Is that I'm just saying these guys, there's been a clear trend, there's been a clear factor that they cannot handle that sort of thing, right? And so if that is the case, and if that's the reality, as we can see, what do you need to do then? Okay, it's time for us to move on and actually go into and get a guy, a director who can do that job. Now, I know TPC.
Well, that's supposedly Sam Jewell, right?
Yeah, no, he's not. Sam Jewell's an international scout. That's what he's doing.
Never mind.
So again, right? So I think for me personally, that's where you bring in a guy that can do that job. If you have to attract them to come in to do that job specifically, that's what you need to do, bro. Guy that can actually knows how to pitch stuff, can bring guys in, and not for us to consistently rely on what's it called, the gentleman, the head scout that we have. What's his name again? I forget his name. Not Stewart, not Winstanley. What's our scout? That's the famous scout that everyone's talking about.
Sam Jewell? Or are you talking about Michael?
No, the scout, the host scout. That's really Shields, yeah.
Joe Shields. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, not consistently relying on Shields, right? So that's what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you guys would agree with me with that one. Let's bring in a guy that's competent enough to do those negotiations and make sure we are attractive in our, and bring it in and speaking to players, and that's it.
But again, like, I'm not complaining that we're not getting our targets. People seem in chat to confuse that I'm complaining that we're not getting our targets, which in part I am, because we didn't get Olise, right? I'm complaining that these negotiations have not been going smoothly and have not been going in the ideal way, where other clubs, they seem to get their negotiations done in a pretty ideal way for the most part. I know everyone doesn't get it right all the time, which is fine. That goes fine with this. But this Olise deal collapsing after 2 seasons of negotiation is a mockery. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I swear, we just beat Liverpool to 2 major signings and Arsenal in the winter before. We nearly lost the Arsenal one, and to be honest, that may have been a political one. We were very close.
The Arsenal one, we hijacked that.
We hijacked it, but we were really close to not getting it at all because the wage structure was the money was very similar. It's just the difference in wage structure that had Mudryk picking us over Arsenal, which
it was the payment structure to the club.
Yeah, that ended up working out well. It was a payment structure to the club. We beat Liverpool to Caicedo, right?
And Lavia.
The Lavia one, the Lavia one, I propped that one. That's great. It's great that we beat him too because we were working on that, and it actually ended up working well. That's when the negotiation went well. The negotiation didn't go well with Caicedo. We ended up paying overs on Caicedo, and now, although I'm not complaining about Caicedo, Caicedo's a fantastic player, and the way we structure the wages, probably good, but guess what, guys? It has inhibited us a little bit in FFP.
What about Tosin?
And Tosin, which is another one that someone
United.
I mean, that's not a negotiation with a club.
Well, yes, it is.
It's on a free.
But here's the thing. Wages, right? Because Man United just offer more wages.
Yeah, not with a club though. That's just a player. That's just personal stuff.
But here's the thing though, Curry. I agree. Yes, we did pretty good with Tosin, but was that one really that hard to pull through? And in the beginning, I've been saying the big deals, the big Olise deals, the Enzo, the Mudryk, the big money deals. We've been struggling. So when it comes to Tosin, he was on a free. He already lived in London. It was kind of a tap up for him. It wasn't too difficult. It should have. If we were late.
Sorry, but what about Nkunku? Because we said that was a ownership signing, but we got our Nkunku confirmation in mid-December. So we
And
would have
Kuku
had
was
most
something
of
we
our.
were working on with the previous owner too.
Yeah, and the sporting directors at that point, they were still on gardening leave, so they weren't in place yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
they came
that,
in
that
like
one
a
I'm not
few-
giving
That was
much credit
purely
for.
like that was purely the ownership, maybe a bit of Vivell, maybe a bit of Vivell.
Okay. But then if you're saying they came from gardening leave, so that means how would they be ready to go for Enzo? Because we went that same December for Enzo and Mudryk, right? So if you tell me they just arrived from gardening leave, then their gardening leave would have started Jan 1st? The same
That would have
window
been that would have been
Mudryk
when it
and Enzo?
ended.
That's when we ended, because it ended for them in January. That's why we made all those crazy signings, by the way.
So
In
then
January,
how can Enzo so then how can Enzo be on them if they came in after January? And
No,
then-
they came in January. They came in January, bro. Like, as in, they
Yeah, so
started
that's what I'm
work from the
saying.
first week of
That's what
Jan.
I'm saying.
And they
That's
were
what
the
I'm
ones
saying.
that started the negotiating. Yeah, it was them
No,
that
I
actually
agree.
started the
I agree.
negotiating.
But
But
I'm saying
Curry,
they
it's
just
not-
came into gardening leave, right? So their first they only have a week, unlike most people who would have their entire like December window to prepare.
But
I mean, not December,
Curry,
sorry,
that-
like summer window.
I get that. The thing is, though, Curry, it's like I'm not necessarily criticizing the fact that the Enzo deal didn't go well. It's the fact that since that Enzo deal, we saw, okay, you kind of fumbled this, but we got it done anyways. We barely got it across the line, but we got it done. It happened again with Caicedo, and it's happening again now with Olise. So
Olise.
I don't see improvement. I don't see, like, okay, you guys are the guys to get the deal across the line, whoever it may be. I don't even know if it's Winstanley or Stewart. Again, I'm restating that for people who don't seem to really listen to that part of my statement. Whoever it's getting it done, I don't see an improvement. I don't see these deals getting across the line like they should be. You know, like, say what you... actually, that wasn't even... Never mind. I was going to pull up Rafinha, but I forgot. That had nothing to do with them. So,
No.
again, it's like... It's just frustrating when these things don't get done. And I'm proposing the idea of, like, we need to get someone who can get these deals down and across the line, because we haven't... It's only so many times we can fumble and we fail to get our targets. Yes, I understand Olise was an opportunity signing. Oh, I mean, this is kind of true too. We missed out on Ugarte as well. Is Ugarte really to blame for... I don't remember too much on the Ugarte. How did that go down?
Ugarte was that was PSG offering a salary that we
like
didn't want to
ridiculous
compete with.
wages, yeah. Like it was on, like,
Yeah.
250K.
That was... I was reasonable. You're on mute, by the way.
And he flopped anyway, so yeah.
Yeah,
They offered
yeah,
him
yeah,
12.5 million, remember? They offered him 12.5
Yeah.
million.
So I'm not putting really Ugarte on whoever is doing negotiations. Yes, we got the players. That's fine. But again, there's context to it. We barely got Enzo. We almost missed out on him, right? Maybe call me negative, whatever. We did get him, you're right. Call me negative, but we almost missed out on him. Caicedo, we ended up paying way over the price that was originally intended for him. Lavia, I gave kudos for Lavia. I'm being consistent. I'm being fair. I gave kudos for Lavia. I think Lavia was a fantastic deal. We worked on it, and we did it well, right? But then again, it's like, what we got Enzo Mudryk. What's the complaint? The complaint, again, you're missing the point. The
Is
complaint
overpaying. I get it. Yeah, fair enough.
Overpaying and negotiation strategies being very, very shaky when they shouldn't be. We need someone that can get the negotiation strategies done down pat. Like, we need to, like, if we're gonna be going for these players and these talents that are gonna be, you know, other clubs are going to be after them, then we need to get our transfer strategy or negotiation strategy down pat, as well as our scouting. This needs to be a well-oiled machine. There's no point in us having all the greatest scouting in the world, all the greatest talent ID in the world, and then when it comes to the negotiation aspect, it falls apart. There's no point in building this team the way we want to build it if we can't build it in an ideal format, because, now we're paying Caicedo way too much in his wage structure, so that inhibits us from paying what we want to pay for other players and stuff. You know, all these things have an effect, and they all affect how we approach the transfer window next on, go on, and so on and so forth. That's my point. I'm happy we got the player. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm happy. I wish we got Olise. I would have been happy we got Olise. I'm happy we got Caicedo. But am I happy with how much we paid for them? Not really. Like, I wish we got someone who could have negotiated and maybe gotten that deal to go down a little bit more, so that we have more leeway room for other good players. That's my whole point. I mean, unless you guys have another thing you want to add on to, I'm ready to move on to.
I'll just say quickly,
else.
even if it's not making more, like, more clearance for other signings. Like we've got like PSR issues and all that, or whatever the case may be. Like you're basically just making sure that you're even more above or closer, depending on where you stand. You're basically better off in PSR because you're not paying as much money every year, by these big fees. And also, just to bring back to a previous point, also the negotiations are too public. That's enough.
That's the other thing I don't like too. We are way too public with negotiations. Everyone knows who we're going with.
Remember what I used to tell you, Marshall, about our negotiations? I used to say, we are like a someone whose legs are wide open. That's what we're like, bro. When it comes to the news releases, I've always said we need to be like Manchester City, where, bro, we don't hear anything yet. And ironically, it's the same, by the way, with Marina, when we signed Marina, where it used to be we didn't hear anything until we're advanced, or here we go, and they're holding the shirt. That's the I love that, bro. I love it. Please give me that one. I don't want to be hearing stuff from Pedro Lima. This guy's coming. Oh, we let them hit him. Oh, we got Anselmino. I'm always losing, bro. Every time I win, I'm so sorry, bro.
Honestly, that is perfect for this transfer window because, like, we're winning the PR battle and all that stuff, but we're losing the fucking actual negotiation.
We're losing the PR battle. We're losing the PR battle, bro. We are losing the PR battle, bro.
Did we do that with Palmer though? And we did that with Tosin, and we did that with Gusto, and
Palmer. But Palmer wasn't that public. Palmer wasn't public until the week we signed him.
That's what I'm saying.
We
weren't public.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying we used to. Yeah. Okay.
But CP, but currently CP. I'm saying currently though.
Big up. Thank you for the raid. Big up.
CP is currently, bro.
For this window. Bro.
Yeah, I'm talking about this window specifically, bro.
Okay,
it's like we're just way too public.
I hate you.
Because Tosin came out of nowhere because we said we were working on it for a month.
Screw you.
And then we got him, like literally 3 days in, and then it was confirmed. Literally, no, because the reports after that came out, we were working on it for a month after we got Tosin. And that was
But listen. You're talking about.
It's only been one big signing, though.
You're talking about one.
We lost Lima too.
It's not Olise. It's
been it's not a big signing.
I know it's not a big signing, but like let's be consistent.
Lima wasn't even coming to Chelsea. I don't.
Yeah, CP. I feel like you're just talking about Tosin, but Tosin I think is one player in isolation. Let's be real, Lima.
But we're saying for this window though. Yeah,
but this is what I'm saying. In isolation, that's what I'm talking about. But in isolation, he's only one. Look at Lima, public. What's it called? Olise, of course, public. Maximilian High Buyer, public. Samu Omorodion, 3 times worth public. Very that's public. Been coming out, right?
Okay.
Jhon Duran.
But then didn't we get? But what about this? This Barcelona.
No.
We're closing the deal on him. That came out of nowhere.
Marc was public 2 days ago. Marc was public 2 days ago, by the way. That we're gonna go after him. That was public 2 days ago. That Chelsea and him were interested in. There was literally a tweet, by the way, from Fabrizio Romano mentioning his name. That it was between us and Bayern.
And we basically closed it. We're basically closing it today.
No. But you're not getting the. We've already been linked to him previously. We've been linked to him quite a few times already, and like it's been actually, what's it called? Yeah, public. That's the point I'm trying to make, bro. A lot of these guys.
Isn't every signing for the big clubs most of the time, besides Man City, always public? Arsenal's all their signing.
No,
not really,
because Arsenal linked to everyone in the Sun. United, Xerxes, like that's been the most public. You got Branthwaite, and you got everyone. These are the same. No, but these are the same directors for Man United that are brand new, who are the new elite. The elite of the elite, because they got people from who are ex-City and everything, right? But all their signings have been public. No, this window, Xerxes has been public. Branthwaite was very public, and these are all ex-Man City's directors and people.
They didn't bring. I don't think they brought directors in. I thought the Man City guys were like CEOs and stuff like that, right?
No, it's like everything. Yes. Everything to do. It's like everything from the higher ups.
My point is, listen, and Adam, I'm noticing you just don't like when anyone complains about anything. You know, of all people, Adam, you know, you're here often. Suleiman, you're here often. Everyone who's a member is here often. You guys know I like to give the benefit of the doubt to the ownership very often, to the point where you have people, haters, come on here saying, oh, you support the American ownership, all this, you never criticize. This is the one time I do criticize. This is the one time I get to say, like, and I think I'm being fair, and I think even Curry Pirate to a certain extent sees where I'm coming from, even though he doesn't necessarily completely agree. He sees where I'm coming from with the criticism. I think I'm being fair when saying, like, we need to improve on the way we negotiate because it's going to eventually hurt us in the long run. Like, I don't care if you don't rate Pedro Lima, but a fact is a fact. That was a talent that we were in negotiations with. It looked like we got it across the line, and then it collapsed. Why did it collapse? Because we didn't negotiate it well. We lost him when we told him about the Strasbourg thing. Who knows? Who knows what happened? But maybe in another world, another negotiator convinces him like, yo, Strasbourg is a move, and gets it done before Wolves even get a chance to even say anything. Same thing now with Olise. Like, the thing is, we need to get, I'd rather get, and we still are, like, I'd rather get more of our signings in than lose. Like right now, we are losing out on some signings because our negotiations aren't that great. Whether you rate the signing or not, that's not the point. The point is, like, if you have a transfer strategy, you need someone that can execute it well. And I don't think whoever is doing it right now is doing a good job.
Also,
that's the point. That is the whole only point. Yeah.
You know what the issue I have, Marshall, is? Yeah, and it's simple as this. Our transfer business, I'm sure all four of us agree with this, is too public. It's not about missing targets or nothing like that. Yeah, we're not.
That's also part of it. Yeah, that's also part of it.
We're not always gonna get our targets. The issue for me, more than anything else, is we're too public. Everyone knows our shit.
I don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, but who we're interested in? What? How far we are in negotiations? Oh, we're now advanced. Oh, we know. I mean, here we go now. You know what I'm saying to you? That's the issue I'm having right now. Step 1 and 2 are known way too easily. But step 1 and 2 are known way too easily. I should be, if I'm being honest, and if we are being a smart and honest club and being well run, what should I be hearing? What's it called? The deal is advanced, and here we go. That's what I should be hearing. I should not be hearing, like you know, where the what was it called? Who we're linked with, and all that other stuff. And Will is correct, when he says we have too many leakers in the club. I 100% agree with that.
I agree.
Every single target is known, bro. Every single of our targets are known. Adam, again, I think you're misconstruing my point. There's gonna, of course, be 1 or 2 players at times that are gonna be known as your number 1 options, right? There's no denying that, but it's like every single one of our options is known. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, bro, is known. Literally. Like the journalists are making consistently on stories on us, bro. We are always like almost the biggest news all the bloody time. That's what.
Let me say, it's even to the point where Fabrizio is reporting about us scouting, but remember the word scouting a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Clubs scout hundreds of players.
Exactly, bro.
It's just too much. And Will, I don't know if you just tuned in or you missed out on this. I'm not just talking about this transfer window. This transfer window is now an escalation of what's been signs that we've seen in the earlier transfer windows. The Caicedo deal being more dramatic than it needed to be, and us paying way overs on him than necessary. The Enzo deal falling all the way down to the very last day of that transfer window, the very last hour, and us almost not getting it. So now we're seeing negotiations fall through, like Lima and so on and so forth. Olise, which I'm heard about Olise, but it is what it is. This one?
Yes. Fabrizio got a personal watermark photo of Estevao. Yes. Like, I'm going to be honest here. Fabrizio, I'm going to be very honest here when I say this here. Fabrizio is literally a Chelsea fan page now. You know what I mean? No disrespect to him, of course.
It's kind of been looking like that. I'm not gonna lie.
He's almost become like a pass aggregator for us at this point, bro. Because we're getting Chelsea news about him every single day. He knows who we scout. He might as well say Fabrizio. Fabrizio Chelsea Romano, bro. I'm being so real when I say that to him, bro. It's actually kind of crazy, and like this is where JC and I agree. Look. Our past ownership could handle mafia information was precious and secrecy vital. Our new ownership operates stock market and press releases. It's like almost like this is what I'm saying. And sometimes, bro, I will always say, sometimes it is better to be the mafia than to be the guy that's the press releaser every single time. That's just me, of course.
Yeah, and like again, and we can move on from this topic because I put it out there, guys. This is my complaint with how we've been doing negotiations. I want it to be fixed because I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy that the Olise deal fell through. Adam, you said before that we'd be complaining about the youth. You already know that here. My point of view is that I don't care a shit about who you scout as long as he's a good player and he's your number 1 choice. And I've said that prior to you even saying that. So if I was all for getting Lima, it seemed like he was a good target. People were after him. Cool. do your thing as long as you get it done. And we didn't get it done. Now we have pie in our face.
Marshall, I want to just reply to Adam because like I feel like I'm trying to understand what Adam's point of view is. But Adam, do you not think the issue is that is the issue though? We're overhitting everything. We're overpiping the news sources into Fabrizio.
True. Yeah.
Right, that is the issue, bro. Like it's almost OTT. It's almost on. It's like they're on steroids. The amount of like news sources we're giving to the brother. That's what the issue is, bro. Listen, I'm not saying don't give him any information, but like the level of information is way
Has
too
to be
much.
really selective,
right?
yeah.
And it has to be a lot more selective. Well, yes, because look at how all
Supposedly.
the vast majority of the news that's been brought out, bro, it's been very legit. The vast majority of the news about Chelsea is very extremely legit. Let's be honest about that.
No, but the Soliman,
Like,
I get this, by the
like
way.
people are continuously like Adam again. You're pointing out, I think, something that is not a part of the trend. Yeah, in the sense that Palmer is only one of them, in my opinion. Tosin, yeah.
Honestly, wait, real quick. Honestly, Lavia was another one that was under the radar.
No,
like,
he wasn't.
We were publicly interested in him, but we didn't pull the trigger until after the Caicedo thing was done. All of a sudden, he came out of nowhere. Like everyone thought Liverpool were gonna get him.
We were consistently linked to him because every report was still on Liverpool. Chelsea are still in the background. Everyone,
but you wouldn't see like news as Chelsea.
Yeah, but it wasn't like the Olise thing was dealt. That's my point. Yeah.
Shit like that.
Yeah, but again, like sometimes first option doesn't work. At best, example Palmer. Yeah, I get that. Listen, I get it. It's just I wasn't that very confident on Palmer. I was like, you know what? Give the benefit of the doubt. Palmer's from Man City. He could be a good player. And it ended up working out. Yes, but that's not always going to be the case. These guys have a plan. I want to see that plan play out. I don't want to see plan B, plan C. I don't want to see backup plan. I want to see the plan play out because if the plan plays out, I'm confident that this team will actually cook everyone that's been doubting it.
Yes.
That's my point. Like I'm for the ownership getting this right. Like I really want the ownership to get this right.
Again, I just want to repeat this, by the way, and I wanted to say this to Adam. Like, there's which talents come from nowhere. Obviously, Gusto was a kind of like a good example of that, I would argue. But I'm not even saying I don't want this to come out of nowhere. I'm just saying what I want to hear is that we're advancing talks of a player, and then it's a here we go afterwards. I'm pretty sure everyone here would be like, you know what, lovely jubbly, let's move on. Do people here disagree with what I've said there? No.
And even if it was super public, again, getting a negotiator that gets it done, because like I don't want to hear Fabrizio telling me, oh, we're the favorites of Cess and all this, and all of a sudden Fabrizio has pie in his face because Chelsea couldn't get the deal done. You know, like, and again, nothing. I'm not for or against Fabrizio, but
it's always how it's been.
It's bad now.
But you know, Adam, I've been complaining about this before Olise, right? I don't know if you know this. Marshall knows that I've been complaining about this, by the way. That we're too open. We have too much of an open source. Because, like, look, we have Pies, we have who has his own like sources. You've got guys like Alex Oldberg, of course, big up to him, who's got his own sources. You've got other guys like who's the other guy, gentleman that I'm thinking about? There's another guy on Twitter who knows a lot more of the youth players at Chelsea. He's not Chelsea youth. I forgot his name. Felix Johnson, for example. Felix Johnson, right? Even Secret Scout, right? As well. So there's even Darko, right? So again, and like there's so many of
we
these.
We appreciate you, Ray Allen.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
ahead,
listen, but like the point I'm trying to make is that there's so many of them that have leaks, and let alone Nizar Kinsella, Matt Law, Fabrizio Romano, David Ornstein, right? Who are actual professional journalists who are meant to be getting these sources and links as well, right? So you know what I'm saying to you? Look how you know what I mean? It's just very, very like it's almost like too much, bro. But like, I'm pretty sure everyone gets what I'm saying. Look, you've got the ITKs, then you've also got the actual journalists as well. So like it becomes like, you know, it's almost like you got a crazy buffet. By the way, you got like, you know, you know what I'm saying. So that's all it is to me personally, boys. You know, it's not even that deep, honestly.
Yeah, what a topic. Like, I didn't realize that, like, we would actually go into this tangent, but, like, I think I really wanted to bring up that idea, like, hey, we need to start, like, working on how we're going to approach these negotiations, and, you know, Ahmed, you brought up a good point, how public they are as well. So, I mean, big up, this is a really good topic.
But you know, Marshall, I've been hitting on this since last transfer window.
Yeah.
So, for me, it's always been that. it's always been honest, but or at least from my personal point of view, at the end of the day.
Yeah. So
What do you say to him?
like,
Mike?
big up. I don't know, but big up to everyone in the chat for yeah, this was a really good topic. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hey, over 80 of you guys watching, smash up the like button. We're not done with the show. There's still a few more topics I want to hit on before we head off.
I should let you know, Marshall. I am going to be streaming afterwards, so if you want to,
Yeah. I could redirect to you. There's no problem. So yeah, like yeah, there's a few other topics I want to hit on as well. I know we dwelled on this a lot longer than I anticipated, so I'll try to like make it quick. But yeah, big up to everyone, and big up to TJ and Staffy. I don't know if I said it loud enough before, but big up to you guys for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sure you guys are doing the USA Bolivia watch along. USA ended up winning 2-0, I believe. So yeah, it was good. I mean, I missed out on it, but it is what it is. Next time I'll get it. But yeah. So let's go ahead on to the next topic. Good discussion, boys. I think that we had a really productive conversation there. Let's go on to Ian Maatsen. Here we go. This happened. Maatsen to Villa. Here we go. Or verbally confirmed. Oh my days. So it happened, Chris. I'm sorry you're sad about it. So, Aston Villa are currently working on both Douglas Luiz swap deal and Ian Maatsen personal terms. Douglas strongly wants Juventus. Talks advance with Barranquilla. Sure. And Ealing Jr. plus over £20 million to Aston Villa. Ian Maatsen discussing long-term deal with Villa. Talks underway. We see here negotiations still ongoing for personal terms between Ian Maatsen and Aston Villa, according to Fabrizio. What we have here, David Ornstein, exclusive. Aston Villa reach agreement with Chelsea to sign left-back Ian Maatsen, fee for 22-year-old Dutch youth international, just north of now expired Borussia Dortmund specific £35 million release clause, personal terms in place on 6-year contract. Ian Maatsen, who could possibly be part of the Jhon Duran negotiation. However, Chelsea are clear in this. They value him at £35 million release clause. Matt Law also says here on Maatsen, they have made it clear that if they can get the money they need for the accounting, they would pretty much meet the clause. They value him that highly. I think they made inroads with the player to make sure he's up for it. The exclusive, Aston Villa have agreed deal with Chelsea to sign left back Ian Maatsen. The fee is just north of $35 million release clause. We have here as well personal terms also in place for 6-year contract, which Villa are working to finalize. Chelsea and Aston Villa are discussing the possibility to include one player in the Ian Maatsen deal, currently not guaranteed to be Jhon Duran. Then we have the agreement between Aston Villa and Chelsea for Ian Maatsen for £37.5 million total fee. One player to be included in discussions to join Chelsea from Villa will formally be separated deal. Final round of talks soon for personal terms. Details then. Here we go. And then we have it here finally. Ian Maatsen to Aston Villa. Here we go. Confirmed. Medical completed in Dutch national team camp, and all details of contracts agreed. Maatsen will sign a 6-year deal at Villa until June 2030. Chelsea will receive $37.5 million fee. OMARI KELLYMAN joined CFC in separate deal, which we'll get to that part. I think a little bit of a money laundering scheme going on, which I need explanation on, but we'll discuss that. Yeah, pure profit. Yeah, I mean, listen, they wanted him sold. He got sold, so it is what it is. Not happy with it really, because there's also rumors that Cucurella is potentially being sold, and not Chilwell.
I'm gonna quit the season if Cucurella gets sold, unless we get Theo Hernandez or something, or a really good.
He's not available on our wage budget. Please stop saying that, Chris.
Well,
Please,
what's happening, Chris?
I want to get into.
What does this club want? A suicide left back?
Listen, again.
Where were you? We just talked about what this club wants.
We need to get young potential guys in that fullback position. I'm sorry, Chris. He's not available for us right now.
No, but I don't care. Like, I'm still gonna be pissed if we sell Cucurella, who's literally done so well in Euros, done so well for Chelsea.
As your mate, Chris, as your mate, I'm not even saying that. I'm just asking you as your good friend and colleague that, listen, stop asking for Theo Hernandez because he's not coming.
No. I'm saying if we lose Cucurella as well, I want something big coming in because
I don't think we lose.
We just lost a very good potential left back where his heights are very high. By the way, this is why
we're gonna keep our fullbacks.
That's the thing, guys. I don't know because there's links, and I'm worried. that he gets sold.
There's no.
regardless.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm being serious.
I
I'm being
think- I think
serious.
it's
There's
0%.
been no news as of like the last 2 to 3 weeks about Kukurea leaving. I'm being serious. There's literally
Yeah.
no news about him. And also
I did
Liam
see some
Toomey.
stuff I left out of the show.
Liam Toomey of the Athletic also confirmed we're not looking for left backs basically. That's been on the very so that means
okay.
we're keeping our 2 left backs, by the way. So at the end of the day, by the way, fundamentally
I can't
speaking,
chill out,
it's very painful, but I want to talk about something I want to go back to wages slightly. And this for me is a big question. You got to ask yourself, Ian Maatsen probably was going to be available to be within the current wage budget we had. How was it that we're not been able to sign him on a contract, bro? Be realistic. How's that not been the case?
Well,
I
The
think
same argument I could almost make of Gallagher too. Like, you know, listen, we can hate on Gallagher all we want here, but like at the same time, you think about it, even Gallagher, by the way, why are we not really agreeing a contract deal with him? Yeah, within the current wage structure, even as well. Like, should we not be able to do that too effectively?
I think Gallagher's contract might be done by the end of this summer because it's only just started.
No, but A. Solomon, I'm specifically talking about the time, yeah, when we were actively negotiating him before we had the bridge banned, before the bridges of even being banned.
What were you gonna say, Chris?
No, but like with the Gallagher one, I'm just waiting to see Gallagher because we could.
No,
sell him.
but like it
But
feels like
he's at what 100k a week at Chelsea right now or less.
it
still
feels
could be
no,
up.
he's not. He's on 55k, by the way.
Wow, that's quite low. So
He's on an academy contract. I don't know why people think he's on 100k. He's on an academy
I
contract.
thought it'd be
It's
like
the same
near
contract as
100 in
Mount.
all fairness.
He's on the same contract as Mason Mount was on, which is an academy
I
contract.
can see him maybe accepting around like 120
Yeah.
to 150
So,
like at Chelsea.
Yeah. So for me personally, I thought of a lot of these academy guys are trying to sell. Yeah. What is going on with the contracts we've been offering them? Why is it like I get that you can even make the argument they don't rate Gallagher highly, but like it's kind of like I'm very like I'm just really surprised by that. I don't know about you guys. Like, surely you should be able to just agree a contract with this gentleman, even if you want to sell him, because you would then be in the power to be done so.
I think part of it's just clear transparency now. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, I think the big one was, well, honestly, the leaks. How public all this stuff is, right? Like, it's been constantly all season. We've been hearing Gallagher being sold. Gallagher doesn't want to get sold. He signs another contract. Well, actually, you know what? I don't even know. I can't pull an answer out of my ass for this.
Even like look, Lewis Hall. Look. Lewis Hall's another one. We were trying to agree a deal.
Oh, okay,
with him.
thank you. Because maybe that's why they saw Lewis Hall sign a new contract, then he got sold immediately. Maybe that's why it's like there's no point in signing a contract.
This is why for me personally, it's becoming a lot more like the academy stuff here. I initially was just like, oh, you know, look at these Cobanese and stuff like that. But when you like think about it and you like actually like, you know, try to process, understand, you know, look at the data again at a different light. You gotta ask yourself those questions, bro. You have to ask yourself those questions.
Yeah, so with the Maatsen thing, there's
Painful,
pure profit involved. I know it stinks because I think I don't know if he would have been better than Cucurella, but he certainly would have been better than Chilwell. And I do want to get rid of Chilwell eventually, so that's the issue. And I kind of wish I kind of blame Poch for it because Poch didn't play him. Had he had playtime, I think he wouldn't have struggled to just sign a contract and just was.
Didn't he sign a contract just before he went on loan? Like
yeah, but I
smallish
think that was
contract?
probably like a deal. It was an extension on his already existing contract, and I think that was kind of a deal for like, hey, we'll loan you out so you get playtime, but you got to sign this contract. So all right, it's like okay, I'll do it. That's what it seems like.
Gallagher can be sort of free carry
that's
players,
why
and we can
I
help
agree.
another big club if they buy Gallagher. But that's the problem, bro. Why are we helping another big club though?
Just helping us? I don't know.
Oh, we're not
It's,
even helping out. The thing for me, yeah, that makes it weird, yeah, is I don't know, man. Like, you know, it just worries me in particular, bro. Like, it's just this thing, you know, it's making me think about stuff. Yeah, and I understand Kobe's meant to be a cash cow. Let's not get it twisted, right? But there are some players that are coming out of it who, listen, if you're being honest, can add massive value to the team. Yet they're not signing contracts and they're getting moved on quite quickly now. That's what it is for me, bro.
But yeah, it's a shame Maatsen's going. The PSR stuff starts to get really complex now, which, I mean, I wish I could say I understand it completely, but one day I understand it and the next day it's confusing me again. So it's like, it's a weird thing, man. But let's actually go on to the next topic, because the Ian Maatsen thing leads us to other things as well. But we're going to start off with Chris's number one target striker. Who is Samu? Huh? Who the fuck is Samu?
Why you put my
Samu
name?
Omorodion.
I've never heard of this guy. Well, mind you, I never heard of like anyone that we're usually linked with. Like, I didn't hear Willian, didn't hear Paez, to be fair. But when you hear the news that apparently this guy was our number one target, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy?
I feel like
What the fuck? And by the way, over 80 of you guys watching, if you're over on Twitters, hop on over to the YouTube, smash up those like buttons. I want to hit 100 likes before the end of the stream. We're giving you a little bit of extra long stream today, just because there's so much news to cover. And now I got to start covering it twice a week, because otherwise we're going to have really long shows every week. So let's go on to Samu Omorodion here. Let's talk about him. Okay. So, Samu Omorodion. It looks like a Omorodion, to be honest, but maybe it's
Omorodion. It's actually Omorodion.
Samu Omorodion is the first choice for Chelsea's attack, according to the Martial. Huh? What do you mean first choice? Who is this guy? I thought it was Osimhen. All right,
just quickly before we continue, Ray Allen. I'm not saying I don't want current players to. I'm just saying the ones that have left. Like, I'm not even going to Guiu all, but like I would argue Ian Maatsen in particular. And I would argue to a lesser extent, even now, I would say Gallagher and lesser extent Chalobah, and even I would argue Chalobah are adding good value to the team. I'm not saying they're superstars, but they add good value to the team, bro. They're good bench options. Also, like I would argue, Ian Maatsen starts for our team if the style of play we're playing, where the midfielder inverts.
Okay.
Like, let's be real, bro.
Samu Omorodion is the first choice for Chelsea's attack. We go on here. Gianluca Di Marzio also reporting. Chelsea breaks into the Omorodion, one of the most requested players in the market, wanted by Italy, by Napoli and Roma. And Chelsea wants him and will try to find an agreement with Atletico Madrid, even if the requests are high. He is the first choice for the new Chelsea attack, which I think is cap. We continue on. Chelsea wants Samu Omorodion and will find an agreement with Atletico Madrid, even if the requests are high. Atletico Madrid values Samu Omorodion at £80 million. Euros. Still, that's a lot. What the hell? Like, £80 million for this player. Euros for this player. I've known nothing. Never. Like, what? I don't. He played for Valdez, you said?
Las Palmas.
Here for Las Palmas.
On loan.
They just got him last season and loaned him out. That's crazy money for this player. So we continue here. Chelsea have informed that they will be willing to pay £25 million for Omorodion, rising to over £30 million, but Atletico value him higher. Omorodion would like to stay at Atletico and fight for his place, but that has not stopped Chelsea holding talks. This is coming from Matt Loss. This is really reliable here. Although Atletico said no, Chelsea are still talking to Samu Omorodion's side. Chelsea can attack the situation, and contacts are still taking place on players' side. The player's happy and not desperate to leave. Let's see what happens. Let's see what Chelsea does, according to Fabrizio. Chelsea made a bid for the third time. This one worth up to £42.2 million for Samu Omorodion, but once again, it was rejected. Atletico Madrid rejected. Oh my God. What the hell? This is insane.
By the way, the 42.2 million was only base fee. That was rising to 50 million apparently. That was
Jesus fucking Christ.
We bid 50 million for him.
For a number one target, I don't even know. Okay, again, we paid a lot for Estevao, but a lot of people were talking highly on Estevao. I have not heard many people talk highly on this guy. I don't really know this guy. Chelsea have walked away from Samu Omorodion, which good. Listen, this is where I go back to what I was saying, guys. Right? I don't mind going for these youth targets, but when you were saying Jhon Duran was the number one target, Jhon Duran this, and now all of a sudden when Jhon Duran's not working out, you're falling back on this guy. This is now your number one target according to the PR. It's bullshit.
Marshall, are we going to talk about Duran or not?
Yeah, we will right after this. Atletico's response to all the clubs that have approached them for Samu Omorodion. Samu stays here, according to Matt Moretto.
Do you not want to do Samu and Duran together? Because I feel like they're basically the same.
Okay, let's go into it then, just for the sake of time as well. So let's go into the next topic as well that leads to this, which is the Duran deal now being off, which is related to the to this. So let's see. Okay. So we have here, Chelsea remain in talks to sign striker Jhon Duran from Villa, but also have other targets in the position, including Atletico Madrid's Samu Omorodion and Bournemouth's Dominic Solanke, which, guys, I'm sorry, we don't have time. We'll talk about the other striker targets on Wednesday, which include Solanke and Guirassy. We'll see if more news develops on them too, because those are still cooking. We'll see.
I'll be honest,
let's continue on.
Solanke is looking like, I'll be real, Ahmed Abdi hot take. I genuinely believe, Solanke might be the break glass player they're looking for. So if we don't hear by tomorrow, which is Monday or Tuesday, that was it called the deal of like Jonathan David is really advanced, then they will I think pay Solanke's release clause.
We'll go back to our boy.
Yeah, we'll fucking Chris. We'll obviously touch back on Solanke and all that stuff because it potentially could build up. Same thing with Guirassy. Apparently, there's some news coming out. The news that I have on Guirassy just came out today, actually. So there's some stuff happening on Guirassy. So, anyways, you continue here. Chelsea are still negotiating with Aston Villa for Jhon Duran. The idea for Chelsea is to only do the deal with a swap, so players have to be included. Duran wants Chelsea and is waiting to see what happened. This week is important. And then we have here Chelsea owners and sporting directors asked Enzo Maresca what he wanted to do with Jhon Duran deal. He will have an important say on the striker, and he will make a decision on the situation on Samu Omorodion. Green light for Duran. I call cap on this. We know he has no say. We know they wanted a yes man, all that stuff that people love to say. They know he's just a head coach. They know they want someone that's just going to coach. So I call cap on the fact that he has a say on this. But we continue. Breaking. 2 options for Villa players to join Chelsea. It will be Duran or an Aston Villa Academy player, according to Fabrizio. And then we have here Chelsea have not yet dropped their interest in Jhon Duran, but are taking time over making background checks and discussing personal terms with Colombian, while also checking on other striker targets, according to Matt Law. Does anyone know if Duran is in the Colombian national team? I'm not entirely sure.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so it's something to keep an eye on.
But he's a substitute option.
Gotcha. Breaking. Jhon Duran and Guirassy interest has gone cold. So we'll talk on Guirassy. There are other links I saw today, but the Jhon Duran links have gone cold. So let's link.
By the way, I'm gonna add a bit more on Jhon Duran news because I think you missed it. By the way, Matt Law said that we had conducted the background checks and we've been put off by them. That came out, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, negotiations, the salary. He wanted too much of a high salary, apparently.
Thank God
the salary and the background checks, by the way, have like literally put us off of him.
Wait, when you say background checks, what do you mean by background?
Apparently, he has some bad behavior issues.
But when someone does a background check on a player, is maybe it might be police reports, stuff like that, but it might also be like the vast majority of the time they go to their coaches from where they used to play at. They're like, be honest with us. Here's the money. Like tell us about the stuff, like what he's like as a player, what is his character like, and if they feel that his character doesn't fit the team, then they're going to be like, no, essentially. So I want to actually just say this right now. But if you look at Samu Omorodion and Jhon Duran, they're very similar types of players. So clearly it's like a scouting department sort of thing where they're like, maybe this guy's like another hidden gem like Nicholas Jackson, right, where we can bring in to do something. But the irony about that is that Nicholas Jackson was kind of known for his goal scoring.
Exactly.
Right, and particularly in the second half of the season, by the way, if you actually watch La Liga football. Whereas with this guy, he hasn't scored in a while. The thing about him was that he was very strong, fast, and was able to do that job kind of well. But if you look at the strikers we are going for right now, right? I don't know if you're going to talk about Jonathan David, but if we are, look at Jonathan David.
All right, plan to.
Jonathan David and then Maximilian Bayer, for example, right from the German club, they're completely different types of players to the two other players we've been looking at. So it's almost like a scattergun striker list that we've got right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm frustrated with this and I'm annoyed with it, because it seems like one day we hear Jhon Duran is the number one target. The next day when it doesn't work out, we hear, oh, no, Samu Omorodion was the number one target. It's like, make up your mind. Like if you have a strategy, stick to the strategy and get the player that you're going for. Stop with the scattergun approach. You're going whoever bites, because guess what? That for me, it doesn't give me confidence. That for me tells me you don't have an idea in mind or a profile in mind, which is how I was under the impression how you were scouting these players. You were looking for profiles, not particular player names. Now with the way you're moving, it's like, are you doing that? Because now it seems like, okay, we need a striker. Just get anyone now at this point. Solanke's there. We got Guirassy, Duran, Samu Omorodion. He's young, and maybe we can negotiate with Atletico Madrid to get him cheap. You know, like, and we didn't talk about it, but there's also links between Atletico Madrid and Conor Gallagher, which we're going to save for next show. But like, maybe now that we have Conor Gallagher in negotiation, maybe we can work something out for Omorodion. Like, please, like, figure out your plan.
For me, fundamentally,
this is where I go back to the negotiation thing, by the way, guys.
But then again, Marshall, you know what this comes back to? Yeah, this is Ahmed Abdi hot take number one. This is what happens when you also put yourself here. What's the thing? What happens when cars, like when you know the thing they put on a car tire to stop it from driving? You know those guys
airbags. The driver boot.
Yes, when they we put a boot on ourselves, essentially, when it comes to this, to the strikers, we can actually ascertain basically with the wages, right? So that's why now you're looking at Duran, then a Samu Omorodion. Now you're hearing about Jonathan David, by the way. Now you're hearing a Maximilian Bayer. You're literally putting a mad boot on yourself, in regards to who you can actually attain, even when the market is already very bad within itself.
And this is my point. Like, it seems to me, it looks like panic buying, and I don't like that. That's where I lose confidence.
Marshall, I've got a good analogy for you. I've been doing this analogy all over. What's it called? All over the YouTube channels I've been on. Chelsea right now, in NFL terms, they're in the 6th round, pick for the striker position right now. This is their 6th round pick. We're almost at the undrafted stage right now.
It does feel like that,
honestly. And we'll speak about Jonathan David, because for me, Jonathan David, by the way,
we're very close, I promise.
It makes me sick, by the way, because as someone watches the league week in, week out, the problem with Palmer was our number 2 option, Adam. Palmer was our number 2 option after Olise, so he was the backup. That's the problem. Right now, we're on option number 5 and 6.
Palmer was like plan B. Like now with Omorodion and all that, it feels like plan
E, F.
E or G. Like it just doesn't feel right. We do look at starting off player.
The demonent is correct. The demonent is correct, bro. Yeah, the demonent is correct, by the way, where he says, what matters more is the profile, right? That's correct, bro. But the problem is, with Duran and Samu, even if I was to say I'm not too pleased about that, I can still say the profiles are very similar and the same. But then when I'm going from Samu Omorodion to now Jonathan David, and then what's it called, Maximilian Bayer, those are completely different striker options, bro.
That is true. So, I mean, it's frustrating. I mean, not that I wanted Duran really, but listen, if that's what your number 1 target is and you were linked to him in January, which again, that again tells me more that Duran was the number 1 target and they do like Duran, and that gives me confidence. Like, okay, you guys have been wanting this guy. Obviously, you see something in him that we don't. So, okay, if you want to go for him, if you think he's worth it, then let's see what happens. You know, he could actually be good. He could actually ball out. But then when the deal falls through and you're saying, no, Samu was my number 1 choice the whole time. It's like, no, it wasn't. Stop doing this. You know it wasn't. We weren't linked to Samu last season or our last chance transfer window. You know, we remember we were talking about Jhon Duran in January when there was links on that player, when we were looking for a striker to take the place of to compete with Jackson and help us out when Jackson was in AFCON. We were linked to him. Didn't happen, but again, it's just frustrating things that I don't like to see when it comes to the approach to the transfer window. But let's keep it moving. We're very close to the end, guys. I
is correct,
promise.
by the way, yeah. Also, RSM is correct in this one. He says, by the way, this is also the issue with having too many cooks in the kitchen, aka two sporting directors. Yeah, because you know what I mean. Anytime we hear French targets, I'll be honest, I'm thinking Mr. Stewart is involved in that one. By the way, anytime I hear about that, because it seems like Chelsea are very linked in the Spanish market and the French market, but we know Laurence Stewart is the guy that's got the French market on lock. If we be honest. Considering the fact he was the former guy in Monaco.
So let's continue on to we actually had another Here We Go happened. Believe it or not. Just no one really knows who the fuck this guy is. No, not on stream.
Oh, right.
Well, Chris, you should know this guy. Say hello to OMARI KELLYMAN. Here we go. Yay! Listen. Before anyone starts calling me negative, he could actually be a good player. Because Carney was another one that we got early onset. Who we know Carney's a good player. He just hasn't been lucky with fitness and all that. Carney's a good talent. Aston Villa produces some good talents. OMARI KELLYMAN could be another one. Okay, no, I'm not hating on this target. So it could work out. That's all I'm trying to say. So let's go on.
He's worth €1 million apparently.
What?
I just looked how much he's worth.
Move on, bro. That's crazy. I don't even know how to answer that question.
I could buy this player. You're saying I could hire this player, man? Jesus Christ, bro. All right, anyways. Chelsea are in talks with Aston Villa to sign 18-year-old attacking talent OMARI KELLYMAN.
Well, he's worth 20.
Villa value him at £20 million. OMARI KELLYMAN has given his green light to Chelsea to move. Negotiations are underway on personal terms, part of the discussion for Ian Maatsen, but separate deal. Player value at £19 million. Now we have here new. OMARI KELLYMAN is expected to be a signing for Chelsea, Chelsea's first team, which I hope it's not a whole David Washington situation, but we'll see. Then we have here. Oh wait, what the hell? I skipped one. There it is. OMARI KELLYMAN to Chelsea. Here we go. Deal in place. Also on player's side after club to club agreement with Villa. Verbal agreement on £19 million fee. Contract until 2030 plus 1 year option. So he's going to be a player for 7 years or some shit like that. 2005 born talent to join Chelsea and separate deal from Maatsen, medical booked on Monday. So it looks like it's about done.
I say we overpaid what I seen.
We overpaid.
I looked at transfer market and it said €1 million.
That's crazy. Our KELLYMAN is crazy. By the way, we purposely overspent for FFP.
Oh, maybe we should have bought this one.
That's what you mean by money laundering. Oh. We're doing business so the Premier League can't fuck us over. Fair enough. Listen, that might be true. Will, do you need the link, by the way? I don't know if you're on the group chat, but if you need the link, just let me know. Anyways, even got him Photoshop in the kit like Estevao. Yo, that's actually really true. What the hell? I just noticed that. Yeah, I don't know much about this player. I'm not going to pretend like I do.
I had a quick look and all I saw was €1 million. That's all.
Yeah, it's I hope he cooks. I hope he's actually decent. I don't know what position he plays.
He played 37 minutes in the Premier League this season. Well done. He's 18 years old and he's attacking midfield like Carney, I guess. I think we just bought this guy to sell him on one day. That's it.
He's gonna be.
That's what it looks like.
Quick flip nation, man. Quick flip nation, bro. That's it, man.
Big up, Will.
Hey guys.
Anything you want to say on Mr. R. KELLYMAN?
Yeah, I think we're doing some dodgy deals. I think the Premier League are. It's not just us. Everton, Villa, Newcastle, all the clubs in trouble are doing business with each other.
One for all, innit? You know what I mean? One for all, you know what I mean? One for all gets PSR.
That's why, so really, for me, this is a swap deal with Maatsen, but it's not. But it is. You get what I mean?
Literally. Yeah.
Realistically, we've technically just got 18 million for Maatsen. Then that is pretty much great.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, we were gonna get less for him with Dortmund, anyways. But yeah, it's a weird deal. I mean, I hope it works out. I hope this kid's actually decent. Like, I hope he's another like Chukwemeka. Like, I just hope he's another Carney because we got Carney. Like, no one. I didn't know about Carney.
Don't they play in both
the
same position?
Maybe.
He says he's attacking midfielder. So is Carney, right?
He also plays the striker, by the way. So you never know, man.
Oh,
We got Washington, man. We don't need this kid.
Oh, listen, I'm just giving you options, bro. But yeah, man, it is what it is.
So
Man,
we're almost done with the show, ladies and gents. I know this has been an extra long one. I'm trying to wrap it up as quick as possible because I know there's so much shit just happened since last week. Who could have thought in 7 days the Chelsea Twitter and Chelsea news world could have just exploded like it did? It really did.
I mean,
it really blew
that's
up in
everyday
everyone's
transfers.
faces.
But
Ahmed had a generational stream on his channel when Olise didn't come.
Oh yeah.
You know they called me Red Man. I was red. I turned red apparently on stream.
You was rosy cheeks, man. It was like that. Yeah.
So let's actually, Dan, you just mentioned it. Let's actually talk about this. So there's been links with two players, two strikers.
Let's not talk about Guy, please. Let's talk about the actual elephant in the room, bro. Because this guy, no one knows about him. No one cares about this Barca youth player. There's one guy we must talk about beforehand, please.
Okay, wait. We'll talk about Guiu, whatever his name is, because he's in advanced talks. That's the thing. And on top of it, like, since we're not going to talk much about it, then we can actually talk about David a little more. So let's actually.
What does that mean, X-Style?
I don't even know.
Forward. He's 18 years old.
Okay, so let's talk about Chelsea are internally discussing their next striker target as Lille's Jonathan David and Barcelona Marc Guiu. Is that how you say his name? Guiu? Okay, Marc Guiu emerge as options. David available for under £30 million, but there's expected to be competition. Guiu has a £5 million release clause. Chelsea have asked about the 18-year-old striker Marc Guiu. He would cost £5 million, and they are.
That's not bad.
I don't like his name.
I'm
and
sorry,
they are considering signing him.
If you're a Spanish youngster with a £5 million release clause, you're shit. I'm sorry.
Chelsea are exploring a move for Barcelona striker Marc Guiu.
Well,
he's getting flipped. I mean, that's fine.
I don't mind
potentially.
He's actually apparently on transfer market worth 7.5. So
oh my god, Chris!
This guy. Chelsea and Bayern are both showing interest in Barca striker Marc Guiu, available for £6 million €6 million release clause. Barcelona still want to keep Guiu, with new deal to be discussed, but interest now growing. I don't like saying his name. Chelsea exploring move for Guiu as Guillem Balaga. So this guy actually got it right. We continue on. Just in, Marc Guiu is about to leave Barcelona to join Chelsea. Advance between player and Chelsea. Chelsea will pay €6 million release clause. Yes, this is striker house.
He scored one goal in the league.
Good for him. Chelsea are advancing on Guiu. There's a possibility he would be loaned to Strasbourg, which we're not surprised about. And then last year, Chelsea are advancing in talks to sign Marc Guiu by triggering the €6 million release clause. The agreement with Guiu on long-term deal is getting closer. Bayern overtaken after positive talks this weekend. Barca offered Guiu new deal. Still no final answer from player's side.
Hey, he might not be shit then. He might not be shit.
Say one more time for me, Marshall.
Again, I'm just gonna say this again.
There we go.
I'm just gonna say in the player. I know he scored a goal with his first touch this season. Literally, first touch of his game.
That's talent right there.
Right. So, and apparently he was a bench option for them at times. So at the end of the day, man, we'll see what happens. But this guy apparently, man, this guy might actually be our backup option. You know, he might actually be our backup option. So. Watch the space, bro.
Jackson, your spot's safe then.
That might be the case, bro. But listen, that might be the guy, broski. That might be him. So
he looks like a centre back the way he's built.
Well,
sure.
Imagine he plays like a centre back. That'd be funny.
The goo. Oh Jesus Christ. But the thing is, like, if because Ahmed mentioned this earlier, right? About building up Strasbourg. If we're gonna build up Strasbourg and we're gonna loan this player, that's not a bad idea.
No,
Because I don't know if they need a striker, but this guy could potentially be a good striker for Strasbourg.
But you need to build the level of respect for Strasbourg. I don't know if doing some of this stuff is going to be building up the level of respect for Strasbourg.
Yeah, we're giving them hand-me-downs and.
Yeah, but like we gave him Santos
hand-me-downs.
and
It's not
Angelo, and it
hand-me-downs.
worked out really well
We're just
for them.
getting them
I
like.
think at the end of the
Yeah,
day,
but
they need
scraps.
results.
Scraps,
But you can
man.
say it worked out well for them, but the reality is, where did they finish, bro?
Let's
They
be
only
honest. Strasbourg are
Giving these players ain't
childminders.
gonna help that.
That's
Yeah,
what they
bro.
are. That's what Strasbourg are. They're childminders.
He's
for
not
us.
even lying, bro. That's what they are for us currently. Like, there's no other way to put it. So, yeah, that's it,
We're
bro.
literally sending them kids. Which I mean,
Yes, but like imagine if we sent them
Relegate 'em.
Santos earlier in the season. Who knows? They could have been higher in the table. I think sending our players there to overall improve the team, which I think it will improve the team. I think they're good players, right? I think once the results come in and we get better, placements for Strasbourg, then the recognition comes.
they should be happy, man. They're gonna get safety.
But they won't be. They hate us. They hate Blueco. They won't be. But regardless, they'll eventually see the light when they start getting results and our players. They end up realizing our players aren't shit. The ones that we're sending you, they're not. They're good
They're
players.
quite like Angelo, don't they? And
yeah, they like Angelo and they like Santos.
So Santos played really
We
well.
need to get Strasbourg. I said this
Yo.
before into mid-table nation. Like, let's get
Mid-table
them.
nation.
I've said that even
You know what's
just to
crazy?
get them into. Let's get them even into like the level of Rennes, but they at least can compete
Sure.
for Conference and Europa League, bro. That's what you want. Ideally, I feel like I've always said that's the dream plan with like them, like where you get UCL consistently, but they get like Conference League or Europa League consistently, and the guys who send it there are getting actually what's it called Europa League ball or Conference League ball. Just that when they come to us, they've at least got European experience, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying to you?
You know what's crazy though? Actually, before I even go, Curry, do you want to add anything on Mr. Marc Guiu, whatever his name
No,
is?
solid signing, great prospect. Like I said, people were saying
Sure.
no, because no, in terms of.
Oh, you're
great
being
pro-
serious?
no.
Okay.
Yes, because
I agree.
great
I believe
prospect
you.
in terms of like he's gonna go to Strasbourg. He's not gonna be the
Mm-hmm.
second in command, right? And then the other thing is like literally Barca fans are saying that they wanted him more than Victor Roque. It's just that Victor
Wow.
Roque they had to pay
Okay.
40 million for it, right? They paid
Okay.
40 million for this 18-year-old, so it's like that's why. Like you can go to the TL, like even who are we calling Goldberg on a stream today was even saying the same thing. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
well with regards
5
to
million
Barca
as well
fans.
doesn't hurt as well. It
And it's
doesn't
5
hurt.
I
million,
can't
and-
lie. I saw Barca
5 million's not
fans
bad.
work for
and it's like they wanted to get him a new contract and obviously give him a new release clause with it. I'm assuming, right? Because that's what they do anyways.
Mhm.
So it's like we just got him on 5 million before they were gonna renegotiate. So we just walked out.
Okay, but you know what? That gives me a little bit of confidence.
And he's 18, so what's wrong? It's like
Yeah.
we spent money
For
on
5 million.
Fofana.
He could be a
Yeah.
Ballon d'Or
Yeah.
winner in 5 years.
Yeah,
time.
and no, I'm not even
You're
saying Ballon d'Or
ridiculous,
winner.
Chris.
I don't care about that. But even if he's a good
Chris
second
is so
striker for us,
ridiculous.
even if he's
Yo,
a good second,
what a troll! What a
Chris is such
troll!
a piece of shit.
Because the thing is, like, we bought Datro for Fofana for 12 million, and apparently we don't need another striker. Or like, hey, let's stick with Datro Jackson, and we got him from the Norwegian league, right? This guy has some experience. He played some games for Barca, so why not?
So, so I'm glad you joined, Curry, and I'm glad Will. I'm glad you joined as well.
Oh, chill out, bro. That's,
Yeah, that's
crazy.
I'm not going to highlight that, but I'm glad you guys joined because you joined just in time for the final topic, which is the topic that you guys actually wanted to talk about. Let's actually discuss Jonathan David, the new number one choice for Chelsea Football Club. Okay, now I'm not too opposed to this signing. I'll put my perspective out on that, and you guys can correct me, obviously, because I don't know that much about Jonathan David, but I do know a little bit more than John Duran. But let's talk about this. So, breaking: Chelsea hold talks representative of Jonathan David. This is coming from David Ornstein, so you know it's actually legit. We actually are going for this guy. Again, not a fan of how public this is, but again, we already ranted on that. Exclusive. Chelsea hold talks with reps of Lille striker Jonathan David over potential summer move. 24-year-old high among multiple CFC options plus contract 2025. So fee likely to be reasonable. Okay, so his contract is in 2025, which means his fee is likely to be reasonable because he has 1 year left on it. No approach to Lille yet, but good relationship between clubs, which is fair because that's where we got Malagusa from, I believe. Right?
No, that's from Lyon. We got Hazard from Lyon.
Oh, so who did we get? Did we get anything from Lille?
Yeah,
Yeah, just Hazard, not Malagusa.
And we
No,
said
wow,
Joe
Lyon.
Cole's been there before as well because he's helped to build up the
Okay,
relationship.
apparently we just have a history then. So Jonathan David could be available for £30 million this summer. And for those of you who do not know about Jonathan David's stats, they're right here for you. Obviously context, right? It's GNA for his 22-23 season. He had 30 GNA, and for 23-24 season, he had 35 GNA. So it looks impressive on paper. Listen, for me, Jonathan David has been linked to us for quite a while now. There is a striker there from what I've seen. I think he is a decent player. I don't necessarily agree that Jackson's better than him. I think he's a little bit better and more refined than Jackson. I could be wrong. It is the Ligue 1, but I'm not going to underestimate Ligue 1. I'm sure it's for strikers. It's also
yeah.
I don't know. Like I think it's a decent league. We've gotten good players from that league before, so I'm not going to down this player. I wouldn't mind him at Chelsea. I think this is not a bad option considering what we couldn't get Osimhen. Gyökeres is too expensive. Sesko is staying at Leipzig for another year, and all the other links don't seem to be working out. So I think this is not a bad.
Gyökeres is going to Dortmund too. He's rumored to go to Dortmund anyway.
Huh?
Yeah.
Where he's going to Dortmund?
Gyökeres?
Gyökeres.
Gyökeres. Grassi. Okay, there you go. But yeah, I mean, you guys wanted to talk about Jonathan David. I think Ahmed wanted to have the first word on this. He's been asking me about it. But go ahead, Ahmed. I mean, what are your thoughts on this Jonathan David link, man? You clearly don't want him.
I really do not see him as a floor raiser. That's the issue I have. He may increase the level of our bench, or like, you know, or something like that. The guys you can have off the bench that provide us some level of consistency. But for me personally, he's not that, you know, that level raiser for me personally. That's the issue I have of him more so than anything. You know what I'm saying to you? I feel like he has a low ceiling. That's where my issue lies in there personally. I feel like rather than going for someone like a Jonathan David, you might as well just go for a stopgap. Honestly, why not just go for, you know, a someone that you can get on cheap wages? I honestly believe, Guiu could have been that option for you. Wouldn't have had to spend that much money on him, considering the wages he's been on at Stuttgart, for example. Or even, Fulkrug would be a good example of that too. Because he's already, you know what I mean? You can get him on that similar age, 1 or 2 seasons, can fit the system quite well too. Why not just get something like that for you? Like almost, the type of sign I'm thinking about is like a Giroud type signing. For me, Jonathan David, no, not really, bro. I think for me, the issue with him is that it's not. I know people have been talking about the way he scores goals. I don't think. I think he's very similar to Jackson in his scoring action. I would argue, like the way they score goals are very similar, right? So, in my personal opinion, right? Maybe he's a bit more better. You can make argument in terms of strength of shot. In terms of like his playmaking and everything like that, and shot creation acting is quite low actually. And when you actually look at the way he helps the team build up play, he's not been so great. I think for me personally, also the good thing about him, can shoot with both feet and he can get into the channels. Does that make sense? So if we were to put a ball like maybe out wide, he can definitely get there. One good thing about that, I'll give him credit for. But in terms of build up play and the other stuff, and like even heading of the ball as well, if you guys are talking about heading of the ball, not so great either. That's why.
So he's going to be a Chelsea flop. That's what we're saying.
I honestly feel like it, bro. Yes, honestly.
Before Curry goes, because I feel like Curry's going to make the argument for Jonathan David. Will, I think you also had some, reservations on Jonathan David as well.
I'm just not moved. I don't think he's crap. I just think he's painfully average, and I don't think he's a striker that will work at Chelsea. again, this ain't going to sound like very intelligent or rational, what I'm going to say, but I want someone who will command that position. I don't think David is that player. I'd much rather sign Solanke, you know, I can't even lie. Play style wise, genuinely, I'd rather sign Solanke. Because although Solanke, goal scoring wise, it probably has worse seasons than David on paper. I think the way he plays on the front foot, how he commands his position for Bournemouth, leads the line very well, takes responsibility. With decent technical ability, I would rather him. I think the improvement he's had, I think, will apply well to a team like Chelsea. So that's the kind of player I'll be going for right now. Or I wouldn't sign anyone. I don't even want. I'm not even trying to praise Solanke. I just want a player that can do more than, like when I watch Bournemouth this season, for example. When Solanke's not even getting chances, you'll still see him have a positive influence. That's the type of striker we need, because we are going to learn this. When you start with this system, you're not guaranteed to create these big chances from the get-go. You can't be expected to create high volume chances from the get-go, and potentially David could struggle with that. Whereas if we play Jackson, I don't know if David's going to be a backup. If he is, fair enough, fair enough. I don't care. I don't really care anyway, because he's 30 million, it's cheap.
I think it's going to be competition.
I think it's just a waste. I really think it probably will be a wasteful signing, and he'll probably leave in 3 years' time for 20 million.
Okay, Ahmed, do your thing, man. So yeah, like I think I don't disagree with Will. Like I think I don't mind either or, to be honest. Dominic Solanke or Jonathan David. But to me, I feel like for the price, I'd just rather go for Jonathan David.
Yeah, that's fair.
It seems more reasonable because it's half the price of what you're going to pay for Solanke. But I mean, I'm curious, Kerry. I feel like you're going to argue for. So I mean, what do you disagree with Ahmed's statement or Will's statements?
So I don't get the general, like, not you guys in specific, but like the hypocrisy. We want a winner. He won with Lille in a league that's predominantly run by who? PSG. We want a guy who has a proven goal scoring record. He scored almost 20 goals for the past 3 seasons.
Correct me if I'm wrong, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Wasn't Yilmaz the lead striker when Lille won, or is Yilmaz not even a striker? Did I get that wrong?
David was young then, so
David was young, but he had 13 goals. He was still involved in the squad.
Okay. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
Because it was 2021 season. We wanted a proven goal scorer with a track record. He has over 20 goals in the past 3 seasons. And since his Genk days, he's had double-digit goals since he was in Genk when he was like 19 years old. Okay. He has European experience. He's costing you less than 30 mil. He's on 35k wages in Lille. Literally everything. He's both-footed. He's good in press. We know through Maresca's system, it's not like the strikers are getting that involved dropping in deep, because Vardy was their top scorer with, the other guy who starts with an I, I'm forgetting, the pacey guy. But those two strikers are the ones, they're not dropping on way deep and getting involved. We weren't seeing a 30, sorry, that's my dog saying something. We didn't see a 34-year-old Jamie Vardy being like, I'm going to do link-up play, because that's been his game since Leicester season. No, it has for Leicester, never. Right? He stays in position, gets in behind, and David is good at pressing, which Maresca's system needs. Vardy was averaging 22 touches in Maresca's system. So we don't need a striker that gets that involved dropping in deep. We just need someone who can finish the ball in the box. And that's what he's way better at than Jackson, because he's been a striker all his life and he's scored 20 plus goals. I don't need him to score me bangers. I don't care about how he strikes the ball or how he gets the goals. I just care about the goals. He's a striker. That's the one position I care about with GNA.
Can I make a disclaimer, by the way? Can I say one thing?
Sorry.
Yeah. I don't really want Solanke either. Yeah. I'm not a massive fan of Solanke. I just would rather Like, I don't want either of them, to be honest.
But I'm sorry, there's no one good in the striker market.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
want
one.
Sesko, by the way. I think Sesko would be the perfect option.
Yes,
personally.
Yes, because it
What
offers
he
you
wanted.
something different. Fair enough. But at the same time, he's not even proven.
I know, but I'm going.
No, I'm not
by-
saying for
we're
you.
not
I'm just
going
saying in
for
general.
that,
I'm just
though,
listing
bro.
off the strikers. I'm just listing off the strikers.
Yeah,
We're talking about Garassi. He just broke out for Sporting this season. He was in Coventry with 20 goals. The same season that David had 26 goals and was second to Mbappe.
Do you know what? Fuck
Right.
it, bring him in. I don't even care.
Right? And Marshall, people are saying penalties, right? Last season, he only scored 2 pens when he scored 26 goals. The years before, when he was challenging Mbappe, is when he had 9 penalties. But then we're disregarding penalties now? So Cole Palmer's penalties, we shouldn't count, right? Because now technically, he scored 9 penalties, right? So technically, Cole Palmer only has 13 goals. We're just going to do that.
Nah, David shouldn't be discredited for his.
No, but people are saying the penalties thing.
Strasbourg Steve's seal of approval, by the way, because he's been
24.
saying to get Jonathan David for a hot minute now.
He's only 24, and this is good competition. That's why I see it as. We're not
No,
worried
and
about
if he
ridiculous
flops, we can
prices.
sell him. I don't really.
Exactly,
yeah, bring him.
because he's
I
only
don't care
under
anymore.
30. He's
When
only
we're
under
signing,
30.
when we're signing our KELLYMAN for £19 million, man. Oh
And it's not even that. We're thinking of signing. We're putting a Duran at 40 million.
Huh?
A Duran at 40 million.
Yeah,
what is
yeah.
this market? You know what I'm saying? And the market in general is ridiculous. Besides Gilchrist and your Osherman, who's a good striker that's available? An actual. Because Solanke's at 65. But he
yeah,
has one
that's
season where
what
he's
put me
broken.
off. Yeah.
Where he's only broken 20. He hasn't even reached 20 goals ever. I mean, broken over 20 goals this one season. Right? We had Ivan Toney, who had one season again with 20 goals. And then he's back to 4. You can say injuries or whatever. He only scored 4 goals for half the season because he played 17 appearances for Brentford, and he only scored 4 goals. Right? Isak is great. He's going to cost you over 100 mil, and he's injured.
Yeah, exactly.
David is clean bill of health. He's barely been injured in his entire career. I think he has 2 injuries in his entire career. So you have someone who's always available. Unlike Garassi, he's African in terms of AFCON. We don't have to worry about AFCON.
That's another one too.
Even as an alternative.
Even though AFCON's not for another 2 years, but that's fine.
No, I think this one's going to be in the summer. They're moving it to the summer next year.
Interesting.
Because of the whole European thing. But even that, just in case, we have a different option in terms of for Garassi. So he's cheap. He's on cheap wages. He's proven goal scorer for many years, and he's a winner technically because he's won with Lille. He wasn't like a sideline. He scored 13 goals and still had over 28 plus appearances.
I think this club is killing my brain function when it comes to wanting players.
It's just that the market,
you know why,
the market for attacking players are shit. That's
But
what
do you
I'm
know
saying.
why?
Like, overall.
Genuinely, this might sound really bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another reason why I'm not open to Solanke is that he's Cobham. I can't believe what has happened to me, man. What has happened?
And then people are saying Dovbyk, and people are saying Dovbyk. This is the first season breakout for Dovbyk.
Oh my god, Ahmed's actually a fraud. Bro wanted Dovbyk and didn't want David when David's better.
That's what I'm saying.
Ahmed,
I don't like
get
the
back.
hypocrisy. I just don't like the
Ahmed's on this
hypocrisy.
channel.
I just want consistency. I just like
Oh.
consistency. Consistency.
Yeah,
with
no,
people's
that's what I
takes,
mean.
Right?
Because
It's like we're just going for Dovbyk. We're going for Garassi. Okay, Garassi's a 15. Okay, then it sounds like David's going to cost you less than 30, so it's going to be 10 million more, and he's more proven, and he's younger by 3 years.
And here's the thing, like, you can call me a hypocrite for saying this, right? I'm more inclined to go for Jonathan David than John Duran. Because I actually heard of Jonathan David. I've seen him play. Like, I know what he can do. I haven't seen Jonathan Duran.
No,
and I
that's
get
about
when
it, fine.
people...
Fine.
And I get I get what people I get why people like get upset about these players that they don't know, because it's a fear of the unknown, right? Like, I understand there's a lot of uncomfortable, feelings when it goes for players you've never heard of, you don't know about, that end up actually cooking, like Cole Palmer, for example, or Malagusto, like so on and so forth, right? There are players like that. It's not, a lot of people like to believe that it's less likely than likely, but with the right scouting, it's more likely than not. But
Exactly,
Jonathan David is a known entity, so that's why, like, it's kind of the hypocrisy where, like, these guys get mad about players they don't bring in, but when you don't know, but when you mention a player that is actually on the radar and has done stuff for Lille and the French league.
And
all of a
won
sudden,
and everything.
and proven has won. Now all of a sudden, there's all these. Oh, he's not good enough. All this and that.
We were bummed about missing out on El Awahi last year. He's a French player in the French league. Like, so we're discounting David's goals because it's a farmers league, but then we're gonna count like Cherkis and Barcolas and El Awahi and all these French players because you like them.
I'm glad we didn't get Wahi, but for different reasons.
Right. So, no, I get yours, but I'm just saying in general. Like, so it doesn't make sense to me. And for Canada, he has like 24 goals for 48 appearances, and for Canada to get to the World Cup, he was a top scorer for all of CONCACAF.
Do you know what? I don't mind having David for this season as well, just because we're in like a lot of competitions, so he could help.
And he's gone to Europe before. He literally checks every box that we want from Osimhen, and Osimhen's only had one 20-plus season, league season, very similar to David. And he's cheaper, and he's on cheaper wages.
Looking at David to replace Osimhen potentially as well, if he was to leave.
That's what happened. David was the replacement for Osimhen.
No, but I'm saying, like, weren't Napoli looking to do the same thing?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I don't mind, bro. At this point, it can't go any worse.
All I'm saying is, just like the left wing market, the striker market is bang average. The striker market for availability is bang average. Isak we're never gonna get because he's 100 million. Osimhen is 100 million, and Isak is injury prone. Gilchrist is 85 million, and with one season where he's produced well in the top 5 league, because before then he was in Coventry. So people also saying with hypocrisy, like, oh, there's a reason why no club has gone for him. Well,
that's
these are arguments I've been hearing in Carefree Lewis and other channels, Chelsea channels.
That logic makes sense. I'm not even
it's like Gilchrist. No one knew about Gilchrist until he reached Sporting. No one knew about. Don't tell me anyone knew about Dovbyk because Girona just reached La Liga. Don't tell me you guys were scouting like Dovbyk in La Liga too. I'm sorry. So it's not like you knew that, or you knew about Guirassy for years, because this is Stuttgart's first season.
Man. I don't know much about Guirassy.
Exactly. So you can't just say, oh, so no one bought him, so now we want to buy Guirassy. I
thought David was okay.
There's a lot of players that are also late bloomers. Okay, no one thought about Jamie Vardy until he was 26, and then he kept on.
I'm not saying he's bad.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the general Chelsea fan base and what their narratives have been. Right.
Yeah.
And I get you guys, like Goldbridge said, oh, he's very average. Guess what? The entire striker market in the world is bang average for availability. We're not getting Harry Kane. We're not snatching. We're not getting a Haaland. Alvarez is only going if he wants to leave. Okay. Benzema is gone. Lewandowski is gone. What other great striker? Isak is injury prone, and he's not going for more than 100. He's not going for less than 100 mil. Same with Osimhen. What other top striker is there in this world right now? Tell me, from a top team, because for Arsenal are looking at Gilchrist, and that's 85 million, and he's technically still unproven. So that I just named you 5 strikers in the entire world, and 4 of them aren't going to move clubs, and 3 of them aren't going to move clubs, and Osimhen might, but he's going to cost you over 100 million, and Gilchrist might at 85.
Yeah, which is why I'm not too opposed to it. Like I know this player. She's shown 2 consistent seasons now that he can do it, which is, again, that was my issue with Osimhen, right? Like, I know Prime, who's not here, likes to say, like, Osimhen has shown over the seasons that he can do it. Like, he showed he had average seasons at in Ligue 1 when he was at Lille, I believe. Then he came to Napoli, had an average season, and then he had the really big season he had last season, and now he's plummeted to subpar. So he's not showing me consistency. Jonathan David I'm seeing consistency. If prior to this move to Napoli, if I had seen Osimhen, he was linked to Chelsea, it would have been like, all right, you know what, he's not bad. He's showing consistency. But now we're seeing inconsistency in Serie A in a different league. So that's, again, like, I don't mind this guy. It's fine. I think it's better bang for your buck than a Jonathan Duran. Who,
and haven't we been saying these scouts have been doing well with anything under 50 mil?
I'm just worried
So
about
he's
the
under
panic
50 mil.
buying, Curry. That's the thing. I've been worried about the panic buying.
Oh, no,
so
that's
the
fine.
panic
get
buying
that
I don't
with
like.
other positions, but for
Yeah.
strikers, we have to panic buy because Marc is just so bang up.
I don't think we need to panic buy, but yeah.
But no, what I mean by panic buy is
So
like Fofana, what are we gonna do with him, right? Like, and
Mhm.
in terms of panic buy, I mean, like, we all thought our main target was Oshie.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, I
That's
don't
not him,
mind.
Like, Joker was gone and Jhon.
Like I don't mind buying another Jackson like target.
He
you
could
know,
be a
like
Loic Remy. He could be a Loic Remy. I don't care. Loic Remy used to score banging 10 goals a season as a sub.
yeah, like
And if Jackson's banging in over 10 goals a season, that's
Yeah.
a lot of goals.
And again, and by the way, I need to mention this as well. And by the way, we've hit over 4 hours, which is crazy, and that's the longest stream we've ever had. Big up to you guys who have been watching the whole time. You guys are the GOAT. And hey, smash up the like if you haven't done so already, because no other platform I think does this. So this is an extra special fucking long stream because there's so much news, and I had to leave out so much shit too. But you know, going back to what you're saying, like what bothers me too is that, like, I'm okay if we don't sign another striker, because people are saying, like, people are acting like Jackson is shit and he's not good enough. Like, are people expecting Jackson to not get better? Like, is that
No, but
really
it's not
the
that.
expectation
we need a
out
backup,
there?
Though. We need a backup.
No, I
because
get
if he
that. I
gets
get
injured-
that. I get that. It's just that, like, like this. There's this notion going out, and we'll talk about it the next show. Is that, like, the idea is to make Jackson number one, and people are so against that. Like, I don't mind that. We should
Yeah,
get
I
a
don't
backup for Jackson in case he gets hurt, right? But like, I don't mind
Or to
Jackson
push him a bit,
being.
yeah.
I don't mind something to push Jackson. I don't mind some Jackson potentially being the next number one, because if he scored this many goals in only his second professional season, when he has more experience and he has better system around him, bro, this guy could potentially be on a trajectory to score 20 to 25 to potentially 30 goals in a season. Like, this guy could potentially be world class. I see it potentially happening. Is it going to happen next season? I don't think so. It's going to take time. But I don't mind developing Jackson to be the number one striker for Chelsea. Guys, remember, Didier Drogba didn't do this well in his first season for Chelsea. This guy did in his second professional season ever. So why are we pretending that he's not good enough to be the future for Chelsea? And why are we getting mad when people are saying, when there's links saying that he could potentially be the focus for Chelsea and the number one target, and developing him is the plan? I don't mind that. He scored more than Højlund, exactly. He scored more than Højlund, who's cost double the money. He scored almost the same amount as other strikers who were proven, who were actually being managed in an actual system. Like, why are we pretending that Jackson can't be the next best thing? So I'm okay with sticking with Jackson. I do think we need a backup for him, whether it be Fofana or another striker. And I don't mind Jonathan David, who is a name, who has shown consistency for 30 mil, who is actually cheaper than Jonathan Duran and all these other ones that we've seen do it for one season, if that. So again, like, it's a lot of hypocrisy with the fan base, a lot of like fiasco, and I try not to get stuck in it. Today, I did get sucked into it, because I think reasonably so. I am really getting tired of the negotiations falling through with the club, but I think that's a fair reason to, like, kind of lose my shit, unlike these other things. So again, I try to be reasonable. I try to be, you know, not.
But I don't think anything's gonna happen with
Right.
David
Yeah.
yet, because reports are saying that
we'll
we've
see.
only contacted. It's also because, like, it's CONCACAF, right? Like, what I mean is, like, like they're having their tournament, right? Canada's in not CONCACAF, but whatever the South American tournament is. I'm blanking out. Sorry. They're playing for that right now, right? So like, majority of major players and major teams. Thank you. Like, majority, they're not allowed to do negotiations for the most part. That's when none of the England boys can move. None of the England boys can move. That's why we can't do anything with Gallagher.
Yes,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
No, I got it. I saw it. I got it.
Yeah,
Hey,
Solomon, you might be right.
big
bro.
up Solomon.
You might
Like,
be
hey,
right.
big up
Pick up
Solomon.
Solomon. Oh, that's a good way to end the show. On a laugh. But listen, I'm for the Jonathan David move. Is he going to be the next hottest thing? Maybe not. I mean, but for the price you're paying, like, you're not losing too much money on it. Like, that's the thing. We're not. again, it goes with the idea that I put out there that I think is still being consistent. This club doesn't want to pay overs for players and get hurt and burned when they don't perform, which has happened way too many times at Chelsea. It's affecting us till this day. And it's happened to a lot of clubs. Like, it's not just us. You look at Liverpool with Darwin Núñez. Look at hold on, I'm drawing a blank. Look at Richarlison at Tottenham. Look at even Man City. You can even look at Calvin Phillips, even though they didn't pay that much for Calvin Phillips. So look at Calvin Phillips. You look at Grealish. You look at Núñez, who didn't do anything for that team at all, and they paid $40 million for just a player that's just going to sit the bench the whole time. Like, paying overs for these players seems to more likely get you burned than be successful. You know,
especially for Chelsea.
Especially for Chelsea. Oh my God, that is
every signing over 60 mil has been destroying us.
The last good signing that we paid a good amount for that I can name was Diego Costa.
Yep. And maybe Nkunku now at 60 million, but that's about it.
Yeah, maybe Nkunku, but that time will tell with Nkunku.
Exactly.
We could still get burnt on that.
Exactly.
So I get the strategy. If we want to stick with the strategy, want to do the strategy, I still agree. I still argue we need to get people at the negotiation table that can get it done. Get the scouts that will find the talent and get the negotiators that will get the talent. That's the way I see it. But ladies and gents, that's where I end the show. Big up to everyone. Big up to Will. Big up to CP. Big up to Real Chris, Ahmed, everyone that stuck around for as long as they could. This was an extra long show. I didn't want it to go for this long, but there's just so much news, and I'm just so used to streaming for so long anyways, so yeah, I'm fine with it. But I know everyone's not that used to it. But big up to everyone in the panel that showed up today and helped out with the show. Big up to all of you guys in the chat that stuck around for the whole entire show and came back, ate your lunch, and came back again, like did whatever you needed to do, dinner, wherever. Big up to USA for winning. Big up to Uruguay and Panama is playing right now, I believe, as well. So I'll see if I can watch it on the side. I do have other things to do. I might miss out on that. But yeah, big up to everyone. Thank you so much for the support, as always. We're going to go ahead and raid Ahmed's channel, The Bridge 258, or The Bridge now as we renamed it. So go ahead, show him some love. Go ahead, show him some love by smashing the like when you get there, subscribing to the channel. And like I said, guys, also be sure to check out the comments below. Let me know your thoughts on everything we discussed. Check out the links in the description. If you're on Twitter, big up to you as well. Smash the like over on Twitter. Come over to YouTube, smash the like. We didn't get over 100 likes, but it's okay, guys. It happens sometimes. It was a really long show. We'll probably get it in the post if you guys decide to watch. I'll get the timestamps in there, so it saves you guys a lot of time as well with the content. And as always, check out the memberships. We are doing really good with the memberships. Big up to you guys. You guys have been showing a lot of support. If you are a proper casual and higher tier member, you get a shout out at the end of every show. And that's going to go out to B-Man, JC, Ishi, EE, Hassan Nawaz, Uncle Gestures, Will, OG Turbo Jesus, Dark, Adrian, Pelu, Coco624, The Danzo, Gabriel A. Adib, AK Satid, Joel, DHL, Adam CFC, A. Soliman, and Scott. Big up all you guys for your support. And also, shout out to Scott, who has been a casual or proper casual for over 2 years now, or over a year now. So big up to him. You get the nice round of applause at the end of the show for being a loyal member for this long. So, guys, say what's up to Ahmed. We'll catch you on Wednesday, another Casually FC stream, I'm pretty sure, or Casually Chelsea show, because there's so many things I left out to today's show we're going to be discussing on there. And I'm sure more news that's going to be popping up because this transfer window is crazy. But big up to you guys. Have a wonderful night. As always, stay casual and peace.